Welcome to part 13 of The Water Magician. I hope you have been enjoying the story so far. Don't forget to subscribe and join the Discord channel for the complete audiobook. What is the reason that not only surrendering but also a duel is acceptable? I don't understand the meaning. However, either way I have a bad feeling, Abel said. Upon hearing that, Rio frowned. Abel's bad feelings tend to be accurate, so you're not allowed to say anything. Even if you say that, I just said it. That's the problem. You're not considering the inconvenience to those around you at all. Whether I say it or not, it doesn't affect the outcome, right? You always deflect with logic. Naturally, the Federation of Nations would choose a duel. That would be troublesome if something like that were shot into the city. People might think a duel could be a way out, but Battuzon wants to bring it to a duel no matter what. Who did they bring? It seems like they came out front. Upon recognizing who it was, Rio froze. The person who emerged from the Bardil Principality army was a woman with long, light blue hair. At the same time, a military envoy approached and announced, "The representative of the eastern provinces is Lord Kinmi of the refreshing Five Peaks." The members of the Western Nations Federation were astonished by the announcement. Refreshing Five Peaks? That renowned one? Kinmi the Enchanter? No, I've actually heard that Lord Kinmi is the strongest in everything. Indeed, a representative guard party from the eastern provinces. Although they have a contract with the eastern provinces, there shouldn't be anyone capable of opposing them in the Federation. Voices of surprise flew around. So that's them, the ones from refreshing Five Peaks. They are indeed a guard party from the eastern provinces. With Abel's murmur, Rio came back to his senses. Lord Kinmi, there's no way anyone can beat her. Because she, is a demon, Rio muttered, shaking his head. Yes, Kinmi is a demon, once sealed south of the Natore Kingdom. That person is a demon. I can sense an unfathomable strength. She's quite beautiful. Ito was surprised, Ammon felt her strength, and Nils expressed his candid feelings. Remember the vampire subjugation in Kona village? At that time, the hidden temple collapsed. Oh, the person who floated in the sky came out, Rio explained, and Ito recalled. Room 10 had also been there. She came all the way to this dark continent. Demons are amazing, Nils and Ito were astonished. But why? Rio muttered with a frown. Abel understood Rio's question. Why is she acting as a representative of the eastern provinces? They had discussed it at the dining place, but he felt that she didn't seem like the type to be involved in wars or the survival of nations. Abel, in this situation, is it okay to ask her directly? Well, I don't know about that. Even Abel was bewildered by Rio's straightforward question. Hearing that response, Rio headed toward the leaders who were still discussing. Excuse me for interrupting, Lord Ramen Fess. Oh, Duke Rondo, what is it? I have something to ask, so may I go directly to Lord Kinmi and inquire? Is there a problem regarding the etiquette of dueling? Well, I didn't think there was anything particular about that. I suppose if you go with a military envoy. Of course, if the opponent, Lord Kinmi, refuses, then that's another matter. If she says she doesn't want to talk, I will come back immediately. Rio said this, bowed, and decided to walk toward the Bardil Principality side with the military envoy. Abel and Scotty followed behind him. The three from Room 10 also tried to join, but Abel stopped them. Having too many people wouldn't be good. It seemed the three were visible from the Bardil Principality side as they approached. There was movement. Kinmi, standing up front, must have confirmed Rio's approach. She raised one hand. In response, Rio raised his right hand as well. Seeing that, the tension on the Bardil Principality side was eased. At the same time, they noticed Rio and Abel approaching. That's from Hoskina. They fought a demon. Duke Rondo, King Abel is also here. To think the two of you were in the Western Nations Federation city. Could it be that you two are enemies? Such conversations reached Rio's ears as he approached Kinmi. Long time no see, Lord Kinmi. Yes, it has been a while, Rio-son. Kinmi smiled, the same smile as before, however her tone seemed slightly lower. The reason I came is that I wanted to know why you, Lord Kinmi, are acting as a representative and trying to fight a duel. Reason. Because Lord Battuzon asked me to. Is that something you can't refuse? Why should I refuse? I don't want you to be involved in this war. Rio expressed his feelings candidly. Of course, it wasn't logical. It was very emotional, but what was wrong with that? Expressing feelings and emotions honestly shouldn't be a bad thing. Rio-son, you are kind, Kinmi said with a smile. After tilting her head slightly, she continued. Do you remember my party, refreshing Five Peaks? Yes, of course. Their homeland is the eastern provinces, specifically the Bardil Principality. Yes, my family is also in the Bardil Principality. If I don't cooperate in this fight, my family will have a hard time. Humans tend to have such feelings, don't they? Kinmi's smile remained unchanged. There weren't any significant fluctuations in her emotions. She understood and accepted things as they were. If I can resolve the issue by fighting a little, then there's no reason not to fight, is there? I understand, but I don't want that. Oh, why not? For some reason. Oh, for the first time, Kinme's expression took on a hint of sadness. Perhaps it was because she could predict what would happen next. If I could take the life of Lord Ramen over there, it seems I wouldn't have to fight, but they say the ambush failed. Although Lord Ramen was supposed to be asleep for a long time, he is awake now. I just woke up Lord Ramen. Oh, really? Rio announced, and Kinme laughed again. I fought Garwin. Yes, I heard. It seems something incredible intervened. Kinme shrugged with a smile. The others, apart from Rio and Abel, wouldn't know the term demon, so no one had informed Kinme about it. Yet she seemed to have an understanding. That was, in a sense, like I fought as a representative for the Bardil Principality. I see. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. And yet, the Bardil Principality is waging war against the Western Nations Federation. It feels like my fight has been in vain. Rio honestly expressed his feelings here as well. People want to fight because there are too many of them. Huh. Long ago, vampires were similar. Yes, we Spellno also fought among ourselves when we were numerous. Therefore, it's inevitable for too many humans to fight. I will help a little for the sake of my party's family. That's quite blunt, Rio frowned. Isn't this war against the Western Nations Federation led by Lord Battuzon? I don't know much about that area, but I think that's probably the case. In that case, I will eliminate that person. I feel like me fighting Garwin was the cause of this war in the first place. That's complicated. You can't make everything move as you wish. What you think is good might make someone else unhappy. This might be one of those situations. In that case, I will take responsibility, Rio stated firmly. Of course that means you'll be fighting a duel with me, right? You won't back down, will you? Yes, as I said earlier, for the sake of my party members and their families, I can't back down. I can't afford to lose. Kinme's expression remained smiling, but Rio understood. If Rio stood before her, there would be no leniency. Back at the Western Nations Federation's camp, Rio went to Lord Ramen. Thank you, Lord Ramen. I was able to talk to Lord Kinme. I see, so you were acquainted. Yes, a bit, Rio answered honestly, nodding. So who will be the representative for the duel here? There's no decision yet. In other words, the conclusion we have is that whoever we send will lose. Lord Ramen answered Rio's question, and Chigoy nodded silently. If no one is available, would it be all right for me to step in as the representative? No, but Lord Ramen was taken aback by Rio's sudden proposal. Not out of arrogance or anything, but I believe I am the strongest among those present, Rio declared. Abel, who had been listening silently from behind, was astonished. This is the first time Rio has said something like that. Rio rarely claims he is strong. This isn't out of modesty. He knows many beings stronger than himself. The dragon, griffin, and behemoth in Duke Rondo's territory, and his master, the Dullahan. All of them are beings he couldn't defeat even if he stood on his head. So Rio doesn't think of himself as strong, nor does he make such claims. However, at this moment, he had to be chosen as the representative. Since the strong are chosen, he had no choice but to assert that. I've heard the bards sing of the song of Duke Rondo, even while I was asleep. If you have that level of strength, then I think that would be true, but that is a bard's song. Choosing based on that is, I can easily do that level of feat. Wasn't it one strike for 10,000 men? That level is simple for me. Actually, I should be telling you to leave it to me. Even for someone like me, I don't know if I can win against Lord Kinme. So I don't think anyone else can win against her. Still, the one with the highest chance is me. Rio looked directly at Lord Ramen and declared. Abel watched Rio's unusual passionate persuasion. All decisions are made by the Lord of the realm. As the Lord and King, Abel understands this. He could see that Lord Ramen was considering many things before making a decision. So he observed. Time passed in silence. 1 minute later. I understand. I will designate Duke Rondo as the representative, Lord Ramen said, looking at Rio. In his eyes, there was no longer any hesitation. He understood that a decision made with hesitation should never be made. If one is to decide, they must dispel any doubts. Once a decision is made, one must show a resolute stance. Thank you very much. Rio, having been appointed, bowed deeply. Duke Rondo seems to have some thoughts after winning. That's why you offered to be the representative for the duel. Yes, Rio was surprised. He hesitated to say what those thoughts were. No, there's no need to say, Lord Ramen interrupted. I appointed Duke Rondo, that's enough, thank you. Yes, I will do my best. The military envoy went to inform that Rio would be the representative for the duel. At the same time, the bustling atmosphere within the Western Nations Federation camp intensified. Meanwhile, will it be okay, Rio? Of course it won't be okay. Hey, but I don't think I'll die as long as I don't get my head cut off. For me, losing my head would be serious. Yeah, normally everything else is serious too. Abel shook his head slightly in his mind. Because I was fine even when my heart was pierced by Garwin. That's true. If you forcibly circulate the blood, most things can be handled. Ah, but the lungs are a no-go. If the lungs are crushed, that's bad. Is that so? If you can't carry oxygen on the red blood cells, then you won't be able to send oxygen throughout the body, which means all the cells in the body will die. So the lungs are a critical issue. I don't really get it, but be careful if the lungs are harmed. I'll have no choice but to use a water jet to cut open my chest and pour a potion directly into my lungs. I think I could manage with my special potion, though closing the chest would be a hassle. I see this is no longer a human battle. How rude! Putting forth your utmost effort for a goal is one of the most human acts of all. Probably. Yeah, probably. Rio grew angry and Abel let it slide. Of course, since this was a conversation through the echo of the soul, both Rio and Abel maintained serious expressions on the surface. You won't win unless you surpass your limits. Surpass my limits? Is that even possible? Well, I've never done it. Ah, yeah, me neither. Limits are typically something that cannot be surpassed. It's normal to never surpass them even once in a lifetime. When it comes to being asked to push beyond them, the possibility is infinitely close to zero. Yet even so, Rio proceeds. He directly confronted Lord Ramen to become the representative and fight. That resolve is extraordinary. Abel, I'm off. Yeah, go ahead. With that, they bump their right fists together. As the representative of the Western Nations Federation, Rio heads to the battlefield. Abel and Room 10 watch over him. Rio says he is far stronger than the demon Garwin. Huh! The three from Room 10 froze at Abel's words. Of course, the Room 10 members in the Western Nations had not participated in the demon war against Garwin and others. Even so, they had heard reports later that the royal army was significantly pushed back. They knew that the suddenly appearing Duke Rondo, in other words, Rio, had directly confronted Garwin and was gaining the upper hand, but ultimately, Rio and Abel vanished along with Garwin and the others. So all three knew that the demon Garwin was incredibly strong. However, the light blue-haired woman standing before Rio seemed to be even stronger than Garwin, supposedly. Next to Abel were Zack and Scotty. Stronger than that Garwin? That means an incomprehensible strength. Both Zack and Scotty frowned. They might have called her back as a countermeasure against Rio. A countermeasure against Rio? Lord Ramen must have understood that he was being sheltered. Naturally, he would have known about our docking here as well. I see. Scotty nodded at Abel's words. Bardil Principality knows that Rio Duke Rondo is strong, because Rio and the others fought against Garwin and the demons in front of the capital of Hacienda. They had witnessed it. If armies advance in the western continent, there's a possibility that Rio and the Natore Kingdom group are there. Perhaps they were considering that. No, that's right, Battuzon can see the future. Ah, I see. If they advance their armies, they can see that Duke Rondo will stand in their way. Abel recalled, and Scotty agreed. Having the ability to see the future is incredibly troublesome if you make it an enemy. Then does that mean they can see the outcome of this battle as well? Abel's murmur went unheard by anyone. Rio and Kinmi faced each other. And then the battle trumpet signifying the start of the fight echoed. I'm going, you won't have the luxury to do that. The moment Kinmi said that, I'm floating. Rio found his body levitating, bewildered. His confusion lasted only a moment. Gah! A stone spear pierced Rio's abdomen. Furthermore, stone spears pierced his legs, arms, shoulders, and his entire body. If you're floating, you can't do anything. If a person's feet aren't on the ground, they can't dodge the opponent's attacks. From the start, Rio-san had no chance of winning, Kinmi muttered. Water Attribute Mage Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc III will be released on July 15, 2025. Water Attribute Mage at Comic Volume 7 will be released on July 15, 2025. Water Attribute Mage Junior Library Volume 5 will be released on July 1, 2025. Part 3 Volume 2 will be released on June 20, and Part 3 Volume 3 will be released on July 15. The anime will start airing in July, so consecutive releases are planned to coincide. Finally, the first acrylic stand will be released on July 15, featuring Rio and Abel. Visit the special site, Book Special Site. The Naru version has also entered the final chapter of Part 4. It's quite a lot of work. Rio-san, you lost. Accept your defeat. Such were Kinmi's words, but they barely reached Rio's ears. I was wearing ice armor mist, and yet I was easily pierced. No, my robe was pierced in the first place. It should have repelled magic attacks. Does that mean it's all meaningless against Kinmi-san's magic? More importantly, I'm starting to feel dazed from the lack of blood. I can't move my body. At this rate, I won't be able to use the potion in my pocket. His body was pierced by stone spears, and he was losing a lot of blood. He understood his situation. Even that brought him some relief. If he understood the situation, solutions would come to mind. The ice container that holds the potion was created by me, which means I don't need to open it with my hands. I completely forgot about that. Right, and potions contain water. H2O, so perhaps as a water attribute mage, I can manipulate it freely. People tend to think more clearly when they are cornered. The stone spears piercing my body. I need to apply the potion after pulling them out. Pull them out. The ones near the surface can be severed, and the ones penetrating my body can be shattered and expelled with abrasive jet. I'm already controlling the blood that has flowed out, and the blood flowing inside me is also under control. All right, I'm ready, Rio nodded inwardly. Then he thought everything through. Sever the stone spears. Shatter the stone spears and expel them. Return the blood to the bloodstream. Control the potion. Stand up. He completed everything in an instant. Revival, Rio declared. Before him stood a slightly surprised Kinmi. As expected of Rio-san, but the problem isn't solved yet. Once again, Rio floated in the air. When a person's feet aren't on the ground, they can't dodge attacks. Well, that's how it is usually. Water jet thruster. He expelled water, dodging the stone spears that tried to skewer him. In his hand was Murakumo, which had formed a blade. Clang. Kinmi's barrier that she generated in front deflected Murakumo. Flying through the air by expelling water? That's amazing. Kinmi nodded as she watched Rio spouting water and floating in the air. And even after losing so much blood, your movements aren't sluggish. Wait, there's no blood spilling onto the ground, because I'm a water attribute mage. You can manipulate blood too. I've seen various water attribute mages, but none could do that. Other water attribute mages can't control their own blood. They shouldn't be able to, right? If they could manipulate the blood of their opponents. For example, they could make it pierce from within their bodies. No, that's difficult. I can only control the blood of those I've scrutinized multiple times. In other words, I can only manipulate the blood of those I've examined with magic before, but not of others. Really? You didn't have to be so honest and reveal your hand. Ah, Kinmi laughed, while Rio stared blankly, realizing he had made a total blunder. Yes, there was no need to teach her so naively. Just making her think there might be could have been a form of intimidation. That was a way to construct the fight. That was a blunder. Indeed, it was a blunder. Kinmi agreed with Rio's words. The next moment, Rio crouched instinctively, something swept across above his head. He realized that it was Kinmi, now behind him, swinging a sword she had pulled out from somewhere, only after escaping wide with the water jet thruster. I couldn't see the movement. No, it was beyond that level. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. This was not a fight within the speed realm Rio knew. I've fought demons and non-human beings, but this surpasses all of them. That was probably a perfect instantaneous teleportation. From space to space. Yes, I remember Marlinson, the red demon, using teleportation. I've experienced it a few times, but that was instantaneous transport, so it's appropriate to call it teleportation. Manipulating gravity and teleporting? That's really troublesome. Yes, Mr. Einstein said that gravity is a distortion of space, so it's understandable that the demons who can manipulate gravity are also skilled at interfering with space. Even so, among them, teleportation is the most profound. Looking at Rio-san's expression, you seem to understand what I'm doing, Kinmi said, holding the sword in her left hand. Teleportation. Instantaneous movement from space to space. I think I understand what happened, but I don't understand how you can do such a thing. How can I do it? Because I can manipulate gravity, I can interfere with space. I get that. But the principle behind it, why I can manipulate gravity, why is that possible? I don't know. Rio-san, you have a strange question. Is it strange? Yeah, it's because I can do it. Ah, yes, that's true. It's the same answer as the geniuses. Rio shook his head slightly. Yes, those who can do something don't think about why they can do it. They can do it because they can. They can do it because they can. How did they become able to do it? They don't know, they just did it. They have no interest in the reason. Even if they explain it later, it won't be the correct answer. They just created a plausible explanation to convey it to others. The truth is, I did it. I don't know the reason. Well, even if Rio-san didn't circle behind me, stopping me directly would have the same effect. The moment Kinmi said that, I can't move, Rio found himself unable to move in midair. No matter how much he increased the output of the water jet thruster, he couldn't move. The same effect as what Garwin and Marlinson did with the gravity rod. Gravity rod? Oh, right, those two aren't good at that kind of thing. If they practiced properly, they wouldn't need those needles. They aren't good at that? Rio frowned clearly. Rio-san, give up and surrender. You cannot break this. What if I say I won't surrender? I could tear your body apart just like this, Kinmi said with a slightly lonely expression. When it was the gravity rod, I managed to escape by breaking the rod. But this, Kinmi-san's gravity is directly binding me. That's right, there's no rod to break. Rio frowned deeply. In any story, gravity manipulators are troublesome enemies. Ryo thought. He could only think. To break such a powerful technique from someone stronger than himself, he couldn't do it head-on. Only by thinking could he see the possibility of breaking through the unfavorable situation. From a physical standpoint, gravity arises from mass. This means that if there's a massive mass, I might be able to make Kinmi-san lose her gravity control, Ryo pondered. The only way Ryo could counter Kinmi was with his knowledge of theoretical physics. From there, he could apply it to magic. I can't handle gravity directly like a demon. As a water attribute mage, what I can handle is water. Only H2O, but conversely, if it's water, I should be able to do anything. To be honest, preparing an immense mass isn't difficult. Probably, he just needs to generate water or ice, more than the size of this planet. Of course, if he maintained something like that on the planet for a long time, it would disrupt the planet's orbit. Probably, in fact, if he generated more than the size of the planet, it would be a huge problem. The mass is large, but the volume is small. It would be problematic if it couldn't fit on the planet. So what he needed to prepare was water or ice in a compressed state. If this were Earth, he would apply external pressure to compress the water. However, this is Phi, and Ryo is a water attribute mage. I'm imagining compressing the water itself. I'll start by sticking 2 water molecules together and trying it out. He imagined slamming cotton candy held in both hands together and compressing it tightly. Compress, compress, compress. Imagining the distance between water molecules shortening. Compress, 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 imagining the distance between hydrogen and oxygen atoms that make up the water molecules narrowing. Compress, compress, compress. The atoms themselves are shrinking, atoms which are 100% space, so it should be possible, and further compressing. Imagining the distance between atomic nuclei at the center of the atom shrinking. This part had been technologically achieved even on 21st century Earth. But it's still not enough. Beyond this, human technology couldn't achieve it due to the strengthening of nuclear force. Yes, the 4 fundamental forces in physics always come up. Gravity, electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force. The strong force is the nuclear force. Since it's the force between atomic nuclei, it's called nuclear force. This is stronger than electromagnetic force, hence called strong force. But don't get it wrong, the goal isn't to compress. The goal is to combine a lot of water and make it exist as a massive mass capable of breaking through Kinmi's gravity manipulation. The gravity that arises from that gigantic mass is what's needed. Because the planet is too small to sustain such immense mass, he's just compressing it. Compress, compress, combining the newly generated water and compressing further. Finally, the hydrogen nuclei that made up the water begin to fuse, starting to become helium nuclei. However, a problem arose here. Since helium is not water, Ryo, being a water attribute mage, cannot control it. There's no way there's such a trap, Ryo muttered. What if he couldn't control it directly? He would wrap it with something he could control, highly compressed water. Furthermore, he would generate static electricity by rubbing the ice. Recreating the phenomenon of lightning generation occurring within thunderclouds, the electricity created, surrounding it with plasma. A simple nuclear fusion reactor. If nuclear fusion occurs, does mass decrease? That's not good. I need massive mass. He wouldn't let nuclear fusion happen. He would keep the pressure as is and lower the temperature. Imagining stopping molecular vibrations, he remembered making an ice lens when he first came to Phi. Thinking back, that was nostalgic. By this point, even Kinmi could clearly see the assembly of water, or rather, whether it can be called water is up for debate. Ryo-san, what are you trying to do? Everything I've done until now at maximum speed, the rapidly increasing water, or rather ice. Or rather, the mass that includes the fused atomic nuclei, can it be called ice? A rapid expansion. Immense mass. As the mass increases, gravity strengthens. That mass began to fly. It spun around Ryo at high speed, as if cutting the chains binding him. I will sever the chains of gravity. Normally, nothing would happen by colliding gravity with gravity. But this time, it was the gravity controlled by Kinmi. Ryo thought he could cut the line necessary for gravity manipulation between Kinmi and the target. If it was too strong, it would suck his body in like a black hole, but this shouldn't go that far. The effect is, snap, 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 the sound of lines breaking. All right, I'm able to move again, Ryo regained his freedom. Foolish, Kinmi muttered in disbelief. The expression on Ryo's face, as well as that of the 4 from the refreshing 5 peaks, was something Kinmi had never seen before. Even the Dragon King couldn't break free. Looking at Ryo, who could now move, Kinmi shook her head slightly. Dragons could be considered the greatest nemesis to demons. If even the Dragon King, their leader, couldn't be defeated, despite that, it seemed quite shocking to Kinmi that a human like Ryo had managed to do it. Knowledge is power. Turning back, Ryo declared with a smug smile, it was a solution born from knowing the relationship between gravity and mass. In a world without Einstein-sensei, it seems gravitational research hasn't progressed much. Einstein, the physicist Ryo respected. Of course, the formula E equals mc2 that expresses the relationship between energy and mass, as well as the connection between gravity and mass, was attributed to Einstein. I believe that person is a singularity in the history of physics. The more one learns, the more bizarre it becomes, especially Einstein's research on gravity, which has not been continued through generations. Although it seems likely that a formula could be created to unify the other three forces, electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force, gravity seems impossible to incorporate. That sense of hopelessness is almost like a final boss. Thus, Ryo shook his head slightly, remembering that they were still in the midst of battle. To be honest, I'm surprised, Kinmi said with a serious expression. In terms of magic, no, in understanding magic, Ryo-san might be above me. Ah, it's not that impressive. Ryo felt flustered, interpreting Kinmi's words as praise. If a nuclear fusion explosion were to happen, this area would get blown away, so I made sure that wouldn't happen. I don't understand what you mean, but I'll admit it's amazing. Kinmi nodded. Then she said something Ryo hadn't anticipated. Enchant, eh? It was right after Ryo was surprised. His chest was sliced open in a straight line. It wasn't a matter of not seeing the sword flash or the movement of the body. It was beyond that level. Faster than Sira's wind attire, Ryo couldn't keep up with the sudden transition from silence to movement. Moreover, my robe has been torn. The stone spear that struck both of his shoulders a bit earlier had also pierced through his robe. With Kinma-san's attack, even the robe I received from my master has been punctured and torn. Ryo muttered. Nevertheless, his robe had an automatic repair function. Seeing it repair itself, Ryo felt relieved. He didn't want to see his favorite robe getting torn to shreds. Of course, the wounds on Ryo's body wouldn't heal automatically. Using wind attribute magic to increase speed, applying enchantments, and fighting with a sword. Do you have experience fighting an opponent like that, Ryo-san? Kinmi said this, then disappeared from in front of Ryo, appearing behind him, delivering a strike to his back. She immediately returned to her original position. Even momentary movement. Quickly using water attribute magic to heal the wound on his back, he connected the severed blood vessels with a membrane of water and ice. At least the bleeding would stop. Maybe she's more troublesome than magic, Ryo sighed, grimacing. The sword fight continued. With every passing moment, Ryo's wounds increased. Even though the robe was damaged, it would repair itself. Conversely, this made Ryo's increasing wounds stand out even more. Of course, the reason for the increasing wounds was that he was avoiding decisive blows. If he were to take one, he wouldn't be able to continue the fight. I'll avoid that at all costs. Ryo himself thought that some minor wounds were unavoidable. He couldn't keep up with Kinmi's speed. He was mostly relying on instinct to dodge the decisive blows. That was about all he could do. He knew it wouldn't be very effective, but he was wearing ice armor. Of course, if Kinmi's attack hit, it would pierce through, and the attack would reach Ryo's body. Still, if 100 damage became 99, it was better to wear it. That reduced damage of 1 might keep Ryo from dying. If 1 accumulates, it might become a significant number. A pile of dust makes a mountain, or rather, he who laughs at a coin will cry over a coin. Even small things start with 1 step. Ryo murmured, reminding himself. It was unclear if Kinmi, who was attacking Ryo with her sword in front of him, could hear him. Her expression had not changed since transitioning to close combat. However, Ryo noticed that Kinmi's cheeks were just slightly tinted with redness. He knew what that redness was. Not to say she's a battle maniac, but she's getting excited from the fight. Although she seems kind, and she actually is kind, she's still a demon. Perhaps deep within her there's that kind of nature, Ryo thought. He thought that, but he certainly wouldn't voice it out loud to confirm it directly. There's a chance I could get scolded. He chose to avoid danger. I'm getting a bit heated. So when Kinmi suddenly said that, Ryo was a bit surprised. I don't really like fighting that much, but fighting with you, Ryo-san, is a little fun. Ryo was left speechless. This was not a good sign. In the past, a demon who said something similar had kept trying to fight him whenever she saw him. If Kinmi turned out like that too, I don't like fighting either. Really, but the corners of your mouth are upturned. Having that expression while getting hurt and being on the defensive isn't normal, is it? It's just my imagination. No, Kinma-san must be mistaken. I understand. I'll let it go as that. Kinmi smiled briefly and then increased her speed. Gah. Unable to withstand another series of strikes, Ryo suffered significant damage. I feel like I'm losing my grip. I'll try to avoid killing you as much as possible, but if I end up killing you, I'm sorry. Please don't just try to avoid it. Make sure you don't kill me. If you surrender now, I definitely won't kill you. That's not possible, Ryo resisted. He had a purpose. He had an idea to solve the entire problem at hand. To achieve that, he had to defeat Kinmi. He had to show he could win against this overwhelmingly strong Kinmi. He hadn't even managed to graze her with Murakumo yet. I can't win with a sword, Ryo acknowledged. Regardless of strength or technique, the speed difference was too great. Of course, Kinmi's strength and technique were not overwhelmingly inferior to Ryo's. After all, Kinmi was a demon. Her physical strength was vastly superior to a human's. Moreover, despite saying, "I don't like fighting," her swordsmanship wasn't weak. "Why are you skilled with a sword if you don't like fighting?" "Back in the day, yes, a long time ago, I was terrible with magic. So I had to protect myself with a sword, that's all there is to it." "Is that so? Even now when I fight, those sad memories from back then resurface, or so I thought." "You thought? Fighting with you, Ryo-san, is a little fun." "That is a bad sign," Ryo frowned deeply. Indeed, it was a bad sign. If she continued to seek out battles every time she met Ryo in the future, that would be unbearable. Ryo's options were limited. In that, the most effective thing to do now was to think. After all, that was all he could do. First, he needed to accurately assess the current situation. Kinma-san is a demon. Being a demon, her strength is higher than Sira's. Her speed is greater than Sira's wind attire. As for technique, it's lower than Sira's. Ryo compared her to Sira, the strongest sword wielder he knew. The troublesome aspect was indeed her speed. She claimed her technique was lower than Sira's, but Sira was a swordsman with extraordinary skill. Just because Kinmi was below that didn't mean it would be an easy victory. However, even so, if there was an opportunity to exploit, it was only in the technique area. But Kinmi likely understood that as well. She frequently attacked after circling behind Ryo, using her speed. Attacks from behind were troublesome. Most importantly, it was difficult to counter. That was where Ryo's breakthrough would lie. Moreover, Ryo's ironclad defense was also easy to break. Humans have a body structure that makes it difficult to respond to attacks from behind. Kinmi understood that too. Then can I make use of that? Ryo thought. The direction of attacks can be limited. When attacking, the feet must stop. The attacks are carried out with a sword for now. The principles remain unchanged. The timing of the attack presents the biggest opening. Responding with a counterattack at that moment would be a counterattack. A counterattack that aligns with the opponent's attack can be executed if one knows the attack location and timing. If he were to do it, it would be better to do so quickly. As Ryo's body was already quite injured, engaging in close quarters sword fighting, Ryo swung his sword horizontally, and just as Kinmi disappeared from view, this is it. Ice Path Kinmi, who had circled behind Ryo, lost her footing. Water jet thruster in that moment, Ryo executed a 180-degree spin. By the time Kinmi regained her footing, he was already in front of her. Clang, Kinmi's sword flew away. Murakumo was pressed against her throat. "Kinma-san, I've won." "I admit it, Ryo-san has won." Compared to the rough battle until then, this ended rather simply. However, for Ryo, the real challenge began here. He strode towards the Bardil Principality army. As he approached, "From this moment, my Duke Rondo's territory will be separating from the Natore kingdom," Ryo declared. Without skipping a beat, downpour ice coffin, he froze Chief Battuzon, who was in the Bardil Principality army. To the high-ranking officials of the Bardil Principality who were too stunned to move, he said, "Please inform His Highness Prince Zorn. Until your ascension, Chief Battuzon will be respectfully held." No one said anything. They couldn't say anything. They couldn't keep up with the change in the situation. A golem made of ice appeared beside Ryo. It was wearing a top hat and holding an ice board. "I'm leaving Assault Explorer number 3 with you. If you write something on this ice board, it will reach me." Ryo pointed at the ice board the explorer was holding. After the battle with the Dragon King Blan, he had made improvements to the ice board. "It goes without saying, but if anything happens to him, I will freeze not only Chief Battuzon but the entire Bardil Principality, so keep that in mind." Since there was no reaction, Ryo spoke firmly. "Is that understood?" This time, several people nodded repeatedly. It seemed more people were coming back to their senses than before. "Once all preparations are complete, please contact me through Explorer number 3. At that time, we can discuss what to do with the former chief, whether to have him live in seclusion within the country or in another country," Ryo stated clearly. In other words, he was telling them that during the time they were holding Battuzon, Prince Zorn should take control of all power in the Bardil Principality. It was a kind of incitement to a coup d'etat. Just like Taikda Shinjin took over his father Nobutora's domain this time, Ryo was assisting with that. To gain this right, he had to demonstrate the power to hold onto Battuzon. If he shows force, things will fall into place. That is the essence of diplomacy and the essence of all negotiations. Whether between individuals, organizations, or nations, the essence does not change. No one listens to the words of those without power, And I will also be taking care of the individuals from the refreshing 5 peaks. After all, returning to the Bardel Principality in this situation would only lead to more chaos. If Rio took them as prisoners, their families wouldn't be harmed. On the contrary, it goes without saying, but if any harm comes to their families, I will freeze the entire Bardel Principality. Is that understood? When Rio spoke, most of the high-ranking officials nodded. It seemed that more had regained their senses compared to earlier. Thus, Rio's communication to the Bardel Principality came to an end. The ice path sat down a little away from the Bardel Principality army, along with the frozen chief Battuzon. Rio-san became the representative for the duel for this reason. Yes, I'm sorry, Kinma-san. Huh. Why are you apologizing? I could only think of this method. Maybe there were smarter ways that wouldn't hurt anyone. Yes, there may have been, but I couldn't think of any other methods either. Kinmi smiled and shook her head slightly. And because you didn't go all out, we were able to achieve this result. I don't understand what you mean, Kinmi replied with a laugh. Rio understood. While Kinmi executed fierce attacks, she never aimed for Rio's vital points. She didn't try to decapitate him or pierce his heart. Though she wanted to win, she had absolutely no intention of killing Rio. Even while saying she might kill him, she never performed those kinds of attacks. That's why Rio was able to win. Perhaps even the last ice path that disturbed her stance was intentional. He almost felt that way. Kinmi looked at her party members. It seems our members aren't particularly dissatisfied. Rio-san, no, I think Duke Rondo strongly assured them, so maybe our families will be all right. My family, too. Though they are just a branch of the chief family, I feel that if we handle it well, our relationship with Duke Rondo might allow us to ascend to an important position in the government. Gyudi said thoughtfully, and Patris nodded several times in agreement. The yellow-haired Toko and the white-haired Mao silently nodded as well. It seemed Rio's actions were generally supported by the refreshing 5 peaks. The problem lay with the former suzerain king of Duke Rondo's territory. Abel had also arrived at the scene. Rio's declaration and subsequent words had been heard clearly by Abel. Duke Rondo's territory is independent. What is that? Is it to avoid causing trouble for the Natore kingdom or something like that? Yes, it would be troublesome if the relationship between the kingdom and the Bardel Principality worsens, right? Rio answered Abel's inquiry. However, Abel firmly stated with a resolute expression, "No problem, the kingdom won't be shaken by this degree of disturbance, and as king, I will support Duke Rondo's actions." Abel, that said, now that they have separated, please remain as you are for a while. Huh, Rio tilted his head at Abel's words. Abel turned towards the delayed arrivals from France and the Western Nations Federation. Among them was the head of state Ramen. Duke Rondo's territory has separated from our Natore kingdom. However, the Duke's victory as the representative of the Western Nations Federation in the duel means the Eastern Province's army will withdraw from the territory of the Western Nations Federation. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Ramen nodded in confirmation to Abel. And then he confirmed the future actions as well. The Western Nations Federation will formally call for a ceasefire negotiation with the Eastern Provinces. The counterpart will be Crown Prince Zorn. Yes, that sounds good. Since Chief Battuzon is currently a prisoner of a third party, we cannot negotiate. It can't be helped. Abel was brazen in this regard. Once we establish a ceasefire negotiation and return the chief, the power of Crown Prince Zorn, who has achieved all that, will also grow. That's true. Compared to the chief, the Crown Prince makes much more sense. Yes, I agree with that. Chief Battuzon is a very capable individual, but he is simply too power-hungry. Ramen said with a wry smile and looked at the frozen Chief Battuzon beside him. He is still alive, right? Yes, he is alive, Ramen asked, and Rio confidently answered. He had many thoughts regarding the negotiation process and the battle with Kinmi that led up to it, but he could confidently answer that the frozen Chief Battuzon was indeed alive. When negotiating with the Bardel Principality, we should actively target Crown Prince Zorn. This way, we can show the surrounding nations that he is recognized as the chief representative. Yes, that sounds good, Pope Graham suggested, and Abel nodded. Ramen also silently nodded. The fact that surrounding nations would first recognize Crown Prince Zorn's power and authority rather than the Bardel Principality itself would have a significant effect as external pressure on the Principality. This is diplomacy and unseen interference in domestic affairs. Terrifying, Rio, an ordinary citizen, murmured as he listened to the discussions of the various national leaders as they steadily filled in the outer moat. As a result of various negotiations, the refreshing 5 peaks remained within the Western Nations Federation. Under the name of the Federation's head Ramen complete safety was guaranteed. And the other party involved, the chief of the Bardel Principality. Chief Battuzon was placed aboard the Skizblaznil vessel while still frozen. The French fleet, including the Skizblaznil vessel, was heading south towards the Dark Continent. The objective was to retrieve Baron Hagen Bender of the Debuhi Empire and to subjugate Grand Duke Rosniak Zoltan, the vampire. For that reason, it would be best to leave Chief Battuzon in some town, but there's no guarantee that the eastern provinces wouldn't raid any town where he was left to retrieve the chief. Of course, even if they did retrieve him, they couldn't thaw him, but they probably didn't know that. That's why he was placed aboard the Skizblaznil vessel. In the worst-case scenario, they would end up taking him all the way to the southern continent. Duke Rondo's territory will be named the Duchy of Rondo, the Lord of the Realm, Rio declared. Oh, the voice came from the 3 members of Room 10. The Duchy of Rondo will temporarily release Mr. Battuzon from the ice at the request of our ally, the Natore Kingdom. 2 days into the southbound voyage, Battuzon was released from the ice. The kingdom hasn't even considered whether to form an alliance with the duchy, you know. Wait, Abel, what are you saying? It's true that they haven't considered it, but it's obvious that forming an alliance would be beneficial. The duchy is a neighboring country to the kingdom. It would be better to establish friendly relations. Is that so? If that's the case, we should request deployment from the neighbors living in the duchy and demonstrate our strength by attacking the kingdom. We'll make them say they want to form an alliance with us. No, please do not attack the kingdom to form an alliance. It would have been better if you had just said that from the start. Abel sighed and Rio nodded in acceptance. The 3 from Room 10 observed the scene. Negotiations between countries are amazing, aren't they? The neighbors must be really strong, huh? This is not what I expected negotiations to be like. Ammon was surprised. Ito pondered about the unseen neighbors, and Nils shook his head slightly. In any case, Battuzon was able to emerge from the ice. You must have been able to hear the negotiations even while frozen, right? Abel called out. Was that a negotiation? Battuzon retorted sarcastically. The negotiation that the 2 were discussing was in regard to the matter Rio communicated to the eastern provinces' side. It certainly was not a negotiation between any kingdom and the newly formed duchy. It was Rio's unilateral notification to the Bardil Principality. Indeed, calling that a negotiation might carry some misinterpretation. However, it is common sense in negotiations for the stronger party to set the conditions. Considering that Rio demonstrated the strongest power at that scene, it is also true that Rio was able to impose any condition he desired. Do not think that just because you have excluded me, you can manipulate Zorn as you wish. I don't think that at all. Rather, I hope Crown Prince Zorn firmly holds the power of the Bardil Principality and the eastern provinces. This is not just my thought. The Federation's Ramen Fess feels the same way. What? Battuzon cast a suspicious glance at Abel's words. Chief Battuzon, I believe Crown Prince Zorn is a better candidate for the throne than you, a larger vessel. Why did you allow the eastern provinces to advance westward? What do you think about that fundamental aspect? Isn't it natural for a ruler to want to strengthen their country? I do not deny that, but the problem lies in what you mean by strengthening. Don't understand what you mean. Battuzon frowned at Abel's words. Expanding territory, increasing troops. Indeed, that is a form of strengthening, but does that truly mean the country has become stronger? Not strong. Indeed, not strong. Because it brings us back to the age-old question that rulers have always asked, what is a country? I believe a country is its people. In front of a speechless Battuzon, Abel stated clearly. Therefore, to strengthen the country means to strengthen the people. I think that means strengthening the hearts of the people. The hearts of the people? Battuzon merely repeated Abel's words. That was evidence that he was currently contemplating. Abel confirmed this and asked, when you wish to strengthen your heart, what do you do, my heart? Do you just sit there and do nothing? Waiting passively for someone to do something? No, that's not right. You think for yourself, act on your own, and achieve good results. You repeat that. No, you are independent now. Well, the Duke often says that by accumulating experiences of success, one strengthens their heart. In that case, wouldn't the hearts of the people also become strong in the same way? Abel was clearly advancing his argument. Of course, all of this must come from one's own thought, one's own action, and obtaining the results thereof. I don't think fruits handed conveniently by others can be called experiences of success. In other words, the people think, the people act, and the results they obtain. Yes, that's what I think. Of course, this does not mean you can neglect your responsibilities as a king. The king has roles that differ from those of the people, right? If either the people or the king slack off, the country will incline, and if either takes a wrong action, the country will perish. That's my thought. Abel stated firmly. No one questioned anything. No one answered anything. The shape of the country, the shape of the people, the shape of the ruler is different for each. After a while, Battuzon opened his mouth. not in opposition to Abel's thoughts from earlier, but in the form of a pure question. "Excuse me, Your Majesty Abel, are you all right being away from your state for so long?" "Huh. Are you asking if I won't be overthrown like you, Battuzon?" "Yes, well." When Abel returned the question in a direct manner, Battuzon couldn't help but frown a little. Rio knew. Abel's response was not intentional but a natural reaction. It wasn't that he had a bad personality. Rather, he unconsciously hurt others. "Rio, are you thinking something strange?" What are you talking about, Abel? I wish you'd stop being so suspicious of people." Rio averted his gaze, leading Abel to understand that he was indeed thinking something strange, but he didn't pursue it. Instead, he decided to respond to Battuzon's question. "I probably won't be overthrown." "Oh, well, even if I were, I wouldn't care." "Huh." Battuzon's voice was incredulous at Abel's words. People often make such sounds when they hear words they cannot comprehend. "If the people are happy, anyone can govern the country. That's what I think. Does that mean it's fine even if Your Majesty Abel or your children are not on the throne?" "Yes, I don't mind. Rather, isn't it more enjoyable to go on long journeys to foreign lands like this without caring about the throne?" "No, but—" Chief Battuzon frowned. He did not understand Abel's words. "Power is nothing but an empty thing. Recently, I have started to slowly resume my pursuit of the strength of the sword. Or rather, my personal strength. However, I particularly don't desire power." "Why is that?" "Why? Conversely, I will ask you, why does Chief Battuzon desire power? Well, isn't it to crush annoying rivals or to protect those you wish to protect? In short, isn't that what it is?" "Yes, well, that might be a summary of it." After a moment of thought, Battuzon nodded, affirming that it was indeed correct. He was not far off. "That could be done not with power, but with personal strength, right? Rather, wouldn't that be better? A power that cannot be taken away by anyone. Moreover, the more you train it, the stronger it becomes. The process of becoming stronger is enjoyable too. That's why I prefer that kind of strength. I possess power due to my position, but honestly I have no interest in it. I feel like I understand you a little better now." In response to Abel's words, Battuzon answered while contemplating, indicating that he could not fully accept it but had come to some understanding. A few days later, the French fleet, including the Skewers vessel, was descending further south along the western coast of the continent. To the left, the port town of Dazuru came into view. It was the town where Assault Explorer No. 3 had made his mark during the exploration of the ruins. This time, they would not stop and continued south. Rio thought nostalgically of Assault Explorer No. 3, who must be diligently working on the deck of the Skewers vessel sailing offshore. At that moment, a brief sense of weightlessness struck Rio. After that, the scenery before his eyes had drastically changed. It seemed that Rio, Abel, and all the crew members of the Skewers vessel had been transported, remaining in the same positions. Where had they been transported to? Somehow it felt like a familiar place. "Rio, look at this," the elder in formal attire called out as he stood on the railing of the Skewers vessel. "Huh, wait, is that—" the Dragon King. "No, Lord Blan." Indeed, the elder in formal attire was someone Rio recognized. The Dragon King Blan. "Ah, no wonder it looks familiar," Rio thought. Before him lay the depths of Dazuru right in front of the ruins. "What? You were planning to head south without even greeting me?" "Huh, no way. Did you purposely transport us because we intended to go south?" "That's right. I knew you were approaching from the north, so I was waiting for you. To think you would ignore me like this." "Well, it's not like we had made a promise." Rio spoke with a perplexed voice. "They hadn't brought any gifts either. I don't need such things." Rio made a common-sense excuse, but Blan brushed it off immediately. Perhaps Rio wasn't being forgetful. The Skewers vessel was still floating in the air. The crew members were surprised, moving only their eyes to look around. They weren't panicking or losing their composure. They were in a state before that. Their instinctive self-defense was at work, only moving their eyes to gather information, fearing that raising their voices or moving clumsily might threaten their lives. Not only the crew members, but Rio, Abel, and the 3 from Room 10 were in the same situation. Aside from Blan, only the 3 of them could move normally. Rio, Abel, and Captain Paulina. "Your Majesty, Your Grace, is this situation the result of your power?" Abel suddenly asked Blan, who stood at the ship's railing. Captain Paulina was also not entirely calm, but her sense of responsibility as a captain outweighed her surprise and fear, prompting her to inquire. "Ah, yes, I believe it is the power of Lord Blan over here." Rio nodded. I didn't see that woman the other day. Is she the captain of this ship?" "Yes, I am Captain Paulina. Humph, she carries herself with dignity but is not arrogant. Quite a good captain." Blan praised Paulina's demeanor. "It's not good for the ship to be above the sea. I will return you." As Blan said this, the Skewers vessel moved to the sea just outside Dazuru port. "Thank you very much." Paulina deeply bowed in gratitude. In response, Blan nodded with satisfaction. He must have found it surprising that the Skizblaz-Nil vessel suddenly disappeared from the fleet and reappeared off the coast of Dazuru. They could see the French fleet hastily changing its course to approach. Power that transcends human understanding confuses people. That can't be helped. It's power wielded by beings far beyond humans. It's not something humans can comprehend. Rio and Abel exchanged such words while watching the approaching French fleet. It seemed that it would still take some time for the French fleet to arrive. Thinking this, Rio looked toward Blan. Somehow it seemed like Blan wanted to talk. However, he wasn't trying to initiate a conversation. It felt like he was waiting to be addressed. "I have a question for Lord Blan." What is it? You may ask anything." Rio thought he saw a slight hint of happiness on Blan's face at his words. As the Dragon King, there may not be many who could engage him in conversation. "If possible, could you tell me about the strong beings on this dark continent, aside from you and the Vampire Grand Duke? Strong beings? You fought against the light blue Spellno the other day, did you not? The light blue one must be Kinme." "Is that so? I didn't know such a name. Well, fine." Despite tilting his head, Blan nodded. In truth, Rio didn't know Kinme's real name either, so it was understandable. "Anyone else? Well, there's another one, the Spellno." "Spellno. Aside from Kinme, another demon? Ah, Garwin, did he come about a year ago?" "No, that's not him. You're talking about some recent Spellno named Gar. Whatever, right, that's not it. This one has been living in the central part of the continent for a long time." "The central part of the continent?" Rio felt something click. Of course, he had never met them. Glancing at Abel, he saw Abel nodding with a frown. Yes, it was the being that had transported several dozen people, including the two of them, to the central region. The Spellno, in other words, the demon, was skilled at controlling gravity. Following Einstein's idea that gravity is a distortion of space, he might also be adept at teleportation magic. "We were transported to the central part of the continent not long ago," Rio said honestly. "Ah, that must be him. It seems he sometimes plays around by doing such things." "Plays around? Those who live a long time tend to find various ways to pass the time." "How annoying." Rio shook his head slightly at Blan's words. "I believe he was called Chernabog." "Chernabog? Compared to that Gar, whatever, isn't he dozens of times stronger?" "Dozens of times. Chernabog has long been targeting the floating continent as a plaything." "Huh!" Unexpected words suddenly surfaced, making it difficult for people to keep up with their understanding. Even for Rio, it was the same. "Are you referring to that floating continent, Lord Blan? I don't know which that you're talking about, but it refers to the islands floating in the sky." "Oh, really? Wait, islands. There are many floating, not just one. When I saw it, that was the case, but it might have decreased if they were sunk." After nodding several times, Blan looked directly at Rio. After sizing him up from top to bottom, he clearly stated, "Is the Vampire Grand Duke referred to as Zoltan?" "Yes. Both Zoltan and Chernabog are powerful." "Yes. Even the current Rio might not be able to win." "Yes. Are you still going to go?" "My friend was kidnapped by Zoltan. I will go to retrieve them," Rio stated clearly while looking into Blan's eyes. "I said it before as well, if my efforts can save someone, then it's not bad." "Ah, yes." When Blan said this, Rio felt a bit shy. Indeed, he thought he had murmured such words. "I think that spirit of not being bad is good. Thank you. Putting your life on the line for someone else is not something that can be done so easily." "Do your best." "Yes," Blan said with a slight smile, and Rio nodded firmly. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Could it be? That must be it. The chef must have made it at the captain's behest. Rio and Abel noticed it immediately. The three from room 10, though silent, nodded as well. And then, "Huh, is that a pleasant aroma I sense? Perhaps it's the dish the chef prepared to entertain Lord Blan, following Captain Paulina's instructions from earlier." "Ah, I see. I thought she was a good captain based on her earlier conduct, and my judgment was not mistaken." It seemed Paulina was receiving high praise from Blan. Then head chef Kobachi brought out a large platter. "Traditional dish from the Western nations, Karaj?" He seemed a bit nervous looking at Blan. "They say it's a tradition to serve it on this large platter for everyone to take and eat." Then let's dig in." As Rio explained, Blan replied, and a piece of Karaj floated through the air to Blan's mouth. "Munch, oh, this is delicious, isn't it?" Blan praised it wholeheartedly, and Rio nodded with a smile. Head chef Kobachi, who had been watching Blan, clearly showed relief, and Captain Paulina, who had been watching from behind, was smiling too. Though they both didn't know much about Blan, they understood that he was a non-human being and overwhelmingly strong compared to humans. This was something everyone present understood. Given that Blan's presence was so overwhelming, it was only natural to feel relieved when recognized and pleased. "We've prepared plenty, so everyone should eat a lot." "It's a Karaj party?" Head chef Kobachi exclaimed with a wonderful phrase, and Rio nodded. Blan was already bringing a second piece to his mouth, repeatedly praising it. It seemed he had become utterly captivated by the carriage. "We did it, Abel. It has been proven that gastronomic diplomacy is effective even against great beings." "Yeah, cooking is amazing." Rio and Abel watched Blan enjoying his meal, and the three from room 10 who had begun to eat around him. The four of them were eating deliciously, occasionally chatting with smiles. The three from room 10 had just been overwhelmed by Blan's presence moments ago. Now they were conversing joyfully. "Delicious food is incredible." "Absolutely, I completely agree." Abel nodded, and Rio also nodded in agreement. By the way, earlier, for some reason, the name of the floating continent came up. "Ah, the Dragon King, the Vampire Grand Duke, a demon far stronger than Garwin, and now the floating continent. Indeed, this dark continent has all sorts of things." "Abel, please don't say something like, 'The key to world domination is on the dark continent. My Natore kingdom will invade the entire land and use it as a stepping stone to world domination.'" "Of course I wouldn't say that. What kind of dangerous image of a king is that?" Rio provoked Abel, who firmly rejected the notion. "I know that you took explosive flames and your wife out to the dark continent to take advantage of the chaos and end lives, right? As expected of the king of intrigue and stratagem, Abel." "Absolutely not. I would never do that. If I did something like that and it got out later, the Central Nations would be in serious trouble." "I see, so you plan to ensure it never gets out." "Yes, I'm telling you I absolutely won't do it." Rio made a mischievous face, continuing to provoke Abel, who once again refused. Of course, Rio knew that Abel would never do something like that, which is why he was saying it. After a while, a responsible person from the French fleet that had joined them arrived. In other words, it was Pope Graham. "Your Holiness Abel." "Ah, it seems I've worried you, Your Holiness. I apologize." The Skizblasnil vessel had suddenly disappeared and then reappeared, which was not a normal occurrence. Understanding that it was unusual, the Pope himself came to confirm the situation. "I was caught by a powerful person of high status." As Abel said this and looked toward Blan, Blan was already looking at Graham. Moreover, unusually, his eyes were wide open in surprise. "This is rare," Blan exclaimed in a small but astonished voice as he looked at Graham. Graham naturally understood who Blan was. "Being around Lord Rio really never gets boring. This person is probably one of the top figures, right? As expected of you, Graham, you understand." "Somewhat. In fact, that existence and name also appear in the history of the Western Church." "What? With Lord Blan?" "Oh," Rio's eyes widened in surprise at the proper nouns Graham mentioned. "I heard that Founder Nayu had interactions with you." It seemed Blan heard those words. "I remember, Nayu, those were, indeed, fun times." Even Blan smiled nostalgically. It seemed that even in the memories of the Dragon King, who lived for hundreds of thousands of years, that time remained as a vivid memory. Indeed, to actually meet someone who was only an existence in documents is a great honor. Truly, the ones I have met until now are on a different level. The only one who might compare would be someone named Leonor. She toyed with hero Ramen, but she might even surpass that. "Yes, yes, exactly." Rio nodded repeatedly at Graham's words. Yes, he was one of the Dragon Kings, positioned even above the strongest species, the dragons, alongside the demons like Leonor. Rio thought Graham's recognition was accurate. "To call him Founder Nayu means you are from the church, right?" "Yes, Lord Blan, I am Graham, having been granted the position of the 101st Pope." "The Pope? You? Oh. Well, this is surprising." Blan, the Dragon King, appeared quite surprised by Graham's self-introduction. He probably didn't understand why the Dragon King was surprised by him. Graham asked straightforwardly, "Is it that surprising? Am I somehow different? Well, there would be no one other than us who would notice you, so I wouldn't be surprised." "Yes, do you not understand what I'm talking about?" "Yes, I'm sorry, but I don't," Graham answered honestly. "I never expected to exist. However, is part of your memory restricted? That is quite some technology." Blan's muttering was too quiet for anyone present to hear. After that, a casual conversation about Founder Nayu blossomed between Graham and Blan. Perhaps because Graham was a person who excelled in research about Nayu within the Western Church and truly admired him. When he spoke of stories from within the church, Blan listened happily, as if it was new information to him. Needless to say, this was during the Karaj party. Finally, Blan made a surprising proposal. "As a reward for the rare stories, shall I send you as far as the southern part of the continent?" "Excuse me, shall I not send you? Are you saying you can transfer the entire fleet?" "Yes, wouldn't that be better?" Blan's suggestion. Rio instinctively began to nod and glanced at his superior Abel. Receiving that gaze, Abel nodded and looked at his companion Graham. Graham nodded back at Abel and Rio. With all approvals received, Rio answered. "Lord Blan, please." "Report from the flagship Archangel of the French fleet has just come in. The city ahead is said to be the city of Etosha. Captain Paulina reports to Abel. It looks like quite a large port, doesn't it? While it isn't as big as Newton Port, which thrived on the southeastern coast, it's said to be the largest port on the southwestern coast. Abel receives the information from the French fleet. As expected, there is no information regarding the southern dark continent on the Skizblasnil vessel. In fact, the Fundabi Kingdom fleet itself hardly possesses any information. Much of it was gathered earlier by Cardinal Adolfido of the Western Church, who had sent reports beforehand suggesting a stopover at Etosha and then proceeding overland. So that's why Graham answered Lord Bland with Etosha's offshore when asked about desired locations. That's right. Still, it really happened in an instant. Rio nods and Abel agrees. Indeed, the fleet was off the coast of Dazuru just an hour ago. They instantly teleported to the offshore of Etosha and are now heading towards the port. I heard from Graham before that there are quite a number of those beasts hanging around along the planned route on the western coast of this continent. Those beasts, our common enemy, the Kraken. Ah, Rio makes a face as if crushing a bitter bug while Abel chuckles. Rio hates the Kraken for sinking the Rondo-class first ship Rondo, but Abel honestly does not harbor such strong feelings. That said, he has had his share of troubles related to the Kraken during his previous adventure days, so he certainly does not have good feelings about it. So we just flew past that, huh? Teleportation is amazing. That's true, but the fact that they can teleport dozens of ships with hundreds of people and a large amount of supplies is incredible. Lord Bland. The Dragon King is amazing, Rio nods. By the way, I've also passed on Chief Battuzon to such a great person. Ah, once the southern part is taken care of, I'll swing by to pick him up. Rio and Abel silently thank Bland in their hearts. We're going to rescue Baron Hagen Benda of the Empire, but that man can also teleport. Well, that's the purpose, right? The vampire took him away for that reason, didn't he? During the War of Kingdom Liberation, Baron Benda teleported tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers. That's right. But I heard later that he was on the verge of death. Apparently, it was a teleportation that took a toll on his life. Teleportation is terrifying. Indeed, Abel says thoughtfully, and Rio nods with a serious expression. Baron Hagen Benda is certainly a figure that poses a threat to the kingdom. But at the same time, he is also Harg's son to Rio, a kindred spirit who loves cake and coffee at Café Roma. Rio would risk his life for a friend, so he wouldn't hesitate to risk his life for Harg's son. The party arrives. Etosha Port is the center of the independent Etosha Kingdom. Though small, it is a country with a long history. Graham says it's not a formal audience, but rather a meeting. That's why he asked me to come, so I'll be greeting them together. With that, Abel disembarks from the Skizblasnil vessel, protected by the Royal Knight Order. The remaining First Duke observes. Cuckoo, while Abel is away, what shall we do? Just then, a priest stands in their way. At the same time, swordsmen grasp Rio's arms, Nils on the right and Ammon on the left. Rio is perplexed. Your Majesty, Abel instructed that Rio must not be released into the city alone. What? So we're going to restrain you? I haven't done anything wrong yet. It's too late to say that after doing something bad. Rio shouts from the bottom of his heart, and Et responds with a wry smile. We were given a secret mission by your Majesty, so Rio, you need to help us. A secret mission, could it be? Yeah, exactly. As expected of Abel, you're going to find the delicious food and dining places of Etosha. That's not it. It's to check whether Matriro ore is being mined. Nils yells in frustration at Rio's perfectly misguided assumption. But as for Matriro, we already obtained Matriro ore from the Mafalda Republic. True. While it's a large amount, it's only temporary. They want to know if they can procure it in the future if needed. I see. Rio agrees with Nils' explanation. Indeed, the Matriro ore obtained from the Mafalda Republic is merely a temporary measure. After all, Matriro ore has stopped coming from its production site on the Dark Continent to the Western nations, so it cannot be considered a regular trade item. The 4 members of Room 10, including Rio, inform Zack, who is managing the remaining Royal Knight Order to guard Captain Paulina and the Skizblasnil vessel before heading into the city. Rio has too much of an appetite. Nils suddenly accuses me. Rio raises a protest. It's not sudden, it's about what happened just now. Why would your Majesty issue a secret mission to search for delicious food and dining places in Etosha? Isn't it obvious? It's because Abel is a swordsman. Swordsmen are obsessed with eating. Rio confidently responds to Nils' words for some reason. That's definitely a prejudice. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Nils replies, Prejudice. I mean, swordsmen are usually built well, right? They wouldn't get that big without eating a lot. Sure, many of the frontliners are built well and they eat a lot, but look at Ammon. Ammon isn't that big, Nils says, and Rio turns around to look at Ammon following behind. Indeed, Ammon does not have the size one might expect from a typical swordsman. While he has matured into an adult over these 3 years and has developed lean muscles, he is by no means small. Ammon gives a wry smile under the gaze of the two. Abel is the hungry swordsman, Nils is the mischievous swordsman, and Ammon is different from the two. I'm a more proper, orthodox swordsman. Again, Rio argues confidently. No, I'm definitely the orthodox one. With that swordsmanship, why yeah, my swordsmanship is self-taught, but body-wise, Ammon is on the slimmer side for a swordsman. But he's strong, right? Yeah, I'll admit that Ammon is strong. Nils nods vigorously at Rio's words. Though they are both swordsmen, or perhaps because they are swordsmen, Nils holds Ammon's strength in high regard. While he is also a B-class swordsman, he acknowledges that Ammon is stronger. This aspect showcases Nils' greatness of character. Nils, you should start buttering Ammon up from now on. Butter up, what do you mean by that? It means to give bribes or create a favorable impression of yourself. For what purpose? So that one day Nils won't be expelled from Room 10. I'm technically the leader of Room 10. That may only be a possibility in Nils' mind. When Rio says that, Nils frowns. Don't worry, Nils, you'll always be the leader of Room 10. Why, yeah, that's right, Ammon. I'm the leader, Ammon says from behind, and Nils goes along with it. Seeing Nils' quick reaction, it seems he was a little anxious. We were almost there. For some reason, Rio looks disappointed. It just revealed Ammon's honesty. Et laughs as she says this. Today, the four are spending their time peacefully. This is the place, the ore exchange that we received information about from France. Ito confirmed by reading the sign that was raised. Seeing this, Rio felt a question arise, so he directly asked, Ito, can you read Dark Continent language? Yes, Rio could read it because he studied it during the journey on the Skizblasnil vessel from the kingdom, but indeed, the sign read Ore Exchange. Yeah, I studied it while I was in the Western nations. As expected of a priest, Rio was impressed. However, I'm not the only one. Nils and Ammon can read it too. Huh, we can also have conversations. I've studied as well. Ito said something shocking, and Rio was surprised, while Nils and Ammon also said something unexpected. It seemed that all three in Room 10 could read and converse in Dark Continent language. Remember, at the Ascension ceremony, when we saved the 2 members of the escort party from the Dark Continent? Oh yeah, the ones we fought against the Templar Knight Order. Nils recalled and answered Rio's question. We couldn't speak back then, right? That's right, that made me want to study a little. Wanting to study? Rio was astonished. Seeing Rio's extremely surprised expression, Nils looked puzzled. What's wrong? What happened? No, it's just that I never thought I'd hear the words want to study come from Nils. Is that strange? Yes, it is strange. Rio nodded clearly. The idea of a swordsman wanting to study feels like two things that are worlds apart. What do you mean by that? Because, isn't it more strange to think that a swordsman wouldn't want to study? Huh, there's no profession or position where you don't need to study, right? What a fair argument. Nils said it as if it were obvious, and Rio accepted it while still surprised. Ito and Ammon, who were listening to their conversation, chuckled. It was the moment when the common sense that swordsmen are muscle-headed was overturned. At Rio's murmur, the 3 from Room 10 simply shook their heads slightly. The 4 passed through the door of the ore exchange. A bell jingled. It appeared to be a kind of giant warehouse. This is the place, right? Yeah, it should be here. The sign said so, and the place I asked about was here. There are no people or ores here. Rio tilted his head, Nils frowned, Ito tilted his head, and Ammon also tilted his head. The vast warehouse had no one in it and nothing inside. No, upon closer inspection, there were wooden frames, suggesting that ores had been arranged there before. After a while, a young man in his mid-20s came out through a door at the back of the warehouse. He ran towards them after confirming the 4. Ah, I'm sorry for the wait. Is there something you need? The young man's refreshing tone and expression contrasted starkly with the empty warehouse. Excuse me, we heard that this was an ore exchange. Yes, this is the Atosha ore exchange, that's correct. When Ito asked on behalf of the group, the young man nodded in response. We are representatives of the Fundebi Kingdom fleet that just docked. Oh, I thought so. It seems to be a topic of gossip at the harbor. I just heard that a great fleet arrived. It's related to the Western Church, right? Yes. Ito nodded at the young man's question. However, he seemed to have a slight doubt. You just said I thought so, right? No, it's just that your clothes are unfamiliar to me. I see. Ito understood. It was true that the young man's clothing looked lighter and thinner compared to what the 4 were wearing. Whether it was due to different weaving techniques or simply different fabric, we came here because we're considering purchasing material ore. I see, that makes sense. The young man nodded at Ito's words. However, the expression on his face darkened, which was evident to all 4. I'm very sorry, but for the past 2 years there has been no trading of material ore here. Oh, I thought so. On the contrary, there hasn't been any trading of ores recently. None of the ores are being traded? That's right. To be more precise, the mining has stopped. The young man shook his head slightly as he explained. All four had suspected this might be the case when they saw the state of the warehouse. However, when the person from the scene clearly stated it, the shock was immense. "Could you tell us the reason why mining has stopped?" "That's something I don't know," the young man replied, looking confused at Ito's question. "I was told that this is a public ore exchange run by the government. You don't know why the mining stopped?" "Yes. The only notice we received from the government was that mining has stopped. Of course, the director and others tried to negotiate directly with the higher-ups in the government. But it seems all the mining sites have been taken over." "What?" Ito tilted his head, unable to comprehend the young man's answer. Naturally, the three behind him also tilted their heads. He wasn't just talking about the Matriro or mining sites. He was saying that all the mining sites had been taken over. Could such a thing be possible? If ores aren't coming in, it must also affect the lives of the people, right? Yes, we have somehow managed by rationing our stockpiles, but in 2 months they will be completely depleted. Surely the Etosha government tried to reclaim the taken mining sites, right? Yes, they apparently did, and they failed. I've heard rumors that they did, the young man replied with a truly somber expression and voice. Indeed, the government wouldn't announce a failure in their attempt to reclaim them. Doing so would completely erode the trust the people had in the government. But eventually, the people will find out. Such things cannot be hidden forever. Specifically, how many mining sites have been taken? 40, including iron and copper. That many? Nils frowned even more at the young man's answer. Taking over 40 sites and maintaining that would require considerable military strength. That's certainly true. Ammon agreed with Rio's confirmation. It was clear that ordinary bandits or thieves couldn't manage that. Whether bandits or thieves existed in that region was a question worth considering. The young man said that he had shared all the information available to him, and the group left the exchange. "It can't be helped. Let's buy something delicious to eat while we head back to the ship." "Is that really the conclusion we should come to?" Rio suggested, and Nils tilted his head. "Previously, a person named Minnie from the 3rd Defense Squad in the city of Auge, who protected me, shared some great information." "Huh, he mentioned that there's a snack called crepe in the southern part of the continent. Is it that crepe?" "Yes, Nils, that crepe." Rio nodded firmly at Nils, who was astonished. Ito and Ammon, who were listening beside them, exchanged glances. Yes, the four present knew about the food called crepe that had spread even to the kingdom, or rather the empire. Its spread was oddly unnatural, but the fact that it existed in the southern dark continent was information that could not be overlooked. Minnie said that he used to live in the southern part of the continent and that there was a snack called crepe since ancient times. Is it really the same crepe we know? Yes, it's natural for Ito to wonder. But from what I heard, it was nearly the same. Nearly, it was more advanced than the crepes in the Central Nations. What? Ito was left speechless by the unbelievable information Rio provided. Next to him, Nils and Ammon exchanged glances again. "Regarding that combination of fresh cream and banana, I heard about a more advanced crepe than what I've named Diamond Blend for convenience." "Is that even possible?" "It is. Of course, there are various fruit combinations besides bananas, but there's something even more definitive. That is chocolate." "Chocolate?" That was a decisive word from Rio, but Ito tilted his head. The first to react was Ammon. "There's a place called Café de Chocolat, right?" "Exactly. To notice that you're amazing, Ammon," Rio nodded. "There was a café called Café de Chocolat in the kingdom. It was in the city of Run and also in the royal capital. In the royal capital's shop, Rio was a regular customer who escaped from Abel's clutches to enjoy cake and coffee. However, Café de Chocolat doesn't serve chocolate." "Is chocolate a food?" Ammon tilted his head. Indeed, Rio had never encountered chocolate in the Natore kingdom. He had first encountered it in the luxurious Inn Doge Pietro of the Mafalda Republic in the Western nations. Chocolate, also known as chocolate, is a tragic food that tried to cover all sweetness in pitch black and failed, instead being overtaken by sweetness. For some reason, Rio created a story about chocolate. Of course, it was made up. Is it delicious? Yes, of course. It's incredibly, incredibly sweet. "Oh," Rio gravely stated, and Nils nodded. "When you wrap it in a crepe with bananas and fresh cream, it becomes a devilish. No, an astonishingly sweet combination. Once you eat it, you'll want to eat it again and again." "That sounds great. I want to try it." "Right." Rio smiled at Nils's honest words. Ito and Ammon nodded silently. "All right, let's go find it." "Yes." At Nils's cheer, the three responded energetically. Thus, the starving four-person group changed their mission from looking for Matriro or to searching for crepes. While the hungry and mischievous swordsman Nils and the others were talking at the ore exchange, the important figures were in a meeting at the Etosha Royal Palace. The Kingdom of Etosha, King Finfi XV. This year marks the 10th year since he ascended to the throne at the young age of 25 after the sudden death of the previous king. The kingdom of Etosha has gone through numerous troubles both before and after he took the throne. Now they are facing the most serious crisis among them. Yet they must receive the Pope of the Western Church, whom they have only heard rumors about, and the king who is said to have come from the Central Nations, about which they have only heard stories. After a few greetings, Finfi spoke up. Then, Your Holiness the Pope, Your Majesty Abel, could you please tell us the reason for your visit to our Etosha? It was a reasonable question, and one could say Finfi made time to ask it. Yes, Your Majesty Finfi, actually it is to subjugate the vampires lurking in the southern part of this continent. Vampires? The king's reaction was anything but ordinary. It was quite intense. Naturally, both Graham and Abel found it suspicious. Your Majesty Finfi, what exactly is a vampire? No, Graham asked, and Finfi hesitated in his response. Graham's tone was not one of interrogation. However, that made it all the more irresistible. After a moment of hesitation, Finfi decided to answer honestly. It is a disgrace to the nation, so I do not want to speak too much about it. He began to explain that all 40 ore mining sites managed by the Kingdom of Etosha had been taken over. The content was the same as what the four in Room 10 had heard at the ore exchange, but there were additional details. That was, the ones occupying them are vampires. That is quite. Graham's eyes widened. Our country also mobilized troops to reclaim them, but we were all repelled. Against vampires, even a formidable army cannot fight. Finfi the king spoke regretfully, and Graham offered sympathetic words. Watching the two, Abel contemplated the information he had just heard. Vampires occupying mining sites? What for? Of course, he had never heard of such a thing. Not only had he never heard of it in reality, but also not in stories or legends. That said, vampires are not common in the Central Nations. The neighboring country of the kingdom, Twilight Land, has a different situation. However, that's right, there are situations similar to Twilight Land. It wouldn't be strange if there were vampires controlling the mining sites. He reached that conclusion. Perhaps the influence of the water attribute Mage, who is always nearby, has affected his thoughts. In fact, Abel is aware of it. If that water attribute Mage were here, he would likely exclaim in outrage, "Abel, you're making me out to be the villain again. This is what's called spreading rumors." Graham glanced at Abel briefly. Abel nodded without saying a word. He understood the nature of the look. What Graham was about to propose was not a bad thing for the Natore kingdom either. Your Majesty Finfi, as I mentioned earlier, our purpose is to subjugate the vampires. The ones occupying the mining sites are not the vampires we seek, but, here, he paused for a moment. Naturally, King Finfi leaned in, because he could not believe it. The vampires have been the ancient enemies of the Western Church. Moreover, they attacked the Holy See last year. It's only reasonable that we, even though we believe in different things from the people of Etosha, wish to help if our fellow humans are troubled by vampires. So that means, would you allow us to assist in subjugating the vampires occupying the mining sites? With pleading eyes from Finfi and Graham's proposal. He made sure not to appear condescending. At the same time, he also made sure not to seem overly pushy. Observing the delicate tone, timing, and balance of expressions, Abel couldn't help but admire inwardly. Graham, you're amazing. Having been raised as one of the princes, and having 3 years of practical experience as a king, he understood this indescribable moment. In a sense, this approach raises the probability of successful persuasion more than applying pressure. He realized that, I still can't achieve this perfect balance. Abel honestly admitted it. At the same time, almost unconsciously, he was learning from Graham's balance. This aspect would likely be what Rio calls Abel's genius. Finfi the king's answer was, of course, please, we would be grateful. For now, detailed discussions regarding cooperation would be held from tomorrow onward. In the meantime, the Etosha side would prepare the necessary materials. Therefore, the French fleet members were to return to their respective ships moored in the harbor. Along the way, Graham and Abel were talking. The offer to cooperate in the subjugation of the vampires earlier was based on the hope that we could obtain some information from the vampires operating in the southern part of the continent, correct? Yes, that is the biggest reason. The awakening of Grand Duke Rosniark Zoltan and the occupation of this mining site are too closely timed. While they may not be directly related, I can't believe that these vampires are unaware of Zoltan's awakening. Capture them and extract information. Abel nodded. Normally, capturing a vampire is nearly impossible, and even if one does, they likely wouldn't talk. However, the person walking beside Abel is a man renowned as a vampire hunter for the Western Church. Moreover, he is the former Inquisitor General. In a sense, he is the most appropriate expert for this matter. There is something Abel wants to ask such an expert about vampires. I've heard that all mining sites are occupied by vampires, but I've never encountered such a case. Is it actually common? Abel asked directly, No, in fact, I have never heard of such a thing either, Graham denied while shaking his head slightly. That said, he did add some clarification. Once when vampires flourished, it is said that there were many countries ruled by vampires. During that time, they likely controlled mining sites as well. Vampires flourishing, that's quite a long time ago, right? Yes. It was so long ago that even the exact date is unknown. However, the Zoltan in question is said to be one of the oldest vampires. There is even a possibility that he has been alive since that era. Seriously? Abel frowned clearly at Graham's words, which were delivered with a shrug. This is unwelcome information. Living a long time is equivalent to accumulating many experiences. Such an opponent would not fall to mere tricks. It would become a clash of strength against strength, and humans are more vulnerable than vampires. In terms of offensive power, defensive power, and durability, both mind and body, everything, vulnerable. The golems which France takes pride in will be our reliance. The maintenance is perfect. Abel expressed his overly honest hope, and Graham replied with a laugh. Yes, they are the trump card against vampires. Golems. The golems of the Fundabi kingdom, known to be the strongest among the advanced regions of the Western nations in golem development. As the highest authority of France, Pope Graham brought a large number of golems to the fleet. The opponent is not just any vampire. It is the former Duke, who claims he is now the Grand Duke, Rosniak Zoltan. Even Graham, who has defeated hundreds of vampires as a vampire hunter, has no combat experience against the vampire Duke. Moreover, this time, it is not just any vampire, but a Grand Duke that even the people of the Western Church are unaware of. Graham knew of the vampire Grand Duke due to exceptional reasons, but yes, even those in the core of the Western Church do not know about him. He does not appear in any literature. Such a vampire Grand Duke, who is not even a legend, is the opponent they face. No matter how much powerful military force they have, it is never enough. The real trump card seems to me to be someone like Lord Rio and not the golems. Graham's murmur was too quiet for even Abel walking beside him to hear. Like the Skizblaznil of the Natore kingdom, some ships are joining the Fundabi kingdom fleet, while others are joining in a borrowed capacity with the French vessels. They are from the Debuhi Empire, led by Duke Ruben Fiona, who is the daughter of former Emperor Rupert VI, and Count Ruska Oscar, a renowned blazing flame mage, along with 40 elite soldiers. Lady Fiona, we have received instructions from our homeland. Marie, Fiona's head maid and deputy, handed her a piece of paper. After reading it, Fiona frowned. Even though she had anticipated it, seeing it clearly designated as instructions didn't leave her feeling good. Just as I expected, the voice that spoke from behind was Oscar, who is also Fiona's husband. Yes, it concerns Baron Hagen Benda. Saying that, Fiona handed Oscar the instructions. In the event that he cannot be recovered, it states to take Baron Hagen's life. He was abducted during an assault on his quarters, and on top of that there's a death order. It adds insult to injury. It couldn't be helped that he was abducted. Still, it would result in losing a valuable asset of the Empire. Oscar shook his head slightly at Fiona's words. However, I understand. If Baron Hagen dies, the abilities will manifest in his child. His son back home will be able to use the magic of teleportation and infinite storage. Yes, however, the memories will not be inherited. Oscar's expression was as if he had chewed on a bitter insect. The abilities of teleportation and infinite storage held by Baron Hagen Benda have been passed down through generations. The principle remains unclear, but it manifests in the children when the predecessor dies. It is a kind of curse. However, there is a significant problem with this curse. That is, the memories of the predecessor are not passed down. The Benda family's teleportation allows the person to teleport to places they have previously visited. In other words, they cannot teleport to places they have never been to. Baron Hagen Benda could go between the Central Nations and the Western Nations because he had visited the Western Nations, but his son cannot because he has never been there. After all the trouble we went through to bring Baron Hagen to the Western Nations, it will all be in vain. It can't be helped, otherwise it would obstruct the actions of the Imperial Army. Both Oscar and Fiona understood. Baron Hagen Benda is a trump card for the entire Imperial Army. At the same time, he is also a significant weakness. From a military action perspective, the abilities of teleportation and infinite storage are incredibly valuable. It is said that they could match an army of 100,000. Naturally, one person alone can solve all supply issues. That such a person is currently not in the Empire and, moreover, is in the hands of vampires. Currently, the Empire does not plan to carry out a large-scale military operation, so visible breakdowns have not occurred. However, they cannot predict when or what might happen. The kingdoms and alliances adjacent to the Empire are definitely not weak nations. Individually, they may not match the Empire's military strength, but if the two countries join forces, they would far surpass the Empire. As is clear from history, there are no impossible alliances. It is common for enemies who were at each other's throats just yesterday to join hands against a larger threat. Of course, the government of the Empire prioritizes recovery. If that is impossible, then execution, Fiona murmured. I won't let that happen. Oscar, I will defeat the vampires and reclaim what was taken. That was Oscar's resolve. The regret of what was taken before his eyes. The humiliation of attacks that could not reach. After such an experience, my master's magical power will rise several notches, Fiona muttered inwardly. When Oscar experiences humiliating experiences and defeats, his magical power increases. This connects to the words once told to him by the kingdom's water attribute mage, Michael, that the key to magic is imagination. Oscar wields fire attribute magic, filled with flames of humiliation which connects to imagination. Unconsciously, he is practicing the key to magic is imagination. I will definitely reclaim it. It was yet another vow. Hargsun is an amazing person, Rio passionately asserts. He worked hard when the previous emperor told him to become a chamberlain, worked hard when told to go to the Western nations, and since King Rupert's return, he has been going back and forth between the Western nations and Central nations. Moreover, that transfer seems to cause health issues when moving such long distances, yet he never once complained, working diligently for the Empire and its citizens. When his child grows up, he has been working himself to the bone so that they can live happily as one of the citizens of the Empire in a better country. What supported him in that was the cake set from Café Roma. Even if the transfer is draining, just eating the cake and coffee there rejuvenates you. It's truly something wonderful. Before long, Rio's admiration for Baron Hagen-Benda shifted to admiration for Café Roma. Indeed, Café Roma is delicious. Nils agrees with that sentiment. It makes me very sad to think that Hargsun, who loves Café Roma so much, is being deprived of his cake and coffee while chained in the clutches of a vampire. Rio shakes his head repeatedly with a sorrowful expression. There is no lie in that feeling, however. It's just that the image of him holding crepes in both hands lacks persuasive power. Appearance and form are trivial. It's not about looks. What matters is the heart. Why, yeah, that's true. Nils ultimately accepts Rio's words. Certainly, just because Rio is holding crepes in both hands does not lessen the truth of his feelings about Harg's likely situation. From a third-party perspective, it's just that the attention inevitably goes to the crepes. The 4 members of Room 10, including Rio, found themselves returning to the Skizblasnil vessel in disappointment due to information obtained from the ore exchange. On the way back, they changed their mission. The new mission. Crepe exploration. This new mission was successful. In fact, they quickly found several crepe stores. From among them, Rio chose 3 that had tempting chocolate banana cream crepes. The 4 of them ate there and all felt they were delicious. At that moment, Rio made a decision. Let's buy 90 of them. Let's give them to the Royal Knights and the sailors. That sounds good, Ito agreed with Rio's thought. It was determined that buying 90 from a single store would be difficult, so they ordered 30 from each of the 3 stores. Those 90 crepes were stored in the cart following behind Rio. This time, unusually, it was a cart of ice, keeping the crepes cool. They sliced the rind thinly, but this isn't bad at all. I've heard this fruit is called momo, and it's delicious too. Nils and Ammon also sampled various kinds. They're delicious, but I'm full now. The one who says this is none other than Ito. Ito could be considered the smallest eater among the 4, but Rio knows. It's because you're trying to eat the 4th crepe of chocolate banana cream and the momo banana mix you're holding in your hand. Well, it is delicious. Despite claiming to be full, Ito has a very happy smile. And just as Rio pointed out in her hand, she holds a crepe mixed with momo and banana in whipped cream. By the way, Ammon also has 1 crepe with momo inside. Nils is truly an heir to the lineage of the hungry swordsman. While holding rindo in his right hand, he also has chocolate banana cream in his left. Yeah, that's right. Rio is holding crepes in both hands too. Don't compare me to Nils. What I'm holding in my left hand is chocolate banana cream, and in my right hand is a momo banana mix. It's true that you are a hungry mage. Nils dodges Rio's claim, insisting they are the same in the end. As long as everyone is satisfied, that's what matters. In such a state, Rio was giving a speech about the greatness of Hargsun. But realistically, when Hargsun returns to the Imperial army, won't he become a threat to the kingdom? Ito points out a very realistic concern as a citizen of the kingdom. While filled with compassion as a priest, she could also be considered the most rational person among them. Indeed, what Ito says is true. That's a very difficult point. Rio acknowledges Ito's argument. It's a fact that the royal army was pushed into a dangerous position by Baron Hagen-Benda's transfer, during the War of Kingdom Liberation and such. Hark, son, as a citizen of the Empire, no, as a noble of the Empire, must obey the orders of the Emperor and the Imperial government. Therefore, I think we may need to address the more fundamental issues. Fundamental issues? Exactly, to put it bluntly, to suppress the occurrence of war itself, Rio declares clearly. Well, if that could be achieved, that would be ideal. Certainly, it may be the ultimate goal. Even if the world becomes peaceful, it's better to maintain strength as a swordsman, right? While Nils agrees, thinking it's difficult, Ito supports the perspective from a priestly mindset, while Ammon expresses the determination of those who pursue strength. Three different opinions. Throughout many worlds, many humans must have aimed for a world without war, however they have yet to succeed. Rio contemplates the world's affliction with a sage-like expression. Occasionally, he takes a bite of chocolate banana cream. Abel and I have come to the conclusion that the trump card for world peace is delicious food. Oh, just as expected from your majesty, Abel. Nils offers his praise, albeit somewhat exaggerated. No, actually quite exaggerated. Even now, in Nils's mind, Abel remains the greatest swordsman and leader. The problem is that it's merely a trump card. Is being a trump card a problem? A trump card loses its effectiveness if it's overused. Is that so? Nils tilts his head. What if one day you mastered an incredible sword technique that could defeat an opponent in one blow? If you constantly used that, your opponent would find a way to cope, wouldn't they? Not only could they dodge it, but they might also be able to counter that sword technique. I see, that makes sense. A trump card is not something you can use regularly. Nils understands easily due to the sword analogy, while Rio nods thoughtfully. Of course, whether the above analogy is correct is open to debate. In other words, Rio believes something foundational, something that can be used often, is also necessary for paving the way to world peace. Yes, just as expected from Ito. That's exactly right. Rio nods in agreement with Ito's explanation. I acknowledge that a permanent dialogue mechanism has a certain effect. However, I think it's quite difficult to lead to ultimate peace. But ignoring it is also difficult. That's right, dialogue is important, and outside of fighting, the only method for problem-solving is talking. There are many difficult issues lying ahead. Both Ito and Rio ponder. Neither of them is a high-ranking official in the government. Rio is indeed the first duke, but he does not involve himself with the kingdom's government or its policy decisions. However, it is important for every citizen to think seriously about the future of their country and the world. It doesn't have to be constant. Realistically, everyday life is busy, and there are times when one gets tired from daily living. During such times, that's impossible. Sometimes, just occasionally is enough, even if it's a thought that crosses your mind while eating crepes. From such small movements, various things may be born, perhaps. When the four who pursue world peace arrived at the Skizblaznil vessel, the important figures of the kingdom had already returned. Thus, the four reported, "Your Majesty, unfortunately, the Matriro ore was not traded." In fact, Nils reported on the exchanges at the ore trading center. After listening to the entire account, Abel opened his mouth. "Actually, the matter of the mining sites has come up at the royal palace." "I knew it," Rio nodded at Abel's words. "It is abnormal for 40 mining sites to be seized and continuously occupied. There is no way the country wouldn't take action. However, a question arises. But isn't that embarrassing for the Atosha kingdom? They haven't made it public, have they? Yet the king spoke to you and Graham about it. Yes, there's a reason for that. It concerns those who are occupying the sites." "Those who are occupying?" Rio tilted his head at Abel's answer. The three from room 10 who were lined up beside him also tilted their heads. "It seems the ones occupying the sites are vampires." "What?" Rio exclaimed in surprise. Though silent, the three from room 10 also displayed expressions of shock. Rio speculated the development in a classic manner. "So, we are to exterminate the vampires who are occupying the sites?" "Yes, that is indeed the classic development. Extermination is one aspect, but basically it will be carried out by the French army." "What about us from the Royal Army? For now, you will remain on standby." "Another classic development." For some reason, Rio muttered in frustration. Watching him, the three from room 10 and Abel shook their heads slightly. It seems everyone shares a common understanding regarding Rio. In the first place, while Rio refers to the Royal Army, it consists of only 50 members of the Royal Knight Order. With Zack and Scotty as squad captains, King Abel could be considered part of the Royal Army, but Rio and the three from room 10. "If it's your Majesty's command, we'll rush into any danger," Nils declared firmly. Ito and Ammon nodded as well. Although the three from room 10 are adventurers, they have respected Abel since his days as an adventurer. "If it's Abel's order, we'll cooperate with anything," Rio also declared firmly. "Rio supports King Abel as the first Duke of the Kingdom, in exchange for my weekly cake privilege." Yeah, I thought you would say that. Rio supports King Abel. Once the initial report was over, Abel decided to ask about something that had been bothering him. About the cart behind Rio, what's inside it? Abel, I'm glad you asked. Our Metriero ore search team didn't find the ore, but we did come across something just as wonderful, no, even more remarkable from the perspective of world peace. Huh, this! As Rio said that, the top of the cart opened, revealing 90 crepes in front of Abel. Oh, these are crepes. They were also found on the Dark Continent. Wait, Ramen from the 3rd Defense Squad mentioned them. They are a snack that has existed in the southern Dark Continent for a long time. As expected of Abel. What perfect memory! Rio's expression changed from surprise to one of being awestruck. I was also interested when I heard about it back then. Those kinds of things stick in your mind. That might be true. Huh. Abel, were you interested in crepes? Yeah, there were times when they were sold in the kingdom, right? I ate some. In fact, when I fought Ramen, Rio and Sira brought crepes to mediate. Yes, of course, I remember that. Rio nodded at Abel's words. Yes, that incident happened on the streets of the royal capital. Ramen? Do you mean hero Ramen? Ammon found it difficult to speak, his eyes wide with surprise, which was rare for him. Of course, Ammon can be surprised, but it's unusual for him to be this startled. That's right, Ammon. Abel has fought a fierce battle with the hero Ramen on the streets of the royal capital. So, what was the outcome? It ended in a draw. Oh. To draw with the hero, as expected of your Majesty Abel. Of course, because it's your Majesty Abel. As Rio announced the outcome, Ammon nodded repeatedly, and surprisingly Nils, the fervent admirer of Abel, joined in. Abel, the one directly involved, frowned and shook his head. For Abel, that was actually an embarrassing memory. If I put it in Rio's terms, it was an unfortunate clash brought about by several misunderstandings. Indeed. If it weren't for me, Sira, and the crepes, the royal capital would have turned to ashes. In that sense, the crepes saved the royal capital, acting as a hero. Yeah, that's a bit exaggerated. Abel denied Rio's assertion. Thanks to the information provided by the Etosha government and the intelligence gathered by those sent earlier by Cardinal Adolfido, the situation of all 40 mining sites has come to light. Based on this information, the Fundabi Kingdom Army is constructing a plan of action. This has also been communicated to the Allied Kingdom forces that will serve as rear support. 40 sites, all to be suppressed simultaneously. That's impressive. Generally, there seems to be one vampire and about 10 strigo at each location. Strigo are those that turn into creatures after being bitten by a vampire, right? Yes. They're not as strong as vampires, and their intelligence is considerably lower, but they're faster and stronger than humans. It might be understandable that the Etosha military couldn't retake them alone. Abel points out. It seems that not only the Inquisitors, but also golems are going to be deployed. The Holy Knights, right? I see, they should be able to overwhelm the vampires. Rio nods at Abel's addition. In Rio's mind, golems are referred to as they. It seems there's a standard unique to Rio who can generate ice golems. That aside, it looks like the Empire's explosive flames mage is also being deployed. And from what I see, it seems to be the area with the most enemies. Of course, they're a powerful force. It's only natural to want to deploy them in the most troublesome areas. Moreover, it seems there was a request from the Empire to cooperate on the front lines, for the reason that they will assist in rescuing Baron Hagen Benda. Ugh, to win Graham's favor like that is rather foolish. As expected of the explosive flames. The last part seems to be meant as sarcasm. Abel simply shakes his head in silence. The areas where the explosive flames will be deployed and where the main forces of the French army will be stationed. Both are iron or mining sites, but those are the ones with a high number of vampires. That's right. It says that both of those places have more than 5 vampires each, and the number of strigoi is unknown. They are incomparable to the others. If the explosive flames fail, we might be called for an emergency deployment. We need to be prepared. It seems that the explosive flames Mage and Duke Ruben's subordinates are members of the Imperial Mage brigade that the two trained in the past. Is it possible that they would fail to suppress only a few vampires? It seems unlikely. Abel shrugs as he says this, and Rio reluctantly agrees. While Rio dislikes the explosive flames Mage, Oscar, he does not underestimate his abilities at all. In fact, he even thinks that Fiona, his wife, might actually be quite a remarkable person. After all, she is married to that explosive flames. The mental strength honed in the Imperial castle since childhood is truly terrifying, Rio murmurs. Hearing that, Abel lets out a small sigh and reviews the documents in detail once more. And then he notices, there are no mining sites for Metriero ore. Metriero ore is produced in the southern part of the continent, right? But this is the southern part, isn't it? The primary production area is said to be the eastern side near the town of Newton. Oh, Newton, Rio nods. It's not his usual casual acknowledgement. Because it shares the name with a famous physicist, he remembered it when Kinmi mentioned it in the cafe. They reportedly fought a large swarm of kraken near that port. But it's not like it's completely unproduced outside of the Newton area, right? I believe so. At least it doesn't appear on the list of areas to be retaken this time. There must be secret mining sites that can't be disclosed. What do you mean by secret mining sites that can't be disclosed? Abel looks at Rio with suspicious eyes. Of course, he understands that it's just Rio's usual capricious imagination, yet he doesn't dismiss him. Abel is a good guy. They're mining sites for ores used for smuggling. Smuggling? Suspicious trade with foreign countries that nobody knows about, Rio explains with a seemingly typical expression. Even someone like Abel would feel a sense of distrust. For instance, a country belonging to the Western Nations Federation might engage in smuggling with the eastern provinces without the federal government knowing. But this Atosha kingdom is an independent country, right? They should be able to trade freely without any reservations. Why, you're right. Abel's perfect logical argument crushes Rio's dubious conspiracy theory. I'll ask the Atosha government about the Matriero or issue later. Abel refocuses his thoughts. The fact that vampires continue to occupy 40 mining sites exists. The problem in any case is who and for what purpose. This time's who is the vampires. What for remains unclear. If we don't know the reason, we might be misled. They say that if we capture or defeat them, we'll understand, but that's actually incorrect. What do you mean? Is the target we capture or defeat really the right one? Is there a possibility of being misled, misdirected by the true mastermind? I see. Compared to Rio's usual casual reasoning, this one makes more sense. Abel also reflects on it. What can be obtained by occupying the mining sites? Or, in response to Rio's question, Abel answers, instead of raiding warehouses, occupying the mining sites, and what could be the reason for continuing the occupation? Raiding would only yield a small amount temporarily. To continuously obtain a large quantity, you would need to maintain the occupation. What could be the reason for needing to continuously obtain a large amount? To produce something in large quantities, or for materials needed during repairs? That something seems to be something made primarily of iron, but what is it? Weapons, I suppose? The conclusion Abel reaches after continuing to answer Rio's questions. You typically don't need a large number of weapons. But if the opponent is not an individual or a bandit, could it be for war against a country? But this Atosha kingdom, with all due respect, the vampires could probably destroy it without being armed, right? In the end, no conclusion was reached. Second mining site of iron ore, it's time, Marie, Fiona's head maid and aide, announced. In response, Fiona raised her right hand and swiftly brought it down. The signal was conveyed, and from their hidden positions, they all leaped out silently. They were members of Fiona's army from the Duchy of Ruben. Originally, they were part of the Imperial Mage Brigade led by Fiona and Oscar. When Helmut became emperor and disbanded the Imperial Mage Brigade as part of military reforms, they became employed by the newly established Duchy of Ruben set up by Fiona. For both Fiona and Oscar, they were indeed their loyal subordinates. They were individuals who had been rigorously trained and were among the most trusted subordinates in the Empire. When they were able to welcome them back, both Fiona and Oscar reportedly embraced each other in joy. The abilities of these subordinates were something the two knew best. However, neither they nor their subordinates knew the powers of the vampires in Strigoi. Under the reign of Emperor Rupert VI, there are no records of the Imperial army clashing with vampires. Those who do not know the enemy's strength. What will we do if we encounter them? We trained on that during the brigade days. Yes, mainly we assumed encounters with the kingdom's water attribute mages. As Fiona half-laughed while speaking, Oscar frowned clearly even in the darkness. Yes, when facing the infamous Duke Rondo on the battlefield, they must never engage directly. Sometimes it was acceptable to flee. They had even practiced how to escape, even if it looked awkward. The top priority was to stay alive. The training for confronting such formidable enemies would come into play in this scenario. Honestly, I don't know how strong Strigoi are, but vampires can't be weak. That's true. I believe there are 4 barons and 1 viscount. I'll handle that one, Oscar stated in a tone that left no room for rebuttal. Of course, the head of the Duchy of Ruben is Fiona. She is the daughter of the former Emperor Rupert and established the Duchy of Ruben. Oscar himself holds the title of Earl, but it is ultimately Fiona's allocation. However, in matters of combat, Fiona respects Oscar's words. Unless it's something she absolutely cannot concede, she even follows Oscar's commands. That's how much she trusts him. And Oscar understands that, so he doesn't say or demand unreasonable things. They want to maintain a relationship where they can mutually respect each other. That seems to be the case. Then, I'll take care of the 4 barons. Isn't that a bit too greedy? Since I'm conceding the Viscount to you, isn't it fine to take on 4 barons? Why, yeah, Fiona asserted with a smile, and Oscar accepted. In the end, Oscar couldn't win against Fiona's insistence. Behind the two, Marie was secretly shaking her head. They've arrived, Marie pointed out. One vampire was lured out by the charging army of the Duchy of Ramen. Measuring the strength of the opponent, it understood it was outmatched and refrained from a frontal assault, instead drawing it out before Fiona and Oscar. A perfect job. Piercing fire, 4 thin needles of flame were shot from Fiona's hand, piercing the legs of the lured vampire. As the vampire tumbled further, fire arrow, the 4 split flame arrows descended from the sky, pinning the vampire's arms and legs to the ground. The moment it was pinned down, Fiona had already caught the vampire within her range. With the vampire face down on the ground, she swiftly decapitated its head and simultaneously pierced its heart. In the next moment, the vampire vanished. Impressive. It was thanks to my master's guidance, Oscar praised, to which Fiona smiled, asserting it was Oscar's excellent instruction. To eliminate a vampire, I heard you need to decapitate it with a sanctified sword and pierce its heart. But Raven works as well, right? What Fiona used to deliver the finishing blow wasn't a particularly sanctified weapon. It was simply one of the 2 swords passed down through the Imperial family. It's the treasure sword Raven. Since it's referred to as a treasure sword, it should be much more effective against vampires than any ordinary sanctified weapon, right? Is that so? Fiona casually remarked, causing Oscar to tilt his head. Nonetheless, it was a fact that the treasure sword Raven delivered the finishing blow and eliminated the vampire. It seemed to have a similar effect as a sanctified sword. Considering it didn't seem very strong, that must have been a baron. That may be the case. But Fiona attacked and defeated it before confirming. It's good that you could take it down, but what if it had been a Viscount and counterattacked? Of course, I would leave it to you, Oscar. It's your responsibility to handle the Viscount, right? Well, that's true, but, Oscar frowned, if I realize it's a Viscount, I'll fall back with Marie, so I'll leave the rest to you. Understood. In response to Fiona's words, Marie also chimed in, bowing her head. 5 bodies of vampires have appeared. The one luring them out is Klimt, but, he seems to be unusually injured. Marie pointed it out, Fiona frowned, and Oscar nodded. Now even my attacks can be dodged. Fiona murmured the reason for her frown. That alone indicates how sharp this vampire's attacks are this time. That should be the Viscount, but he is properly retreating while casting heal on himself. There is no problem, Oscar praised Klimt's growth. Since joining the Imperial Mage Brigade, Klimt has been one of the most developed former members. His potential was recognized from the moment he joined. That's why Fiona selected Klimt to represent them in the party with hero Ramen and had him fight against the enemy fire attribute Mage. Although he couldn't win that battle, his subsequent growth was remarkable. Now among the former members, excluding the execs, he ranks among the top 5 in terms of strength. Klimt should be fine. As Oscar murmured this, he began to walk slowly. At this point, even Fiona and Marie couldn't understand what fine meant. Of course, if it meant that he wouldn't receive a fatal blow from the vampire Viscount, they could agree. But Oscar's actions were beyond the imagination of the two. Heaven and earth collapse. He cast a large-scale magic capable of destroying cities. Flames, like meteors, began to rain down from the sky. Of course, he narrowed the range and targeted the vampire. Even so, it was originally a magic intended for city attacks. Klimt, who was fighting the vampire, couldn't say he was unaffected. Ah! Klimt's voice, a scream-like groan, seemed to reach Fiona and Marie. Master, Fiona couldn't help but call out to her master. The situation had gone beyond emotional restraint. Admittedly, that seemed questionable. Klimt should easily dodge, right? Oscar answered nonchalantly as he approached the collapse site. Upon hearing such a response, Fiona sighed. As usual, no, is this a testament to your trust in your subordinates? Yes, let's think of it that way. For some reason, Fiona tried to convince herself like it was an excuse. Marie, standing next to her, shook her head slightly without saying a word. Klimt, are you safe? Why, yes, I'm fine. In response to Oscar's call, Klimt answered from a place slightly away from the site where the flames were falling. Upon hearing his voice, Oscar nodded once and turned toward the collapsed site. There stood the vampire, glaring with anger. This greeting is for you, a voice squeezed out. As expected of a vampire and especially a Viscount. You deployed a powerful barrier, didn't you? Oscar praised. He clearly saw it. The vampire had deployed a barrier to prevent the heaven and earth collapse. The barons weren't that strong, so I was a bit concerned. But the Viscount is something else, Oscar said as he drew his sword. Of course, I'm a Viscount. The barons, those inexperienced fools, can't compare. Inexperienced? Oscar tilted his head at the word contained in the Viscount's statement. Those who are about to die don't need to know. The vampire spoke with a voice laced with anger and mockery. I see, that's unfortunate. Let me introduce myself. I am Count Oscar Lusk of the Debuhi Empire. Debuhi Empire. I haven't heard of it. Is it a small country I don't know? Yet it calls itself an empire. The ambition is grand. I see you don't know. Although the vampire race seems to have a long lifespan, their knowledge isn't impressive. What did you say? Are you mocking me? I merely stated a fact. Don't take it personally. The enraged vampire, Oscar, shrugged. You said your name is Oscar. Very well. I usually don't introduce myself to humans, but I will now. My name is Viscount Amamafu Marison. Remember it. I am the one who will kill you. Viscount Amamafu Marison, the name of the first vampire I will kill. I will remember it well. Shut up, Marison barked and charged at Oscar in an instant. In his hands he held a deep crimson sword, its hilt and blade having appeared out of nowhere. Is that the infamous bloody sword? Oscar knew at least that much. Of course, he had only read about it in books long ago. Clang. The sound of swords clashing echoed loudly. This is a sword created from the vampire's own blood, huh? It's fascinating that it can become this hard. Oscar muttered thoughtfully, but Marison remained silent, frowning. For a while the clash of swords continued. Why can you withstand my sword? Marison muttered, as if squeezing the words out. Yes, Oscar and Marison were clashing swords head-on, but that was strange. Because Marison was a vampire, a viscount at that. He should be overwhelmingly stronger and faster than humans. He prided himself on not being inferior in technique either, yet he couldn't push through. The very fact that they were clashing was bizarre. Is it because I'm strong? What did you say? Or maybe you're weak. There are only those two reasons. Oscar, who could read Marison's thoughts like a book, said this with a slight smile. Seeing that, Marison became enraged once more. I'll crush you with sword pressure. From there began Marison's ultra-fast consecutive strikes. It was a speed that could only be described as overwhelming, so fast it was hard to follow. No doubt about it, however. Can you receive all of that? Your speed has increased, but each strike has become lighter. Oscar calmly pointed out the flaws in Marison's attacks, as if he were giving training to his subordinates. It was not mistaken that Klimt and the others trembled just slightly upon witnessing this. They were reminded of the training Oscar had given them during the Imperial Mage Brigade. One might think there is a significant power difference between Oscar and Marison, but at least concerning the swords, the difference wasn't that large. However, the phenomena being displayed gave the impression of a huge gap. Why? Because Oscar was calm while Marison was enraged. Of course, neither knew that some water attribute Mage often said, stealing your opponent's calm is the first step in personal combat, was being applied. Oscar jumped back significantly to create distance and said, I've got a good grasp of your sword's strength. What? Marison looked puzzled, not understanding the meaning. Next is magic. Piercing fire. Two extremely thin white flames shot from Oscar's hand, piercing through Marison's legs. Marison instinctively knelt. What's wrong, vampire? You don't need to take it head-on. Just use your barrier. Okay, I'm going to do it again, all right? Wait, piercing fire. Barrier. Marison's barrier was timely, able to block Oscar's piercing fire. Crack. The barrier shattered, and it pierced through both of his legs again. Once more. Hey, piercing fire. Damn it, barrier. A repeat of offensive and defensive magic was cast. This time the barrier held, emitting a light of annihilation, and both piercing fire and barrier vanished. Wow, you can do it if you try. Did you make the barrier thicker than the first one? I can easily defend against that level of magic, Marison shouted. Yet the first one was broken. Even now it wasn't deflected, it was annihilated. That means they were of the same strength, just as strong as the magic released by humans. Heaven and earth collapse is a magic that can be easily defended against as long as there is enough magical power. However, to defend against piercing fire, one needs both strong magical power and precise control. Because it's small and high temperature, it's easier to pierce through. What are you implying? Vampires are rather crude in their magical power and usage of magic. Oscar said this and nodded, reaching a conclusion. I have a good grasp of the Viscount's power. What? In my empire, there aren't detailed records about the power of vampires. Are you saying you experimented on me to create those records? Exactly. You have an average intellect at least. This humiliation, I can't forgive it. Marison's face turned crimson with rage. However, Oscar was unfazed. Thank you for your cooperation in gathering information. Piercing fire dance. Countless needles of flames, reaching millions of degrees, danced wildly. Pierced by thousands of extremely thin flame needles, the vampire vanished. Yes, he disappeared to the point of being invisible. However, a few seconds later, are they starting to solidify in the air? Interesting. Will they revive even after being cut to that extent? Oscar murmured as he nodded. He observed the regeneration without doing anything in particular. At that moment, Fiona approached with a sigh. Please make sure to deliver the finishing blow. Saying that, she severed the nearly formed head and pierced through the heart. With her own treasure sword Raven. Ah! Oscar let out a word after the smoothness of it all left him unable to stop. The information gathering is sufficient. We need to quickly check inside the mine and report to Pope Graham. Why, yeah, you're right. Oscar couldn't go against Fiona's words. Your Majesty, we have received a report from Duke Ruben that the suppression of the second mining site has been completed. I see, understood. Graham nodded at Cardinal Stefania's words. His expression appeared the same as always. However, only Stefania here noticed something. Graham Sama, is there something bothering you? Reports of the suppression being completed have come in from all locations, except for the first mining site where the main force of the French army is engaged. According to the gathered information, even the last remaining first mining site has eliminated all vampires except for one Viscount. There have been no casualties, and the golems have hardly sustained any damage. Everything is in perfect order. Therefore, Stefania could not understand what Graham was dissatisfied with. The headquarters where Graham sits is bustling with people coming and going. Thus, there are rare occasions when no one is around Graham except for Stefania. Seizing one of those moments, Stefania quietly asked, Your Majesty, do you have any concerns? Graham seemed surprised by that question. His expression shifted just slightly. That was unusual. You noticed, Stefania? This time he wore a distinct wry smile. Of course, I have no complaints regarding the current progress of the operation. The issue is that there is no stock. No stock? Yes, we have occupied the area for as long as 2 years. During that time, the ores mined have not been placed in warehouses adjacent to the mining sites. That is true. Stefania nodded as she recalled the report in response to Graham's words. In all the mining sites, there is hardly any ore left that would have been mined in the past. While a small amount of ore believed to be from a few days ago has been found, it is far too little considering they had occupied the site for 2 years. They likely had the Striga mining for them, so it means they were transported elsewhere. Exactly. The fact that they were transported suggests that there is an intention to use them. Furthermore, it indicates that the person who issued the transport orders is in a different location. That place where they are could very well be the actual target we need to conquer. However, Graham paused his words, the Atosha government might believe that recovering 40 mining sites is sufficient. Indeed, that seems natural. However, for us who wish to exterminate the vampires, the transport destination might be what is truly important. I'll have them investigate if there is any information regarding the transport destination even at the suppressed mining sites. With that, Stefania left the headquarters. Graham remained behind. The one responsible for the mining site was a Viscount. This means that those at the transport destination are higher-ranking vampires. Perhaps this incident is connected to the main target. His murmurs, of course, went unheard by anyone. 2 days after the successful retaking of all the mining sites, on the deck of the papal barge Archangel, an explanation was being provided to the officials from various countries. King Abel I of the Natore Kingdom, First Duke Rio, and of course, Duke Ruben Fiona and Count Oscar from the Debuhi Empire were also present. The mined ore has all been transported to this location, approximately 50 kilometers southeast of the Atosha Kingdom. According to the Atosha government, it is a wasteland with not even a village in sight. However, we do know there are quite deep caves there, although we do not know their depths. Cardinal Stefania explained. We know there are deep caves, but their depths have not been investigated? Abel asked from an adventurer's perspective. Yes, previously the entrances to several caves were surrounded by many dangerous poisonous marshes. There were those who approached the cave entrances while avoiding those, but it was said that the cave entrances were also filled with poison. It was deemed impossible for humans to enter, and since then, no investigations have been conducted. Humans cannot enter, Abel muttered meaningfully in response to Stefania's explanation. Yes, perhaps non-human beings could enter, for example, vampires. The information indicates that the mined ore has been brought there, but how accurate is this information? Feel free to consider it nearly 100% accurate. In response to Fiona's question, it was Graham who answered. 100%? Excuse me, Your Majesty, but may I ask why? Because it comes from the vampire Viscount who was guarding the first mining site. Information from a vampire Viscount. That is, upon reaching that point, Fiona seemed to finally understand. While Graham was the Pope, he was also a former Inquisitor General. He was known as a wielder of holy smoke, and by that power could extract information at will, regardless of the other party's will. Such rumors had even spread to the Empire. Graham likely understood what Fiona was realizing, yet he merely smiled slightly without confirming or denying anything. Grahamson really is a terrifying person. I feel the same way. Through the echo of the soul, the first Duke of the Kingdom and the King exchanged information completely silently. Even though everyone here is an ally, it does not guarantee that they will remain allies forever. Especially since the former princess's duke and the wielder of explosive flames are individuals who have previously invaded the kingdom. Somehow, it feels like the other party is inviting us. Rio honestly proposed that hypothesis, stating he had no basis for it. Abel thought that in such cases it was better not to dismiss Rio's words, so he confirmed it. Do they want us to attack this cave? Yes, that's right. For what purpose? It would be normal to think they want to trap us, but. Just as Rio was about to answer Abel's question, the door swung open, and a somewhat hurried inquisitor entered, handing a piece of paper to Stefania. Upon reading it, Stefania's expression noticeably shifted, which Rio could also perceive. Usually, Graham's demeanor does not waver at all, and Stefania's expression shifts only minimally. That is common among high-ranking clergy in the Holy See. This means that what was written contained shocking information enough to elicit an observable expression shift. Your Majesty, Stefania said this and handed the paper to Graham. The meeting could not proceed as is. They waited for Graham to finish reading. Well, this is... Graham smirked. After taking a breath, he opened his mouth. Regarding the location of the cave we discussed earlier, it seems that currently there is no cave, but rather a massive mansion built there. Huh! A few people replied in a dazed manner to Graham's explanation. It was understandable. I don't understand what you mean. Abel's words appropriately voiced everyone's feelings. I understand your feelings, Your Majesty. I do not comprehend it either. Graham agreed with a wry smile. However, there was one thing he understood. It seems the other side has no intention of hiding. They are inviting us in. Indeed, in that case, who is there? Yes, the likelihood has increased that it is Grand Duke Rosniak Zoltan. Graham nodded. I still don't understand. Why did Zoltan need to occupy the mining site? Fiona raised a natural question. Of course, no one present could clearly answer that question. Fiona herself knew this. Yet she dared to ask so that everyone would remember this point as the situation progressed. It was certain that there was some purpose behind occupying the mining site for 2 long years. I would like to know that kind of information before we begin our attack, but it seems difficult. Yes, indeed. Let's invest even more effort into information gathering than ever before. From there, we might obtain some useful information. With that, the meeting was adjourned for the day. Rio and Abel returned to the Skizblaznil vessel. While drinking coffee, they began an internal meeting. In Rio's line of sight was Ammon, wielding his sword. It might be Ammon's turn, Rio murmured, sounding like he had come to a conclusion after deep contemplation. Ammon, following Rio's gaze, Abel looked at Ammon but didn't understand the meaning. We can fly straight through the air and ambush the enemy's leader? Yeah, no way. Rio proposed this, and Abel immediately rejected it. He didn't think such an attack would work against their opponent. After all, he was a Grand Duke of vampires. Going one-on-one without backup is not good for anyone. I know he's a strong opponent. That's true. Besides, Ammon has only flown when he teamed up with Raka, right? That was 4 years ago. I see, so there's a possibility that Ammon has forgotten how to fly. As expected of Abel. Yeah, that's not what I meant. I just think it's not appropriate for a swordsman to fly. Rio was impressed while Abel shook his head. At that moment, Ammon didn't sneeze at all. The old saying that one sneezes when talked about might not be true after all. 2 days later, a meeting was held again on the deck of the Archangel. There is a quite powerful barrier deployed above the mansion. Attacking from the air would be difficult. There is a legend that Zoltan, unlike most vampires, is skilled in alchemy. Therefore, I believe the barrier is created using such alchemy tools. Graham supplemented Stefania's explanation. After hearing the two's explanation, Fiona, Oscar, and Robert Pirlo silently nodded. What had the 2 representatives of the kingdom been doing? Despite saying to come at us, they are holed up in a difficult-to-breach castle. This inconsistency reminds me of King Abel. Yeah, I don't recall anything. Abel completely denied Rio's assertion. Generally, King Abel of the Natore kingdom is beloved by the people as a hero king known for his consistency in word and action. Being a Grand Duke means powerful magic, right? I can't imagine he would be weak in close combat either. Plus, being skilled in alchemy is unfair. I completely agree. Abel, why don't you firmly tell Zoltan that it's unfair? What would change if I said that? It's highly unlikely anything would change, but there is still a possibility, maybe. It wouldn't be like you to give up before trying. Isn't it true that I'm a king with inconsistent words and actions? Even if I say effort is important, if I actually make no effort, that should be fine, right? It's pathetic for a king to sulk over such little slander. Yeah, if you're saying it's slander yourself, it's pretty hopeless. Abel shrugged mentally. After all, their conversation was through the echo of the soul, so on the surface, both maintained their composed expressions. Abel decided to ask for the most desired information. By the way, how large is the estate? 5 kilometers north and south, 5 kilometers east and west. What? When Graham answered with a smile, Abel raised his voice in disbelief. The others also frowned, to put it bluntly. What kind of ridiculous size is that? Living in such a vast area would be quite inconvenient. Abel expressed his honest thoughts, and Rio pointed out that the size was unsuitable for practical living. From the sky, I can see the mansion at the far end, but I cannot see inside the estate. Does that mean there is some optical, some alchemical invisibility at work? Yes. It's something like concealment. I see. Rio nodded at Graham's words. In other words, it meant the effect of an alchemy tool like the bracelet of concealment that Rio once obtained was in effect. In the occupied mine, there was no mine for Mitriro ore. Could they have created something like the bracelet of concealment? I don't know, but it's not necessarily limited to the Etosha Kingdom's mine that was occupied. What do you mean? In this southern region, the mines of other countries, for example, Newton Port to the east. That area is supposedly a major production area for Mitriro ore. I see, so they might have also occupied that and are getting Mitriro ore from there. Rio agreed with Abel's speculation and nodded. That definitely seemed plausible, but if that were the case, this southern part of the continent might almost entirely be under the influence of that Zoltan vampire. That might be the case. Rather, the Etosha Kingdom might be in the least damaged position since there was no Mitriro or mine. Abel sighed inwardly. Countries with resources can use those resources to enrich themselves. At the same time, that makes them targets for foreign ambitions. Everyone wants good things, that's obvious. Whether by force or through trade, or perhaps by giving up, there may be differences in methods. The Natore Kingdom has a precious resource that the Empire doesn't, the sea. It seems that His Majesty Rupert of the Empire had once publicly declared he wanted to obtain the sea. Isn't that essentially a declaration of war? I think the kingdom's ruler has always governed with the awareness of being targeted by the Empire. I see. So they won't let their guard down. At Abel's words, Rio nodded mentally. This aspect might be the strength of a nation with a royal family at the center of governance. If it were a republic or a system where the people govern, there would inevitably be a relaxation of vigilance. This is something that cannot be helped. Even among the people, bureaucrats might also slacken. Both cases lead to terrible results. After all, everyone prioritizes their own lives and their family's well-being over the nation. The resolve to sacrifice one's own happiness like Abel does, giving up on the same happiness for the people and the country to be buried in paperwork. That's something not many can have. Occasionally, there are those among the people and bureaucrats who can manage it, but they remain a minority. And the minority lacks power. That's democracy. Democracy is a wonderful system, but continuing to make the people happy within it is exceedingly difficult. Rio lamented. Meanwhile, the meeting continued. The northern side of the estate is a sheer cliff, making an assault difficult. There may also be traps laid. There are massive gates to the east, south, and west, all wide open. So they're inviting us to attack from there? That seems to be the case. Abel confirmed with a wry smile at Stefania's explanation, while Graham similarly agreed with a wry grin. It seems they have some entertainment prepared for us. Robert Pirlo shrugged. Captain of the guard groaned, standing behind him, maintained a frown. This will likely lead to a three-way division of the French, Empire, and Kingdom, attacking from each gate. Oh, and His Majesty Robert Pirlo and Groan can go in somewhere. That may be the case, but that puts us at a disadvantage. At Rio's words, Abel grimaced inwardly. Is that so? We have too few healers, exactly. Moreover, all members of the Royal Knight Order are close combat specialists, including me. For a moment, Rio didn't understand the meaning but quickly realized. Abel nodded as well, but in room 10. The only rear guards are the priest Ito and me, the mage. Finally realizing what was pointed out, Rio understood. Ito alone supporting over 50 people in terms of healing. Ito is an excellent priest and a B-class adventurer, but even so it would indeed be tough. Ito is a child who doesn't complain, so she might push herself to the limit. Rio expressed his concerns. Let's be honest and negotiate to have some priests sent from France. Even just regular priests, not inquisitors, would be fine. Abel was being realistic. Especially when leading troops, he becomes the epitome of a realist. This is something Rio highly values. A commander should never send their subordinates into a deadly situation based on hopeful expectations. We will expedite the gathering of information further. With Stefania's words, the meeting concluded. After the representatives of the kingdom and empire disembarked from the Archangel, Robert Pirlo approached Graham. So, His Majesty Robert Pirlo, you said you wanted to talk. Indeed, it's about the division of teams. Robert Pirlo got straight to the point without embellishing his words. You're planning to split into 3 teams and charge through each entrance, right? Not necessarily. Isn't there a possibility of launching an all-out assault from just one entrance? No way, Graham replied with a smile, but Robert Pirlo dismissively laughed. The aim of France is the extermination of the vampires. Therefore, it's only natural to charge in through all entrances without giving the enemy a chance to escape. I think the opponent is quite strong. Don't you think we're strong as well? In response to Robert Pirlo's confirmation, Graham remained silent. There was no need to respond. There's the blazing flame mage and the Duke Silver. That's more than enough in terms of power. That might be true. Graham didn't think he would be able to dodge the issue and didn't intend to do so in the end. I would like to be placed in a team from the Empire or the Kingdom. Not with us in France? Indeed. I want to see those two's magic. I see. Robert Pirlo expressed his honest feelings, and Graham understood. However, that was the surface-level conversation. The moment he said it, Graham noticed the desire that flashed deep within Robert Pirlo's eyes. It was the desire of a top-notch mage. He wished to see the powerful magic cast by someone other than himself, such a desire. I understand His Majesty's feelings. Is that so, as expected of Your Holiness the Pope? Robert Pirlo laughed. Graham wished to see it too, the full-force battle of those two. However, he understood very well that it was impossible to leave the French army given his position. At the same time, are there any opponents that would require those two to unleash their full power, aside from Zoltan? Well, I can't say for sure. Robert Pirlo answered honestly to Graham's question. Both understood. If such a person existed, it would be a disaster. After all, it was already unlikely they could defeat just Grand Duke Rosniak Zoltan alone. Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the Archangel. A letter from the Archangel? Captain Paulina brought a letter to Abel, who was sitting on an ice chair drinking coffee. He opened it and read, "It's confirming whether we can include His Majesty Robert Pirlo in the Natore Kingdom's team when we charge into the enemy mansion." Ah, so we will ultimately split into 3 teams to charge in? That's right. We had discussed that yesterday, and I gave my permission, along with a request to rotate some healing roles. Abel responded to Rio's inquiry. His Majesty Robert Pirlo led the magical forces of the Alliance in the previous Great War and fought against our kingdom. Graham might have known that and asked, I see. What does Rio think? I of course fully support His Majesty the former king joining us. It might be a chance to see the magic of His Majesty Robert Pirlo that both Alalian Sama and Arthurson praised. Rio's expression looked pleased. I'm very interested in His Majesty's insights regarding magic. No, not just magic, but I believe his insight rivals that of His Majesty Rupert. Those aspects are also impressive. Of course, it will be difficult for me to acquire them, but I hope to gain some valuable insights. That's amazing, Rio. I think that ambition of yours is quite something. Ambition? It's nothing that grand. At most, it's just curiosity. Rio tilted his head. In truth, he regarded it as merely curiosity. At the very least, it was not something he thought was special. I see. Abel could only smile wryly. The next day, the 3rd meeting was held on the deck of the Archangel. From the south gate, France will charge in. At that signal, the kingdom will enter from the east gate, and the empire will enter from the west gate. With Stefania's explanation, Abel and Fiona nodded. To be honest, I don't know how much fighting power is inside. The estate is surrounded by walls measuring up to 10 meters high, and there is only 1 gate each to the east, south, and west. With only that few gates for a mansion that's 5 kilometers north-south and 5 kilometers east-west, it would be inconvenient for living. Indeed, as His Majesty Abel said, this is likely a mansion and estate for this battle. Because of that, we cannot know what traps may be set. Graham stated clearly, that's right, they had completely failed to gather any information from inside the estate. That is, beyond the walls. The gates are open, right? It's reckless to go inside, but couldn't we at least peek inside from outside? Fiona raised a valid question. Since she was also leading troops, she wanted to maximize the chances of a successful operation. If that were the case, she wanted to dispel any doubts before heading to the scene. We brought ourselves quite close to peek inside. However, there was white smoke drifting just inside the castle gate, and we couldn't see inside. The same situation was present at all 3 gates, Stefania answered. Naturally, no one could tell them to go inside the castle gate and check. It was highly likely they would not come back alive. They couldn't afford to lose precious fighting power even before the battle began. We will divide into 3 armies as planned, France, the Kingdom, and the Empire. As per the current report, we don't know what is going on inside the gates. Each army should deploy with caution. Everyone nodded at Graham's decision. The various armies are deployed around the castle walls. The Royal Army is positioned outside the East Gate. Leading them is King Abel I, with a few members from the Royal Knight Order under his command. While the Royal Army is being deployed, His Majesty the King asked the Grand Duke beside him, Hey, Rio, what is it, Abel? If I'm not mistaken, I think I see number 4 among the Royal Knights. Yes, he's there. Why is that? Why is that? Abel questioned, and Rio tilted his head in confusion. Since the Royal Knight Order is heading out, he must have followed them, right? It's only natural for number 4 to jump into danger alongside his comrades. Comrades? Rio answered with an expression of understanding, but Abel seemed unconvinced. To fight together on the battlefield and to experience that together, those who have gone through such experiences are comrades, right? I don't think there's a stipulation like only humans or excluding golems in that definition. That's true, I don't think there is. If that's the case, then we can define the Royal Knight members as comrades for number 4, Rio stated confidently. He continued speaking. I didn't give any specific instruction. He must have decided to do so on his own. Number 4 is a golem, right? Of course, what else would he be? Even though he's a golem, does he really think to want to do it? That's a tricky question. I honestly don't know if it's an emotion akin to a human's or a form of reason. However, it is definitely an action based on his own judgment, and I want to respect that judgment. Rio looked at number 4 with the expression of a parent sending off a child, his eyes filled with love, as he prepared to head into danger alongside his comrades. I want to fight with my friends. I respect that will. Mixed with his joyful feelings, there was also a hint of anxiety. Naturally, the destination they were heading towards was the Grand Duke of the Vampires, a foe that even Bland the Dragon King deemed tough for Rio. It was scary to send the precious number 4 into that place. However, even so, number 4 has grown since the time I created him. The judgment that comes from that growth is something I believe is the responsibility of the Creator to respect. I see. That was all Abel said in response to Rio's words. He alternately looked at Rio and number 4. Then he nodded. He sincerely thought that Rio's decision was admirable. Abel himself had repeatedly sent junior adventurers and subordinates into dangerous situations, both in the past and present. When making such a decision, he felt far more distress than when he himself jumped into danger. Moreover, if there were casualties, it would become a memory that he could never forget for a long time. Honestly, I don't want to see him broken. Back when I received number 2's body, pierced by some magic or something, I thought I never wanted to feel this way again. Ah! Abel also remembered the time he retrieved number 2's body and returned to Rondo Mansion. But number 2 was the same at that time. They acted based on their own thoughts, regardless of what the outcome might be. Even if the result was a sad one, I don't want to deny that. Of course, I felt sad, and if something similar happens in the future, I will feel the same sorrow. But if it is the result of their chosen actions, I won't deny it. That's admirable, Rio. Rio, slightly grimacing but speaking clearly, made Abel nod in support of his thoughts. Therefore, what I can do is to ensure they won't be easily defeated. Compared to that time with number 2, the Garden Watchers have become significantly tougher. By our standards, 500%. I don't quite understand, but I get that they've gotten tougher, Rio confidently declared, and Abel shook his head slightly. At the same time, he felt a bit envious. It's great that Rio is getting stronger through effort. Yes, defense is like that, but as for attack, improving swordsmanship takes as much time and effort as it does for a human. Battling with the knights and honing skills together, then? Yes, that's right. But I don't think that's a bad thing. With just my input, it's impossible for him to surpass me, but if number 4 and others learn on their own, they might get closer to the truths of the sword that I overlooked. A sword that surpasses a human's, a golem sword, Abel imagined. He had thought about it before, but it still feels frightening. Abel expressed his honest feelings. In Abel's line of sight, the Royal Knight Order. Have you touched number 4's shoulder or head before taking your positions? Ah, a good luck charm. It seems luck is coming our way. Abel tilted his head at Rio's explanation. By doing that, they might have won a bet or something. By doing that, they might have won a mock battle or something. By doing that, it seems they were able to get their food served in large portions. Yeah, there's no way number 4 is involved in that. Abel frowned and shook his head at Rio's explanation. It's a cultural belief found in various places throughout history, where people want to touch strong individuals like sumo wrestlers to gain a bit of their strength, Rio thought. In other words, whether or not number 4 has grown strong enough to be acknowledged by the Royal Knight Order is uncertain, but it seems he's not disliked, so Rio feels relieved by that much. Originally, a good luck charm is an illogical thing, Rio stated clearly, but you're heading out to a life-or-death battlefield. If even a bit of luck can increase the chances of survival, isn't it worth doing? Well, if it calms his feelings even just a little, then I guess it's fine. Abel accepted it, since it didn't harm anyone. Tomorrow they'll finally charge into the main keep. The grand finale of the great battle awaits. The French army was at the south gate, the Imperial army at the west gate, and the Royal army at the east gate. Each army was positioned accordingly. French army. Lord Graham, all preparations are complete, Cardinal Stefania announced. Graham stood up. All strategies had been devised, and those gathered here understood their roles. The 40 golems known as the Holy Knights standing behind him were also ready for deployment. Graham turned towards the south gate. He raised his right hand and swung it down vigorously. At that signal, 2 inquisitors and 2 golems began to advance. The moment they passed through the castle gate, boom, a low sound echoed from inside the castle gate. Something flew in and collided with the 2 inquisitors and the 2 golems. A large hole opened up in the center of one golem. The inquisitors, being smaller than the golems, managed to avoid fatal injuries. Still, they were not unscathed. "Is it really that difficult to take a step forward?" Graham said with a wry smile. "Deploy the White Knights." From the rear of the entire unit, 10 small white golems known as White Knights stepped forward. "Who would have thought we'd have to deploy the White Knights right away? It's Zoltan's strategy, I suppose." "Strategy? He wants to see our strongest combat power. Knowing this, yes, he's aware of it and still proceeds." Graham nodded at Stefania's confirmation. "I knew from the start that we couldn't afford to hold back." "Yes, if we break them, the development department will surely be angry, but the battle data will be stored in the command magic stone. If we take that back, they will likely forgive us." Graham smiled wryly. He understood that it would be best to end the battle without any casualties. However, he also knew that it was unlikely to happen. In fact, 2 of the Holy Knights had already sustained significant damage. "We have golems, so we're fine, but the other armies must be having a tough time." "What will they do?" "Now then, Imperial Army. Barrier, boom." A large object collided with the barrier that Oscar had cast. "Oscar's barrier is impressive, as always. Fiona can cast one like this too, right?" "No, not as solid as this." Oscar tilted his head, while Fiona shook her head with a wry smile. Since the attack they suffered from Witnash, Fiona had particularly focused on the barrier spell. At that time, she hadn't fully protected her brother Conrad, yet even so, she couldn't match Oscar's solidity. "The barrier has been honed since I was a child. It's an essential spell for protecting myself and my loved ones." "I see. It might be my specialty even beyond piercing fire." Oscar's signature attack spell, Piercing Fire. He believed that he was even more skilled at this than at that. That's how much he had trained. Boom, boom, boom. Objects kept crashing against the barrier that Oscar maintained, which surrounded the entire Imperial army. 50 meters straight ahead, there's an alchemy tool. Is that what's firing those objects? How do you know that? It's the relationship between the speed of the colliding object and the sound. Maybe. I don't know the details either, but I think I'm right. Really, Oscar is a genius. He's definitely not suited for teaching others. Fiona shook her head slightly. "That's hard to believe. I was the one who taught Fiona magic. While it was you who taught me, it worked well simply because of my understanding," Fiona stated firmly. But you trained the Imperial Mage Brigade too, right? It's because Marie and the others broke it down clearly for the members." "I can't accept that." Oscar shook his head lightly. Meanwhile, the Imperial army, protected by the barrier, moved forward. Piercing Fire. As Oscar had predicted, a box-like alchemy tool about the size of a person was there. When he pierced it with flames, the attack ceased and the mist cleared. In the back stood the vampires. "Are there about 100 of them? This is where the real battle begins." A fierce ground battle commenced. Royal Army. Leading them was King Abel I, aided by Duke Rondo. Zack and Scotty commanded 50 members of the Royal Knight Order, along with 5 inquisitors borrowed from France. The B-class adventurer party known as Room 10 consisted of 3 members. The former King Robert Pirlo of the Alliance and his captain of the guard, Groan. Then there was the swordsmanship instructor number 4, who was attached to the Royal Knight Order. This comprised the Royal Army. They were assigned to the East Gate. "We will take the lead as planned," Zack announced. Zack and his squad of 25 men took the front. "We don't know what we'll face. If anything seems off, withdraw immediately." "Understood." Zack nodded at Abel's words. There wasn't a time limit, and they understood that their opponent was strong. Being cautious was only natural. As Zack's squad passed through the castle gate, a massive stone came flying towards them. Zack, at the forefront, placed his left hand on his sword and deflected the stone with all his might. No one was injured because of that. However, moving forward was challenging. "Passive sonar icicle lance?" Rio, with only his arm inside the gate, chanted. Using sonar to locate the alchemy tool, he destroyed it with the ice lance. Then the stone attack ceased and the mist lifted. In the back were about 100 vampires. The main force caught up with Zack's squad. "Next is a direct confrontation," Abel murmured, then looked at Zack and Scotty. "Are you ready?" "Yes." All the members of the Royal Knight Order responded to Abel's question. "All right, go." Zack, Scotty, the 50 members of the Royal Knight Order, and swordsmanship instructor number 4 charged forward. "It's all my selfishness," Abel murmured. However, that murmur reached the ears of Rio, who was standing right next to him, and the members of Room 10. If you say that, then my selfishness in deciding to go help Harg is the reason, right? I couldn't let Rio go alone, so I decided to stick with him. I'm the king, so it's only natural that the Royal Knight Order follows as guards. I pushed through my selfishness knowing that. With Rio's words, Abel stated clearly. He understood, he was aware, yet this time he went through with his selfishness. Everyone more or less has to live selfishly, don't they? Rio shook his head slightly. He didn't think it was a wonderful thing, but he felt it was unavoidable. To impose sacrifices on oneself and one's family to make someone else happy. He believed that was something normal people couldn't typically do. But upon reflection, those in the Royal Knight Order who are fighting right now are fighting for someone other than themselves. That's true. I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. ... Indeed. Without a doubt, the Royal Knight Order was among the elites of the Nature Kingdom. And even among them, the 50 selected to guard King Abel were facing off against the vampires, which was no easy task. Of course, there wasn't a significant power gap, so as long as they didn't make mistakes, they would be fine. But people tend to make mistakes. For instance, if one were to slip while bracing themselves, it could disturb their focus. If a vampire's sword were to attack then, clang, a sword was deflected. If an ally right next to you found themselves in such a situation, they might act instinctively before thinking, even if it was the squad captain. Zack pushed a comrade who had lost his sword aside. A thrust from a vampire was closing in on his throat. There was no way to dodge it. It struck his throat. This is bad, swish. There was an impact, but his throat was not pierced. The vampire's sword had deflected off something hard. The vampire froze in surprise, unable to move. Zack would not let that opportunity slip. With a swift horizontal slice, he decapitated it and then pierced through its heart in one fluid motion. A moment later, the vampire vanished. I completely forgot I was being protected by ice until just now. It really doesn't feel out of place at all. Zack reflexively touched his own throat. When he consciously touched it, he could indeed feel a very thin membrane over his skin. Or so it seemed. It was on his face, too. It seemed to be on his chest as well. To avoid hindering movement during battle, Abel had instructed to protect only the vital areas with an ice membrane, and Rio had generated it. It's so thin and soft that you hardly notice it. It bends with your movements. Maybe I should have protected my arms and legs, too, Zack murmured to Zack Duke Rondo. Rio was a person he couldn't help but be aware of in many ways. However, he completely trusted him when it came to his top-notch magical skills and efforts for the kingdom and its citizens. It's understandable that he also trusts the members of the Royal Knight Order, who are a part of that. After all, he was entrusting them with his precious golems. From Rio's perspective, he trusted all the members of the Royal Knight Order. They were the ones to whom Abel entrusted his life as protection, and as Zack recognized, they could also be called the comrades of Number 4. So he didn't want to see them die. To achieve that, he strengthened the ice armor mist further, but without hindering movement at the joints. As long as they didn't suffer a fatal injury with just one hit, the priests and priestesses could provide help with extra heal. The clash between the Royal Knights and the vampires. The Royal Knight Order, one of the elite forces within the kingdom, comprised of 50 exceptional individuals. Yet even so, facing the vampires was no simple task. Depending on the situation, they could find themselves in a pinch if their swords were knocked away. However, without needing to shout for help, allies would come to their aid. A blue-bodied golem wielding a blue sword. Thanks for the help, Number 4. With the words of gratitude from his comrade, Number 4 nodded once. No unnecessary words were needed. That alone was enough to convey the message. Such a scene was visible from the main camp as well. Number 4 is doing quite well. Even without speaking, they coordinate perfectly and respond quickly to allies in danger. That's amazing. Since they spend time regularly with the Royal Knight Order, they might have grasped each member's abilities, what situations put them in danger, and conversely, when they're likely to perform better. Does that apply even though they're a golem? I think it doesn't matter whether they're a golem or a human. It's based on predictions from experience. Is that so? Rio answered confidently, but Abel seemed slightly doubtful. Predictions or even foresight would suffice as a term. These are not things that suddenly appear in our heads without basis. Abel, you're adept at reading the flow in sword fights, right? It's difficult to anticipate against someone you're facing for the first time, isn't it? Of course, that's true. After a while of fighting, you can discern the flow of swords. But still, it's much more certain in the second or third encounters. From past experiences, the brain unconsciously provides answers. There are no complex emotions, which people often struggle to understand involved. It's surprisingly logical. When you think about it that way, it makes sense that even a golem can anticipate moves, doesn't it? When you explain it like that, it feels natural for them to predict. It's quite mysterious. With Rio's explanation, Abel nodded deeply this time. In reality, number 4's movements were skillful. They kept pace with the sword fights against the vampires and assisted struggling comrades when hands were free, even charging at the vampires, launching magic cannon fire from the rear position to disrupt their attacks. It was as if number 4 was performing the movements of a scouting unit all on their own. Rio didn't give any instructions, did he? No, of course not. Number 4 is currently in standalone, fully autonomous mode, judging and moving on its own. I think that will allow for better coordination with the Royal Knight Order than if I were to give instructions clumsily. In fact, it seems to be going well, right? Yeah, incredibly well, Rio smiled, and Abel looked astonished. The combat conducted by the Royal Army was generally progressing smoothly. The battle led by the Royal Army is progressing smoothly overall, but there is one person who seems puzzled. His Majesty King Robert Pirlo, noticing, Rio calls out. Ah, Lord Rio. No, I feel a strange flow of magical power coming from deeper within. Yes, at the suggestion of Robert Pirlo, Rio also directs his awareness deeper. Furthermore, active sonar, there's no response from the sonar, but the magical power certainly feels odd. It's strong yet, how should I put it, it feels thin? Strong yet thin. Ah, yes, it might indeed be described that way. The moment Robert Pirlo responds, he chants, "Barrier." A barrier is generated in front of the Royal Knight Order ahead of the fighting. A mass of flame from the enemy collides with it, and both the flame and the barrier emit annihilation light and vanish. The Royal Knight Order is taken aback by the sudden turn of events. It seems something formidable has arrived. As Robert Pirlo says this, he walks forward. As if in response, the vampires leap back in unison, increasing the distance from the Royal Knight Order. As Robert Pirlo steps forward to shield the Royal Knight Order, a figure emerges from the depths. What nonsense! Hey now, Rio and Abel are left speechless. That's because they know exactly who has appeared. The vampires, having distanced themselves from the Royal Knight Order, kneel in unison to pay their respects. Grand Duke Rosniak Zoltan. Indeed, the figure that has emerged is the target of the subjugation. I seldom see a magical barrier of the same level as my flames. Old man, is that barrier yours? Zoltan asks Robert Pirlo. It is true I am an old man, but you are probably older than I am. The lifespan differs between us vampires and humans. Zoltan responds with a slight smile to Robert Pirlo's words. I see, as expected of a vampire Grand Duke, even the strong humans seem to be at a loss for words. Robert Pirlo points out that Rio and Abel are silent. Old man, you weren't there the other day. Even with those assembled there, they were certainly impressive. Yet now someone like you has joined as well. I wonder the one I retrieved. Was it Hagen Benda? He must have been quite a notable figure in the human world. That's right, Baron Hagen Benda. Many strong individuals acted to retrieve him, there's no denying that. Well, to be honest, I couldn't care less about that. Oh, so retrieving him isn't your goal? Ah, no. I came because I thought I might witness a serious battle among strong mages. However, Robert Pirlo shakes his head slightly. What's wrong? The vampires that are emerging are too weak. What? Zoltan's expression distorts. The mages I wanted to see aren't even standing on the battlefield. It seems they don't even need to. I see, my preparations for entertainment may not be sufficient. Yes, not nearly enough. Then how about this? Burn, disappear. A flame the size of a human head is released from Zoltan's hand. It is undeniable that it was released. Almost simultaneously, something small is unleashed from Robert Pirlo's hand. It is likely a spell so small that even Rio and Abel struggle to recognize it, and it moves at high speed. The moment the two spells collide, the flames unleashed by Zoltan disappear. To those other than Rio and Abel, it would have appeared as if the flame directed at Robert Pirlo simply vanished midway. Hey! However, the most surprised on sight is Zoltan himself. What was that just now? What do you mean? It's magic. Robert Pirlo responds to the astonished Zoltan with a wry smile. After tilting his head once, Zoltan seems to understand what happened. His eyes widen significantly. You cut magic with magic? Ah. As expected of a Grand Duke, your intellect is impressive. Robert Pirlo nods in agreement with a laugh. Interesting, truly fascinating. Old man, I must know your name. Stop calling me old man. Yes, I may be old, but I am Robert Pirlo, the former king of the Kingdom of Capitone. Former king? No, if it's Capitone, then it's from the Central Nations, isn't it? You've come from quite far. Zoltan nods repeatedly. But upon hearing those words, Robert Pirlo is surprised. You know of my country? He looks at Zoltan with shock and suspicion. It is an ancient country. I believe I visited it the last time I awoke. I hadn't known that. Should I say you were lucky not to have been destroyed? I don't destroy every country I visit. I'm not that free on time. Zoltan gives a wry smile. He gathers his thoughts and continues speaking. While governing as king, to have become capable of using such powerful magic is truly astonishing. If you had set aside the throne and focused solely on magic, how high would you have risen? Humph, even the great mages of neighboring countries have said the same. Indeed. Those mages must have discerning eyes. Speaking of which, the first time I met them was also on the battlefield. It was a battlefield where we fought each other as enemies. Robert Pirlo gazes into the distance. Rio knows that the mages Robert Pirlo refers to are Alalian Baraha and Arthur Velaces from the kingdom. It seems they now exchange letters, but during the Great War, they engaged in a desperate battle. A friendship forged at the end of mutual killing. Truly a classic development, isn't it? Are you talking about His Majesty Robert Pirlo? The mages he refers to must be Alalian and Arthur, right? Yes, I believe so. If he can go toe-to-toe with that magic-obsessed old man Alalian and Arthur, who appears normal but is not much different from Alalian, then His Majesty Robert Pirlo must be formidable as well. What a thing to say. Rio shakes his head in his mind at Abel's overly frank remarks. The prejudice that swordsmen hold against mages must exist in every era. Then old man, no Robert Pirlo, shall we continue? Are you sure, vampire, with that body of yours? Huh! Isn't it better if your true body emerges? Robert Pirlo gently advises. You seem to know what this body is. Is it a body clone or something similar, based on a part of your true body, reshaped to look like your true body? Almost correct. Can something like that fight? You'll find out if you try. You can tell without trying. Swift flame, before Robert Pirlo could even finish, he unleashed flames. In fact, almost everyone present could not see the flames he conjured. It was only when they struck Zoltan directly and expanded in an instant that they finally understood. A super high-speed flame was unleashed, spreading as an unbelievably powerful flame, burning Zoltan to ashes. No way, a single blow. Was it Zack who muttered that, or Scotty? Ahahaha, no, this is quite rude. Truly, it was not even worth a single strand of my hair. Zoltan's voice echoed from the sky. A single strand of hair? You're mocking me too much. Robert Pirlo replied with a frown. Even if we are going to fight, we must adhere to some formalities. There is something I want to show you. Something you want to show us? Wait in the back. Come together with the other armies. After saying this, Zoltan's voice echoed from the sky as he departed. The French army, the Imperial army, and the Royal army successfully captured the South Gate, West Gate, and East Gate. As they advanced, they rejoined forces inside. Seeing the French army entering through the South Gate, the first Duke of the Royal Army, Rio, shouted with joy. This was because there were 40 holy knights and 10 white knights lined up in formation. Isn't it magnificent? Indeed, Rio exclaimed happily, and Abel nodded in agreement. Eventually, our Natore kingdom will also establish a golem army. Is that so? Yes, if we advance with about 10,000 golems, even the Empire might give up on resistance. Is that really the case? His Majesty the King expressed doubt at the first Duke's words. Winning without fighting, that's what I believe to be the diplomacy of great powers. If that is the case, then the Golem army, which serves as a deterrent and a powerful military force, will surely become essential in the future world. That sounds like a frightening world, Rio confidently asserted, while Abel furrowed his brow. I understand that it means not having to let soldiers or adventurers, meaning the citizens of the kingdom, die on the battlefield. However, Abel trailed off, struggling to find the right words. Human life is the most precious. Abel believes that to be true. He would not deny it and would argue if others did. So, from that perspective, a world where golems fought on the battlefield instead of humans, that doesn't seem like a bad world. He thinks so, but still, it feels a bit scary. Abel, I think that feeling is normal, Rio nodded without denying Abel's honest confession. Perhaps instinctively you're considering what would happen if the golems made unexpected movements. Unexpected movements meaning they would attack people who are supposed to be allies? Exactly. Nodding in response to Abel's words, Rio agreed. Since the 20th century, this theme has been explored hundreds, if not thousands, of times in Earth's history, AI and robot rebellions. That might just be a fear rooted deep in humanity. Compared to many creatures on Earth, humans are weak. They possess nothing superior aside from their intellect. Thus, when faced with aggression, they cannot win. When attacked by a pet animal, when confronted by creatures confined in a zoo, the terrifying part is that by the 21st century, the situation has escalated even further. An existence that surpasses the only strong point of humanity, their intellect, has emerged. AI? When they rebel, humanity will undoubtedly lose. Logically, he understands this, and emotionally, he feels it as well. Humans fear betrayal. The best way is to ensure they don't betray us, but if they do, as long as we are strong, it won't be a problem. That's true, but in the end, relying on borrowed strength won't work. Counting on others for protection, relying on other countries for defense, it all ends if they betray us. The only ones who can protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our nation are us. That does seem to be the case, Rio asserted while shaking his head, and Abel accepted it. Here we should really have a 48-hour continuous combat training. Rejected. Why? Humans break before they get stronger. Rio's suggestion was dismissed by Abel. Honestly, the human body is quite inconvenient. There's nothing we can do about that. Rio shook his head, expressing frustration, while Abel frowned. Yes, humans are fragile. This is true not only compared to golems, but even against vampires. If humans do not evolve to obtain sturdier bodies someday, they will undoubtedly be eliminated from this world. Isn't that why golems were created as a substitute, because we can't obtain such sturdy bodies? Rio sighed, and Abel stated the truth. It seems everyone is here. That voice echoed from the sky, and those present recognized it. Zoltan! The leaders of the three armies frowned in unison, murmuring his name. Now let me show you our hand, guests, Zoltan announced with a laugh. What emerged from the back was impossible. That's golems! Even Graham was startled, and both Abel and Rio were shocked. Indeed, golems had appeared. There were about 50 of them. Vampires with golems? Hey, Graham! Yes, of course, I've never heard of such a thing. Throughout the long conflict between humans and vampires, golems have always been created and deployed solely by humans. Graham nodded, frowning at Abel's confirmation. The shock Graham felt seemed quite significant. Initially, it was the leaders of the Royal Army who connected this to many past events. You wanted to acquire a mining site for the mass production of golems? That seems to be the case. Certainly, whether it's the golems of the Western nations or the artificial golem of the Alliance, they are all made of metal. To create a large number of golems, a substantial amount of ore is necessary. Rio nodded in agreement. The 40 mines of the Atosha Kingdom had been occupied by vampires for the purpose of producing this golem army. Indeed, legends say that Zoltan is exceptionally skilled in alchemy among vampires. But still, I never expected them to create golems. Even when faced with this sight, Graham seemed unable to fully believe it. Regardless, the human advantage has been lost, Abel muttered. Rio nodded silently beside him. Yes, it was because humans excelled in alchemy that they could escape the rule of vampires, who had treated them like livestock. This was often said. However, now vampires possessed golems too. That meant there would inevitably be harsh battles ahead. After a while, the vampire golems began to move. They opened a path in the center of the lined formation. Walking from the back was a single vampire. Zoltan? Ah, Graham, it's been a while. Oh, now that I think about it, we did meet in the Western nations when I acquired that man. Zoltan grinned. At the same time, waves of anger surged from various places. From the Empire, Oscar, Fiona, or the Kingdom's Rio, that man, Baron Hagen Benda, was why they had come this far. I hope Harg is alive. That was Rio's voice, resonating as if from the depths of the earth. Filled with anger, it was a tone Abel had hardly ever heard before. Of course, he is alive, child of the Fairy King. If I don't keep him alive, I can't use teleportation or storage. Zoltan responded while laughing. Child of the Fairy King? Was it Graham who murmured that, or Oscar? Regardless, Rio had no intention of answering. Zoltan looked directly at Graham. Then he asked, do you think humans could drive out vampires thanks to golems? You're mistaken, Graham. As you can see, even vampires can create golems. Zoltan said with a smile. The reason vampires were driven out by humans is that they need to take a long sleep. What? Graham reflexively questioned Zoltan's words. Rio tilted his head at their conversation. A long sleep is necessary? That phrase sounded familiar, but then he remembered. Ah, Miss Marlin. Yes, he had heard that demons need to sleep for hundreds of years. Because Demon Marlin hadn't taken that sleep for thousands of years, he had become weak by the standards of the demon Jean-Jacques. It was unlikely that Zoltan had heard Rio's muttering. The reason humans have spread so far is that they only need a series of short sleeps compared to vampires or Spellno. Zoltan mentioned not only vampires, but also Spellno demons. So while they were asleep for long periods, humans hunted them. In simple terms, that's it. Zoltan nodded in response to Graham's words. Graham had nothing to say. He didn't possess any information to contradict Zoltan's assertion. Honestly, whether he affirmed or denied it, the current situation would not change. So, what does that mean? I have no words to say. As I thought, in complete memory, Zoltan muttered, shaking his head slightly at Graham's words. Zoltan's murmur reached Rio and Abel's ears as well. However, they did not understand its meaning. Moreover, even Graham, who was spoken to, did not comprehend. Well, that's fine. By the time this ends, you'll understand various things, Zoltan said and snapped his fingers. From the depths where Zoltan had emerged, something heavy began to move. What was pushed out by two golems was, Harg! Rio shouted. What emerged was Baron Hagen Benda embedded in the wall. His arms and legs were stuck in the wall, rendering him immobile, but his face was visible. Rio. It was a question because his eyes seemed not to open, and he appeared to have judged Rio's shout by hearing. "See, he's alive, isn't he?" Zoltan said with a laugh. "I ensure he gets his meals every day. Normally he uses functions without regaining consciousness, but since you all have arrived, I thought it would be nice to bring him back to awareness." His eyes, Zoltan paused, looking directly at Baron Hagen-Benda. "Still closed, huh? They've been shut the whole time. Eventually his eyes will open and he will see your figures. Just then, how long are you going to keep talking?" A man invaded Zoltan's space and attacked. Clang. The sound resounded sharply as swords clashed. The one who struck was the blazing flame mage, Oscar. Zoltan received the blow with ease. In his hand was a deep crimson sword, the renowned bloody sword created from the blood of vampires. Zoltan conjured it in an instant and caught Oscar's strike. "I remember you, fire attribute mage. You pierced my barrier with the white flame needle," Zoltan said, displaying a smile. That smile bore a fierce demeanor. "I want Baron Hagen-Benda back." Anger surged in Oscar's eyes. "Oh, so this man is a baron. He isn't particularly strong, yet he holds a noble title. That means his teleportation and storage skills are highly regarded." "Of course. How wonderful. This means people understand that it's a precious spell, right? That's marvelous. Yes, this man's magic is exceedingly valuable. Even we vampires could not replicate it. It could only be manifested from this man's blood. His blood is truly precious." Zoltan spoke while laughing, but unlike before, a serious light shone in his eyes. "That's why I will take it back." Oscar began to unleash a flurry of strikes with increasing intensity. The sudden emergence of this battle left everyone else in shock. Rio was no exception, but this is why fire attribute mages are troublesome. They go berserk on their own. He began critiquing Oscar, who had suddenly attacked. Zoltan seemed to want to talk more. He doesn't understand the importance of gathering information. "That's entirely true, but I don't think the focus should be there right now." "Yes." "Oh," Zoltan said, "it could only be manifested from this man's blood. That point is indeed intriguing." "I don't think that's it either." Rio misunderstood and nodded while crossing his arms, while Abel shook his head slightly. The situation was about to change. "I enjoy this sword fight with this man, but for the others it must be boring just watching. I will lend you some golems. Enjoy yourselves." As Zoltan said this, the vampire golems began to move. They started walking in formation. Ahead of them were the Holy Knights of France. "Advance the Holy Knights," Graham commanded, and the Holy Knights began to move forward. Soon after, the golems of both factions clashed. No, the Holy Knights are being slightly pushed back." Rio corrected Abel's statement, who had openly declared he was engaged in alchemy as a hobby. "The Holy Knights are fighting in formation, but the vampire golems are scattered." "That's true. Because of that, the Holy Knights can't effectively narrow down their targets, and their fighting style has become ambiguous. There are various aspects to golem battles, I see." At Rio's observation, Abel shook his head slightly. As the king, and also an experienced adventurer, Abel had led his subordinates and fellow adventurers in combat command before. So he understood that commanding a battle was difficult. It seems this applies not only to people, but also to golems. Oscar was unleashing not only his sword, but also close-range magic like piercing fire. But he couldn't break through the barriers that Zoltan was deploying at opportune moments. Zoltan was advancing through the battle with ease. Naturally, he also understood the fight of his own golems. "Graham, your command of the golems still needs work." "What? Or should I say your strategic thinking still needs improvement?" Since he said it quite loudly, it seemed Graham heard him as well. Of course, Rio and Abel, who stood near Graham, heard him too. "Strategic thinking? Do you understand when you see this? I'm deploying the 2nd Golem Legion." As Zoltan's words echoed, even more golems emerged from the back. "Moreover, about as many as the first time." "You mean there are double, a total of 100? Both Abel and Rio were shocked. "Not having enough strategic thinking means something like this." Graham squeezed out his voice while glaring at the newly appeared golems. Rio didn't understand the meaning. "In other words, we've occupied 40 mining sites for 2 years. We must have acquired a vast amount of ores. There's no way the golems created from that would only be 50. "Oh. So acquiring a large amount of ores means they manufactured a large number of golems. Now we have 100, but is there even more?" Rio understood Graham's explanation. At the same time, he grimaced. Even the current situation was quite dire. Not only the 40 Holy Knights, but also the last trump card, which could be considered 10 White Knights, were deployed. A battle between 100 vampire golems and 40 Holy Knights plus 10 White Knights. Even so, it's tough. "Yes," Rio nodded at Abel's words. He nodded, but at the same time tilted his head. "What's wrong?" "No. It's the vampire golems. There's something off about them." "Off?" At Rio's words, Abel tilted his head in confusion. Honestly, Abel didn't understand the oddity Rio was talking about. Certainly, they are smaller than the Holy Knights. They're bigger than the White Knights, though. Yeah, they feel like they're just a bit over 2 meters tall. Rio nodded at Abel's observation. Even for humans, someone with a physique like Warren might be about the same height. Whether they were the Holy Knights from France, civilians from the Republic, or artificial golems from the Handalu Federation, they were all around 3 meters tall. The main golems deployed on the battlefield, whether in the Central Nations or the Western Nations, had a common understanding of being 3 meters tall. However, the advanced golems introduced by France, the White Knights, were 1.5 meters tall. There might be a trend of downsizing from larger models to smaller ones in golems as well. Thinking about it that way, it wasn't strange that the vampire golems were just over 2 meters tall. The situation was advancing beyond the two of them. More enemies from the back. Vampires are coming out, such voices echoed. Zack, Scotty? Ha-ha! In response to Abel's words, the 2 squad captains of the Royal Knight Order replied. The Royal Knights will take the lead. France and the Empire, we ask for your support, Zack and Scotty shouted. Graham silently raised his right hand to accept the two's request. This was flat ground. Since it was a direct confrontation, it was easier for the Royal Knights to deal with than the Inquisitors from France. The battlefield might eventually become more chaotic. There was a possibility that the Inquisitors could utilize the remains of destroyed golems as obstacles to exert their power. But one water attribute mage was restless. He didn't like that his allies were fighting right in front of him while he remained hidden in the back. I should join the fight too. Wait, Zoltan is likely going to play another card, Abel pointed out calmly. He was also aware that he was suited to lead from the front, yet he remained by Rio and Room 10. Is it the deployment of more golems you mentioned earlier? That too. But from earlier, I've been sensing a bad presence from the back. From the back, Abel looked toward the back where the golems had emerged, and Rio looked there too. Active sonar. Rio used sonar magic to probe, but there's something like an air membrane or a vacuum membrane. I can't see what's further back. Yet, Abel, you can sense it. Yeah, I can. There are 4 that are extremely strong and many others. It was the very next moment after Abel said that. Something jumped out from the back. Clang. Abel stepped forward and blocked with his sword. A woman? A vampire? Oh, you can block my sword despite being human? I hit Zoltan's fool when he woke me up, but if I was summoned for such a worthy human, I wouldn't mind. The vampire with a female appearance replied with a laugh to Abel's words. My name is Neda, Duke Ruminius. Oh, I'm Abel, the king of the Natore kingdom. The vampire duke and the human king introduced themselves to each other. Upon hearing that exchange, both Stephania and Graham grimaced. Could it be that Duke Ruminius is? Yes, one of the 9 vampire dukes whose names are known. Sword flashes, Neda. You seem to know quite well. Judging by your attire, you're probably from a high-ranking clergy of the church. Don't worry, it seems I'm also preparing to deal with the others. Neda, Duke Ruminius said while still laughing. As she mentioned, 3 more vampires dashed out from the back. 3 counts, but we should manage somehow. Nils Ammon, I'm counting on you, Abel shouted without looking back. Understood? Yes, Nils and Ammon responded. Watching that scene, another person was also about to act. Your Majesty, please allow me to join there as well. Understood, go ahead, Groan. Captain of the Guard Groan requested, and the main former king, Robert Pirlo, granted permission. The battlefield became even more chaotic. At the same time, the strong ones without an opponent were left behind. Since both of them were mages, they had not engaged in close combat. One was stopped by the king, and as soon as he was stopped, that king entered the battle. The other, having sent his guards to the front lines as the former king, remained because there was no enemy for him to fight. Is the Duke Rondo also free? His Majesty Robert Pirlo, grown son, Room 10 and... Yes. Remarkably, it's 3 holy sword bearers. Rio confirmed ahead, and Robert Pirlo replied with a smile. 2 strong ones without an opponent, Rio and Robert Pirlo. It might be necessary to remain on standby as a reserve force. While saying that, Robert Pirlo tilted his chin. Inward. Could it be that there are golems everywhere? Perhaps. They might be waiting to be summoned by Zoltan. If we strike when they come out, or even before that, it would be a great help to those fighting on the front lines. Rio nodded vigorously. Shall we go? Let's go. Thus, Robert Pirlo and Rio started running deeper inside. Just a little past the entrance, there was a slight discomfort in the air. The air membrane, this is what just blocked the sonar. An interesting membrane, Rio grimaced, while Robert Pirlo touched the air membrane and tried to penetrate it with his arm. I've heard of it in magic, but since it's here, it must have been generated by alchemy tools, right? Yes, I believe so, but His Majesty and our Abel must have felt the presence from deeper in, right? Indeed. I'm envious, Rio said honestly. Hearing that, Robert Pirlo laughed. To be envied by the Duke Rondo, I'm not something to be thrown away yet. You feel the presence through something other than magic, right? Yes, indeed. In my case, it's from years of experience living long. You mentioned before that you've been exposed to the gazes of assassins for half a century. You remember well. Rio recited the words he had heard previously, and Robert Pirlo was surprised. The reason Rio remembered was simply because it was too shocking. An experience that an ordinary citizen would absolutely never undergo, constantly being watched, always facing the danger of death for half a century. Your Majesty Abel has likely had a similar experience. As a prince, of course, but also as an adventurer, you must have gone through many a fierce battle. I see. So it's a sense sharpened by such experiences. Looking at it that way, perhaps it would have been a happier life not to have such a sense at all. While saying that, Robert Pirlo was smiling. Even such terrible experiences were recognized as one of the things that shaped who he is today. Those called royalty truly cannot hope for the happiness that ordinary people can attain, can they? Yes, that's unavoidable. Rio expressed a commoner's perspective, and Robert Pirlo smirked. What lay beyond the air membrane was, after a short distance, it sloped downward, revealing a vast space. How spacious! It's the first time I've seen a place with no room to stand. Both Robert Pirlo and Rio were astonished. The area ahead was quite a large space. A truly vast expanse that could fit several soccer fields. There thousands of golems stood motionless in rows, while they were lined up. Isn't something strange? Yes. How should I put it? They seemed to be empty inside. Both Robert Pirlo and Rio tilted their heads. It was certain they weren't moving. Since they were golems, they wouldn't move unless activated, but it felt slightly different. It feels like only the armor is lined up. Looking closely, the backs seem to be open. Yes, as if someone could enter inside. Could it be that vampires could fit inside? That might be the case. Rio and Robert Pirlo reached the same conclusion. By having vampires inside, the vampire golems would be complete. That earlier discomfort was due to this. Rio nodded repeatedly in realization. Discomfort? I felt discomfort watching them fight outside. The vampire golems moved much more smoothly compared to the Holy Knights, the civilians of the Republic, or the artificial golems of the Alliance. No, it was too smooth. Oh, especially their walking, Rio explained, still with a grim expression. However, Robert Pirlo seemed to have realized something there. I see, I understand. I remember reading a report about how our Alliance's artificial golems had to give up on bipedal movement and went with quadrupedal movement. It seems difficult to balance on two legs. Humans can walk so easily. Yes, you are absolutely right. Mr. Frank's decision to go with quadrupedal golems, that was a wise choice, Rio asserted. Yes, quadrupedal movement offers more stability. The mechanisms won't get too complex, probably. When moving at high speeds, figuring out how to move four legs is something humans find hard to imagine. That is true. In that regard, they would likely refer to the movements of horses and other quadrupedal animals. Or even something with more legs, like a spider. But above all, the overall stability during combat is likely better with four legs than two. That's why Rio highly values Frank de Verde's decision to go with quadrupedal movement. However, at the same time, Rio is particular about his golems being bipedal. Why? Because bipedal robots carry a certain kind of romance. In the book of Genesis in the Old Testament, it is said that God created man in his own image. Humans attempting to replicate that act by creating bipedal robots might be driven by a longing for the divine. It is certainly not blasphemy against God, an unreachable longing for the divine. It might be the primal desire that humans have had since the beginning. No, just talking to myself. Rio awkwardly deflected, feeling embarrassed by the mutter that slipped out. Now that you mention it, the vampire golems fighting outside did walk smoothly. The Holy Knights of France must have developed their skills over a long time, but it was beyond that. It could indeed be something abnormal. Yes, even if Zoltan is said to be a vampire exceptionally skilled in alchemy, he occupied the mines of the Atosha kingdom 2 years ago. In other words, it would have been 2 years since he seriously began making golems. To create something that can walk so smoothly in that short time must be quite difficult. Robert Pirlo nodded, and Rio added. Bipedal movement is hard. For a moment, Robert Pirlo grimaced and added a comment. However, the small golems from the kingdom were quite smooth in their walking, weren't they? Those were ice golems. So they would be made by the Duke Rondo, right? Oh, well, Rio couldn't hide his embarrassment. In the face of Robert Pirlo's insight, lies had no chance of succeeding. Moreover, Rio was not good at lying in the first place. They are still not completed. I see. With cold sweat flowing, Rio replied, and Robert Pirlo accepted it with a grin. A man as experienced as Robert Pirlo could gather much information even from a slight exchange of words. Rio, wanting to keep the knowledge of bipedal robots from Earth a secret, said not completed, but Robert Pirlo had gathered different information. That small golem is being researched in the kingdom, meaning it is from a different lineage compared to the golems led by Viscount Kenneth Hayward. That's interesting. The stance of that small golem resembles a swordsman. For something not mainstream in the kingdom's golem research, it's quite refined. I have heard Duke Rondo is top-notch not only in magic but also in swordsmanship. However, even so, reflecting that in a golem should be challenging. There are many interesting aspects. Those were the thoughts running through Robert Pirlo's mind. That said, dealing with the immediate problems before them took precedence. Should we incinerate these golems before the vampires enter? That would certainly be better. However, since they are metallic, I think they would be made of iron, considering they occupied iron ore mines. Oh, that's not a problem. Rio expressed concern, but Robert Pirlo dismissed it with a laugh. Then, while laughing, he declared, "We must show that even the strongest mage of the kingdom is not weak compared to the alliance." In an instant, the atmosphere changed. Extinguishing flame, words spoken without a chant. The flames emitted from Robert Pirlo's right hand were not large. Flames about the size of a thumb, but hundreds, no, thousands flew out simultaneously. Upon colliding with the golems, the flames expanded rapidly, engulfing the entire bodies of the golems and vanished after 3 seconds. Along with the golem that was hit by the flames. The golem disappeared? No way, did it evaporate instead of melting? Oh, did you see it? No, I didn't see it. I just imagined it, but the boiling point of iron is over 28 degrees. Such high temperatures are usually impossible. Plasma? No, resistance heating in a vacuum. Of course, it's not electrical resistance, but when the paths of heat loss such as convection and thermal conduction are greatly diminished, efficient high temperatures can be achieved. Yes, if we cut off the air. What's wrong, Duke Rondo? Your Majesty Robert Pirlo uses not only fire attribute magic, but also wind attribute magic, doesn't he? That was the conclusion Rio reached. With wide eyes, Robert Pirlo showed an expression of surprise. Rio felt this was the first time he had seen such astonishment. Even my close aides hardly know, even the captain of the guard, groaned, doesn't know, how did you figure it out? You shouldn't have shown any sign. By considering how incredibly high temperatures could be produced to evaporate iron in a few seconds, that conclusion emerged, Rio answered. Even so, he wasn't entirely confident in that conclusion. However, it seemed he was right. That was a fire and wind synergy created from decades of trial and error, yet you deciphered it just from watching. Duke Rondo, truly fearsome may be your thought process. And no, that's too much flattery. Rio felt embarrassed by Robert Pirlo's high praise. It was merely because he had the knowledge from Earth that he understood it. Being told truly fearsome may be your thought process would likely humble anyone who wasn't exceedingly overconfident. Elalian and Arthur both mentioned it. His Majesty Robert Pirlo is strong. Oh. Elalian Baraha and Arthur Velasquez, indeed top-notch, recognized top-notch. Are you close with the two? Yes, in the kingdom they have provided various advice. Rio nodded. Elalian, who is feared by direct disciples like Lin due to his obsession with magic. Arthur, who at first glance seems more reasonable than Elalian, actually harbors an equally intense obsession with magic. Both are extraordinary. Yet from Rio's perspective, it doesn't seem strange at all that both are captivated by magic, so he would say they are wonderful mages. Hearing that, Abel said, Rio is the same kind. Without a doubt, considering Rio's sensibility, Robert Pirlo before him is also of the same kind. Huh, are vampires running this way? Robert Pirlo murmured. From the direction where the vanished golems once stood, Rio could see hundreds of vampires running towards them. Now then, what will you do, Duke Rondo? Robert Pirlo asked with a smile. While it was just that line spoken, Rio understood. Could he show something that can counter his magic from earlier? Well, I have just the right thing for water attribute magic, so I will try that, Rio said after a moment's thought. He had been thinking about it for a while, but he had never actually used it against a living target. Moreover, that magic is one that can be cast over a wide area and on multiple targets. It feels just right for the hundreds of vampires. Rio took a deep breath and exhaled. Just like when wielding a sword, it helped him gather his focus. Here we go, rhyme ice, Rio chanted. Everything within Rio's field of vision completely froze, both the living and the non-living. Naturally, the hundreds of vampires that were running towards them were also frozen. Oh, it worked. Basically, permafrost acts on the water molecules in the air, so if it's a person, even a mage might freeze. However, those skilled in magical control like Sira or Elalian won't freeze. Vampires likely have high magical control as well, so I combined downpour and permafrost. I thought it could work, and it did. Rhyme ice, supercooled droplets freeze upon impact with the target. I think that's a pretty good name I came up with, Rio said happily, talking to no one in particular. Robert Pirlo, who had been watching from a little behind at an angle, trembled at the moment everything was encapsulated in ice. It shouldn't be possible to freeze a person. Even in the Alliance it has been studied, and in the Kingdom, yes, the family of the Greats of Water attribute magic, the Schwarzkopf family, concluded it was impossible after a long study. However, now right before my eyes, no, that's right, it's not a person. In the next moment, Robert Pirlo's expression distinctly changed. They're vampires, vampires with a resistance to magic that is incomparable to humans have been encased in ice. That means even human mages could be frozen. They can't resist. Robert Pirlo's mutter was truly small. It was not intentional, but instinctively he avoided being overheard by the person right next to him. It was something that must never be heard. However, after thinking for a moment, he reconsidered. Now should be a great opportunity, one-on-one with the person who unleashed that fearsome magic. Yet they belonged to the same camp, so to speak. To put it simply, they were allies. There was no better opportunity to gain information. The battle in magic isn't solely determined by the strength of magical power or the potency of spells. Isn't that a phrase your Majesty said? I might have heard it from Alalian or Arthur. Yes, Rio remembered. Before departing from the kingdom as a delegation to the Western nations, the two had said, "It's better not to fight against that. Even if you surpass them in magical power or spell potency, you'll be made aware that battles aren't just about that." Here, that referred to Robert Pirlo. But I thought, after seeing the magic that froze everything just now, no, while the potency is extraordinary, more than that, it seems you can freeze it precisely because you understand the essence of magic and the nature of living beings. Not at all, Rio clearly blushed. Indeed, magic that can freeze is difficult. He felt like he practiced in the forest of Rondo for not just years, but over a decade. Ah, the peak of magic is still far away. Yes, I completely agree, Robert Pirlo said with a cheerful laugh, and Rio smiled in agreement. Even if the two of them raced towards the peak of magic, there was still much further to go. Those were words from the heart. While Rio and Robert Pirlo realized the true nature of the vampire golem and charged in to wipe it out, numerous battles were taking place outside. One of the fiercest battles was likely between Abel and Duke Ruminius Neda. Is it true that you have another name, Sword Flashes Neda? Yes, that's right, I have a fondness for swords. What a coincidence, I also love swords. You are King Abel of the Natore Kingdom, aren't you? It's clear that you are quite skilled with a sword, considering how you've been able to withstand my strikes. Neda nodded. The two had already crossed blades more than 30 times. Of course, neither had sustained any significant injuries. They were not fighting seriously, merely testing each other's strength. However, to an outside observer, it would appear as though a fierce sword fight was unfolding. Honestly, it's astonishing how well a human can fight like this. Neda's words trailed off. What's wrong? Abel looked on suspiciously. Though his words had faltered, Neda's movements did not stop. Yet his gaze was fixed on Abel's sword. Indeed, Abel was starting to get used to it. Abel, your sword is... Ah, Neda, you know about it too. It seems to be the sword used by my ancestor, King Richard. I thought so. Neda's expression brightened. I remember. I cut off Richard's right arm. That's the first I've heard of such specific details about that battle. Is that so? I shall cut off your left arm as well. I'll do my best not to get cut. Neda made a grim declaration with a pleased expression, while Abel shook his head slightly. Then it's settled, I will show some seriousness. What does a vampire duke's seriousness look like? Like this. In the next moment, Abel was blown away. I thought I could cut both your torso and left arm, Neda grimaced. When it comes to dukes, does it mean they possess incredible strength? Though Abel had been sent flying, he got back up unharmed due to his reflexes and approached Neda once more. As a descendant wielding Richard's X, I thought you would flow with my sword. What are you saying, I'm lacking in skill? Indeed, you are lacking. I'm still putting in daily effort. I see. That's a wonderful thing. Abel replied sarcastically, raising one eyebrow while Neda took it at face value. True to his title as Sword Flashes Neda, he seemed sincere towards his sword. Naturally, the sword Neda wielded was his red sword, the bloody sword, crafted from his own blood. It's good that both humans and vampires take their swords seriously, regardless of their differences. Ha ha ha, excellent, Abel. I completely agree. It's a strange thing, isn't it? Even though we are different races locked in a fight to the death, those who wield swords can find mutual understanding. Don't you think so? That might be true. Abel could understand that feeling. He felt compelled to ask. Hey, since we've crossed blades like this, it must be fate. I have something I'd like to ask. We are in the midst of a serious duel, you know. Well, I suppose if you initiate conversation, it can be said that way. Is talking while fighting a human trait? When energy rises, words often fall silent, but leading up to that point, there's usually more talking, right? Vampires live for a long time, right? That means you've experienced more and acquired more knowledge than humans. It wouldn't hurt to share some of that, would it? Well, fine. What do you want to know? I heard that you are a vampire duke. And as far as humans know, there are 9 vampire dukes. I can't answer that about the numbers, but what of it? Is there another female duke among them besides you? There is only one. She should still be sleeping up north. Neda immediately answered Abel's question. Really? That's one thing I can answer clearly. At least she isn't dead and, well, she isn't awake either. I have a fate with her. So if she were active, I would know. I see, Abel nodded. The image that floated in Abel's mind was the neighboring country of the Natore Kingdom, Twilight Land. That land is ruled by vampires known as Shinso, and there is a female duke. Duke Alba, Rio said he was treated to ramen by her. She is a female duke. In truth, Abel had always found it strange. He felt discomfort regarding the vampires of Twilight Land. Of course, the one at the center was Shinso, Earl Lejo's sword that he swung down, and after that he never once used the bloody sword, even though he knew I was a vampire. And then he remembered clearly the sword Shinso wielded. Now that I think about it, it was curved. Rio's ice sword? Was it Murakumo? It resembled that shape. He looked at the sword held by the vampire duke before him. That deep red sword was a double-edged straight sword. It was shaped more like Abel's sword than Rio's Murakumo. Is that bloody sword similar in shape to all others? The size may differ. Some like larger swords, while others prefer smaller ones for better handling. But the shape is a double-edged straight sword. Indeed. It seems similar to Abel's X. That's true, Abel nodded. To be honest, he didn't quite understand. But one thing was for sure, the vampires of Twilight Land were unique. Just figuring that out is a gain. Is that so? Well, that's good then. Neda swung his sword vigorously again. Swish. Abel, instead of being blown away, perfectly angled his sword to deflect Neda's sword. With that momentum, he stepped in with his right foot and delivered a swift strike. Neda leaped back significantly, avoiding Abel's sword. Abel, you can do it. Really, it might just have been a fluke. How about we try that again? Ha, sounds good, this is fun. X seems to be motivated too. It looks like our hearts are connecting quite well. Motivated, really? How can you tell? Abel expressed his honest confusion. In response, Neda tilted his head. You can't feel the motivation of your own sword? No, I can't. I see. X has it tough. Its new master seems to be somewhat dense. Dense? Abel was more shocked than he expected. Are there no swordsmen around you who can communicate with their beloved swords? Neda looked at him with pity and asked. No, Abel responded immediately, but almost simultaneously, a person floated into his mind. That person could communicate with their sword to unleash the secret sword, ice-binding sword technique. However, that person was not a swordsman. I thought there were none, but there was one. Oh, so there is one? But that person is not a swordsman, they're a mage. A mage. They can communicate with their own staff? No, despite being a mage, they wield a sword better than many swordsmen. They even served as a swordsmanship instructor for the Knight Order. Oh, that's impressive. Is that person here? Who are they? Introduce them, saying that Neda looked around. Now that you mention it, they might be fighting somewhere. What's the name? Rio, a mage with water attributes, Abel answered. If someone like that exists, you might have been able to learn how to connect with your sword, didn't you ask? I couldn't understand. That sounds, well, can you, Neda, communicate with your sword? Of course. I'm a vampire, and this sword is my bloody sword made from my blood. We are connected at the level of souls. I see, Neda replied with an expression of disbelief which pressured Abel. On top of that, Abel looked at the beloved sword in his hand. It shone as it usually did, but it felt like it was shining more white than usual. Originally, like other magic swords, it only shone red. But lately, it seems like white has been mixed in. Even Abel had noticed that change. Especially during his journey through the eastern nations, it felt as if the white had increased. Speaking of which, I think X shone brighter white when Richard wielded it. Is that so? Well, it's a story from several hundred years ago, and I dozed off twice during that time, so my memory is hazy. Oh. Well, dozing off feels good. Abel was shocked to hear words he never expected from a vampire. Then, if you want to be able to connect more with X, you must fight fiercely. Fighting fiercely allows you to connect. Of course. Neda's eyes were turning from surprise to suspicion. Are you really a swordsman? What else would I be if not a swordsman? Fraud. Oh, that's the same kind of retort as Rio just made. The fact that both Rio and I come to the same answer means Abel might indeed be a fraud. That's not true, Abel reflexively shouted. Then prove it with your sword. Show that you are a swordsman, not a fraud. Fine. Abel deliberately took the bait from Neda's provocation. The intensity of their battle escalated further. In the midst of the battle between golems, the fight of the vampires against the Royal Knight Order intertwines. Running through the two conflicts are the Inquisitors. Heal! That helps a lot! The Royal Knight Order expresses their gratitude to the Inquisitor for the healing. Inquisitors are priests of the Western Church and, of course, are light attribute mages. Furthermore, they do not falter even in the heat of battle. They cast heal on the Royal Knight Order, who are facing the vampires head-on. As a result, the front lines were maintained. This is incredibly helpful. When we return to the kingdom, we should discuss such coordination with the monk squad at the central sanctuary. The two squad captains, Zack and Scotty, converse while commanding their troops. Even they understand that such feats would be impossible for ordinary priests. In the kingdom, the only ones with similar guts might be the monk squad. That said, the monk squad members are all quite robust. It would be difficult for them to casually cast heal like the Inquisitors do. Both Zack and Scotty realize the significant difference between the Inquisitors and the monk squad. It couldn't be helped. Their roles and the expectations from their organizations are different. While the front lines were somehow maintained by the Royal Knight Order and the Inquisitors, there were those who were dissatisfied. The balance is too perfect. That voice resounded literally from the sky. Zoltan's voice? Yeah. Both Zack and Scotty immediately understand who it is. Then the vampire descends from the sky. Isn't Zoltan over there fighting the blazing flame mage? That has to be the same one from when His Majesty King Robert Pirlo was around. Perhaps a manifestation of his power. Zack grimaces. His Majesty burnt it to ashes in an instant. King Robert Pirlo was also a legendary mage during the previous Great War. Both Zack and Scotty are aware that during the Great War between the Natore Kingdom and the Handalu Federation, King Robert Pirlo of the Capitone Kingdom stood as a formidable mage against the kingdom. When the newly descended Zoltan joins the fray, the barely maintained balance collapses. With just one vampire, the front lines have crumbled. What an abomination! Scotty looks frustrated while Zack grimaces. Zoltan's manifestation is strong. The injuries sustained by the Royal Knight Order are severe naturally. They cannot be healed by a single heal. Thus, they continue to fight while their wounds remain unhealed, gradually losing to the other vampires. What about His Majesty King Robert Pirlo? He charged deeper alongside Duke Rondo. Deeper, the fact that they haven't emerged since then means those two are holding their ground. I see, then we have no choice but to do our best out here. Saying that, Zack unsheathes his sword. Zack. Scotty, I'll leave the command to you. It's impossible to command while fighting against that guy. Understood, don't die on me. Of course. Zack dashed to the front lines. Clang, the sharp sound of swords clashing. Zack deflected Zoltan's sword strike. Zoltan, I'm your opponent. Captain. Zoltan tilts his head at the sudden intruder while Zack declares himself, saving a fellow member of the Royal Knight Order just in time. Humph, did you just say captain? Of the Knight Order, I presume? Zoltan pulls back his sword and inquires. With that, the saved knight retreats to the back, and Zack faces Zoltan one-on-one. I am the squad captain of the Natore Kingdom Knight Order, Zack Cooler. Oh, the Natore Kingdom Knight Order, I know of it, it's Richard's kingdom. Zoltan nods several times. Richard likely refers to King Richard, the restorer of the kingdom. Zoltan glances briefly at another battle. The swordsman fighting Neda, that sword must be X, right? So that must be a descendant of Richard, the one we shall receive as King Abel. The king himself swings his sword on the front lines. Richard did the same. That's admirable. Even among men, that attitude deserves respect. Zoltan praises. Zack is unsure how to respond to such praise. However, the opponent is sword flashes Neda. Even I lack confidence in a pure sword fight against such an opponent. Are you sure it's all right to let the king duel him? His Majesty wishes to fight himself. If we intervene, we would incur his wrath. I see. He may be more hot-blooded than Richard. Zoltan nods. At that moment, yet another vampire misunderstood Abel. You said your name was Zack, a squad captain of the Knight Order. Interesting. I too shall fight you with just my sword. Come at me. Much obliged. Your Excellency the Grand Duke's generous words, I am honored. As Zoltan beckons, Zack leaps forward. From a low stance, he swings horizontally. Clang, Zoltan firmly receives the strike. For Zack, it was expected that his attack would be absorbed. Carrying the momentum of the deflected sword, he spins and delivers another horizontal slash from the opposite direction. Clang, thus began a flurry of consecutive strikes. For the past 4 years, Zack had devoted himself to the way of the sword. At the core of it all might be a somewhat impure motivation to gain Sira's acknowledgement. However, it is true that he faced the sword earnestly. As a result, he has risen to be among the top 3 swordsmen in the Royal Knight Order. Of course, Zack is not satisfied with just that. His desire is to become a knight who can stand alongside Sira without feeling embarrassed. In other words, he aims to acquire power that is on par with Sira's sword, though that won't be easy. It is his goal. At present, he is completely unsatisfied. That's why even now, he is honing his swordsmanship. The consecutive strikes Zack unleashes are undoubtedly among the best in the kingdom, so splendid that anyone would recognize it as such. Most opponents could be crushed simply by his sword pressure. However, this opponent is not most opponents. Not bad. With a sly smile, Zoltan takes all of Zack's consecutive strikes. Damn it, he really is an abomination. While a hint of frustration seeps through, Zack does not find it surprising. Of course, his opponent is a vampire Grand Duke. For a human, you wield your sword quite well, Zack of the Natore Kingdom Knight Order, but with that level you cannot pierce my defenses. I understand. I grasp your attacking power well. Now what about your defense? Saying that, Zoltan swings his sword widely. Zack dodges and leaps back. Now the roles switch. Zoltan's consecutive strikes Zack's defense. Oh, what a sword pressure. Phew, ha, good job, Zack. Your defense isn't bad either. Zack grimaces as he takes Zoltan's sword, while Zoltan swings his sword with a smile. Indeed, Zack is taking Zoltan's sword strikes. He is not simply deflecting them. He is absorbing them. The sword speed is considerable, but the power isn't surprising at all. It's certainly not weak. He possesses strength that is at least at the top level of humans, but still I can take it. Zack thinks to himself. He believes that if it were the original Zoltan, it wouldn't have been this easy. Even a baron among vampires possesses considerable strength. A Viscount could easily blow away a person who tried to block their sword. What about a Grand Duke? However, the fact that he can take the strikes means he isn't as strong as the original. It was said that during the time of His Majesty King Robert Pirlo, it was a matter of a single hair's breadth. Could this be the same? Don't let your guard down. The moment he hears Zoltan's murmur, Zack's left arm is severely slashed. Zack jumps back significantly to create distance. Immediately, an Inquisitor appears behind him and casts spells. Heal, thank you. Zack expresses his gratitude without taking his eyes off Zoltan. The Inquisitor nods slightly and quickly retreats. I've been watching since earlier, but that coordination is remarkable. The Natore Kingdom of the Central Nations and the Western Church, you've never cooperated before, have you? They are certainly well trained. Indeed, that's true, as expected of Graham. Zoltan nods vigorously at Zack's words. Zack ponders, why did he get his arm slashed? I doubt he's using magic. He said he wouldn't use it. Of course, that doesn't mean it's true. I've heard that vampires are prideful. Much like the nobility among humans, they keep their promises spoken. So he hasn't used magic. He prepares his sword, keeping his gaze fixed on Zoltan as he continues to think. The strength isn't all that impressive. He hasn't shown his techniques yet, but I can't imagine getting slashed was due to technique. I should consider that he simply surpassed me in speed. However, I didn't see it. That means. Well then, have you reached a conclusion? In an instant, the sword speed increased to a level I couldn't recognize. Oh, wonderful, that's correct. Zoltan nods repeatedly at Zack's answer. With a smile, he strangely looks pleased. Isn't it good to think for yourself and solve the problem before you? Regardless of race, that's an essential thing. Is that so? Thank you very much. If you continue down the path of the sword, there will come a time when you cannot grow stronger by merely swinging your sword. What do you do to advance from there? You must think for yourself about how to become stronger. You have to keep thinking. Indeed, Zack is somewhat drawn in by Zoltan's words. Zack, you want to become stronger, don't you? Yeah, I want to get stronger. Indeed, it is precisely that strong desire that has brought you this far. However, if you aim for even higher, you must also train your mind. How do I train it? As I just mentioned, swing your sword while thinking. That's rather abstract. It's hard to understand, Zack answers honestly. However, if I die here at your hands, I won't become stronger. Exactly right, so you must defeat me. Zack does not waver. He glares at Zoltan head-on and clearly states, Good. Then put those words into practice. I'll do just that. Once again, Zack's consecutive strikes began. In this outer battlefield, there is another situation. It is the battle between Zoltan and the Imperial Army. The blazing flame Mage Oscar is challenging Zoltan to close combat. Fiona and the Imperial Army, the forces of Duke Rubine, are providing support with long-range magic attacks. Phew, isn't this great? Well-trained magic cannon fire? Laughing, Zoltan deflects all the cannon fire with a barrier. To deflect all this firepower. Indeed, even Oscar seems to be showing signs of fatigue. Fiona and Marie whisper to each other. Oscar is the only one engaging Zoltan in close combat with sword and magic. He hasn't sustained any major damage, but since the battle started, he has been fighting with all his might, so it must be quite tough for him. Even Fiona and Marie think so, but, Deputy, it feels like his momentum isn't waning. Yes, when my master faces a formidable enemy, he always becomes like this in a sense. He continues to be angry. Why can't I break through? Why can't I defeat them? He does not allow such things. Both Marie and Fiona revert to calling Oscar in a more familiar way, a sight of Oscar they haven't seen in years. The last time I saw him was during the battle in the kingdom. Fiona remembers. Oscar and the water attribute Mage from the kingdom fighting, but it's greater than that time. Yes, his anger is greater than it was then. Fiona nods at Marie's observation. They know the reason for his immense anger, the blunder of having Baron Hagen Benda taken from him. The battle in the kingdom, his deadly struggle with the current Duke Rondo was certainly accompanied by anger, but at the same time, it seemed like he was enjoying the fight. Both of them, however, this time is different, completely purely filled with anger. Perhaps that is why, still, all the attacks are being deflected. I might be mistaken, but the sound of the deputies' attacks, especially when the piercing fire hits Zoltan's barrier, it seems to be changing. That's right, I heard it too. If both of you heard it, then it can't be just a misunderstanding. There is definitely a change happening. Is that change a good one? With Fiona's agreement, a hint of anxiety appears on Marie's face. Marie, did you know? My master grows stronger when he loses. Huh. Oh, now that you mention it, I think I've heard that before. It seems to be related to anger. Yes, when he reflects, anger wells up inside him, and it feels as if he is burning himself. After going through that, his magic becomes stronger. I could never fully understand it. Fiona smiles wryly. Fiona, who manipulates both light and fire attributes at an astonishingly high level, has been called a genius in magic. However, she knows best herself. When it comes to genius, she doesn't even come close to Oscar. Right now, while fighting, my master is continuously losing. He is aware of it. This means he is continuing to grow stronger. Fiona asserts, leaving Marie speechless. Once Michael told Ryu, the essence of magic is in the image. Oscar is practicing that without being taught by anyone. The attribute closest to the emotion of anger is probably the fire attribute. It is a kind of coincidence that Oscar can enhance the fire attribute magic he wields through anger. If Ryu were to know, he would definitely complain. As Oscar's unwavering attacks continue, the side receiving them is beginning to feel distrustful. Are you really human? Zoltan questions Oscar, who is swinging his sword and unleashing magic with relentless attacks. However, Oscar remains silent. He continues to glare at Zoltan while swinging his sword and attacking with magic. His demeanor hasn't changed since the very beginning. Rather, creak, creak, creak. Oscar's sword meets Zoltan's blade, a bloody sword unique to vampires, a sword forged from his own blood. Oscar's magic is being deflected by Zoltan's barrier. With the overwhelming hardness of the barrier, all of Oscar's magic is being repelled. But the sound has changed. The change that Fiona and Marie noticed finally begins to catch Zoltan's attention as well. It was such a subtle change that one could only notice it if they paid close attention to the sound. But now it has become something noticeable even to those directly involved in the battle. What does this mean? Even though he noticed the change in sound, he doesn't understand the reason. He realizes there is a change, but the real problem is that he must judge whether it is a good change or a bad change. Not being able to make that judgment is a significant issue. He cannot decide what to do. Is it okay as is, or is it not okay as is? Even if he were to decide that it is not okay as is, he still wouldn't know how to change it. As a result, the response comes too late. Piercing fire, focus. The moment Oscar quietly chants, countless piercing fire attacks concentrate on Zoltan's face and upon hitting the barrier, burst. Yet it still can't pierce Zoltan's barrier. I know that. Without a moment of hesitation, Oscar steps forward with his left foot. At the same time, he holds his sword with his left hand. His free right fist glows white. Scorching, his right arm, wrapped in plasma light, pierces through the broken barrier and vaporizes Zoltan's head. A few seconds later, Zoltan's head regenerates, still wearing a surprised expression. After his eyes regenerate, he looks once more at Oscar's right arm. The part from the elbow down has disappeared. He understands now that the sight he saw before his head was burnt, that the mutual kill was not a misunderstanding. The conclusion drawn, targeting a mutual kill against a vampire, is this foolish? Not a problem. The moment Oscar says that, extra heel Fiona, who had moved right behind Oscar, regenerates his arm. Oscar squeezes his regenerated right hand to check the sensation. No, even if that is so, he has an expression of disbelief, but his tone wavers. He cannot comprehend, he cannot understand, this person is not normal, since he has recognized Oscar that way. In contrast, Oscar shrugs slightly and says, I wouldn't know what a vampire Grand Duke is like unless I tried burning him first. Did you understand after burning him? Ah, I understood. That I can sufficiently burn him to ashes. Shut up! The moment Zoltan roars, piercing fire, focus end, countless flames of needles erupt in an instant, truly a literally infinite number. Hundreds of millions, or perhaps trillions, of white flame needles. All of them descend upon Zoltan from every direction. Naturally, a barrier is generated to protect against all of them. However, scorching suddenly, Oscar punches through the barrier with his plasma-clad right fist. The barrier shatters. Naturally, Oscar's right arm disappears again, but the piercing fire rushing through the broken barrier attacks Zoltan's body. At the same time, the remaining shattered barrier also surrounds Zoltan as piercing fire incinerates him. If the order is reversed, it turns out like this, Oscar mutters. Burned by countless piercing fires, Zoltan was obliterated. Did we defeat it? Marie murmured with a surprised expression. That voice seemed to trigger something. Wow! The soldiers of the Imperial Army, who had been casting spells from behind to provide support, erupted in cheers. However, two individuals remained tense. Those two were the commanders, Oscar and Fiona. Master! Yeah, unfortunately, that wasn't the real one. Fiona and Oscar exchanged brief words. Their conversation reached Marie, who was approaching them. Not the real one? Exactly. It's a bit different from a fake. It must be a clone. It's similar to what the Royal Knight Order is fighting over there. Marie questioned, Fiona answered, and Oscar gestured with his chin towards Zoltan, who was battling Zack. There's a Zoltan over there too? Recognizing this, Marie frowned. Even after Oscar had paid such a price and used all his strength to defeat it, it was just a clone. As expected of the Grand Duke of Vampires. It seems even fighting the real one isn't easy. Oscar said that and shook his head slightly. What the Imperial Army, who had defeated one of Zoltan's clones, witnessed was a clash between another clone of Zoltan and the Royal Army. I never thought they would be defeated over there, Zoltan muttered while crossing swords with Zack. Do you have the luxury to think of anything else? Ah, I do, Zack. The clone over there, my clone was strong. It should have been, but it got defeated. That man who wields fire attribute magic, I thought the same when we fought in the Western nations. He is very intriguing. Zack swung his sword with a frustrated expression. That clone over there was created based on one of my arms. If you consider that the clone that was instantly defeated by your old mage was born from a single hair, you can understand the difference, right? It should have been quite strong, as expected of the blazing flame mage. Oh, that fire attribute mage has such a title? Yes, the strongest in the Central Nations. No, once the strongest mage in the Central Nations. There's no way he's weak. But Zack, you corrected yourself just now. You said once the strongest. That means there is another mage stronger than that man now. Zoltan noticed that Zack had intentionally rephrased. Yes, there is. 4 years ago, a mage fought a duel against the blazing flame mage head-on and proudly defeated him. Interesting. Is that defeated mage a human or a different species? Probably a human, a real abomination, but likely a human. A human defeated that fire attribute mage? Incredible, and it was a mage too. That mage also uses swords quite well and doesn't hesitate in close combat. Yet a mage defeated him in a duel? I was toyed with in a mock battle where I only used a sword. Zack replied honestly, slightly grimacing. He would never forget. On the ship coming to the Western nations, he had challenged a mock battle and lost. At that time, he didn't think there was such a gap, but the more he thought about it afterward, the more he realized the difficult difference to overcome between the two. Zack, your sword is not bad at all. Keep on the path of the sword from now on. Why am I being comforted by a vampire? Zoltan shook his head slightly as he spoke, while Zack seethed with anger. A mage who also uses a sword, moreover, a sword that toys with Zack. How interesting, very interesting. Once this is over, I might visit the Central Nations. Or rather, I could just throw everything away and go to the Central Nations right now. Zoltan began to speak of ominous things. Naturally, Zack would be troubled if that happened. Zoltan's going to the Central Nations wouldn't simply mean visiting leisurely. Many people there could die, and cities and nations could be destroyed. Rather, he must be kept here at all costs. The mage in question is a water attribute mage, but that person is not in the Central Nations. What? Where is he? Where is he? If you don't tell me, Zack, I'll. In a gruesome way, he's right here. He's on this battlefield, Zack clearly stated. A full 20 seconds passed. Zoltan continued to swing his sword in silence. Is that true? What would I gain from lying? There's no reason to tell a lie that would be revealed immediately. Which one? Zoltan shook his head while swinging his sword. He seemed to be searching for the water attribute mage. There's no one using water attribute magic here. Oh, now that you mention it, someone did go deeper inside just a while ago. Deeper, that way where the golems and vampires came out. Hey, Zack's honest remark made Zoltan visibly frown. That explains why the golems stopped coming out. After muttering that, he closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them wide. In that case, there's no helping it. For now, I'll beat Zack down to relieve my frustration. What kind of conclusion is that? Is Zack unhappy about it? If you fight someone stronger than you, there's a chance you can become even stronger. You know that, right? I do, but that only works if I don't die. Of course. The world isn't that easy. Why is a vampire lecturing me about the world? Zack let out a small sigh. He took a deep breath. Oh, so you're finally getting serious? I was serious from the start. Zoltan smiled as he responded, and Zack shot back. That was the truth. However, it was also true that he was getting back into the spirit of things. Perhaps it was because of the mention of the water attribute Mage. Rio's story had come up, his rival in love over the admired Sira. Zack thought to himself, he had gotten serious, but this didn't mean a series of consecutive strikes would start. Zack readied his sword and measured the distance cautiously. In response, Zoltan also held his sword at the ready. They both moved slowly, timing their actions, and then they both lunged in, a single strike. Gwa! Zack was struck deeply in the chest and fell to one knee. Blood overflowed from his veins, spilling from his mouth. Zoltan was not unscathed either. His left arm had been severed. However, Zoltan was a vampire. His left arm quickly regenerated. What an unfair... Sorry, Zack. Zoltan lightly waved his regenerated left arm before shrugging his shoulders. Your lungs are injured, huh? It must be painful. I'll make it easier for you soon. Saying that, Zoltan raised his sword high. Desperate circumstances. Even Zack understood. Miss Sira. His final whisper went unheard. As Zoltan's sword came down, clang. A light blue shadow dashed between Zoltan and Zack, deflecting the sword. Number 4, the one that deflected Zoltan's sword and stood in front of him, was a light blue golem, measuring 1.5 meters in height. Number 4 stood guard to protect Zack. Behind them, a member of the Royal Knight Order was retrieving Zack. Number 4 didn't pay attention to that scene. It was as if they recognized it through their back, trusting that their companions would undoubtedly act accordingly, standing in front of Zoltan, sword drawn. Like a refreshing breeze, Number 4's custom sword, Muroran Revision, held in a ready stance. Through interactions with the Royal Knight Order, they had evolved by being exposed to numerous sword techniques. However, at its core, it was still the sword of its creator, Rio. A small golem is completely different from the white golem that fought against my golems. This is quite interesting, Zoltan murmured. He also readied his sword but didn't move. As if he was trying to gauge Number 4's strength. There's no doubt it's a golem. It's not made of metal but transparent. Ice, water attribute. Could it be related to the water attribute Mage that Zack mentioned earlier? No one answered Zoltan's murmur. This was a battlefield. Since it was a small voice, it only reached Number 4 right in front of him. And Number 4 did not speak. It was just that by design it couldn't talk, but its stance seemed to imply words are unnecessary for a swordsman. Speak with your sword. It was as if it was saying that. Speak with your sword. How magnificent you look to make me feel that way. Even Zoltan couldn't help but acknowledge it. Especially since he had created golems himself, he felt it more profoundly. To give my golem such a magnificent aura is something I could not achieve. It's not just about appearance. It naturally overflows because it possesses the appropriate strength. Even if that water attribute Mage was not significant as a mage, just creating this golem could etch his name in history. Admiration. To be honest, Zack had said that, but he hadn't expected it to that extent. What people call amazing often turns out to be not so impressive for someone like a vampire duke. That was an experience he had gathered over thousands of years. However, the golem standing in front of him was magnificent. Nevertheless, the true evaluation of a golem can only be understood through combat. Murmuring that, Zoltan made a Godspeed step, invading Number 4's range. Clang, clang, clang. Number 4 deflected Zoltan's consecutive strikes, flowing and countering. Even if small, its strength rivals that of a human, perhaps even that of us vampires. Truly impressive for a golem. Zoltan acknowledged Number 4's strength. No, even more so, the smoothness of its footwork. No, that's not it. The smooth use of its joints that I couldn't achieve in my golems. It is because of that it could flow with my sword. This is incredible. Once again, Zoltan invaded Number 4's range, delivering consecutive strikes. They matched swords several times. Unable to land a decisive blow, he jumped back significantly to create distance. Quite impressive. For the umpteenth time, admiration slipped from his mouth. How did you actually acquire that? From head to toe, it's perfect. You could say it's a sort of ideal form for a swordsman. Even for humans, it's difficult to master. Or is it more difficult precisely because it's human? Is it only possible for a golem? Intuitively, that's how I feel, but if you ask me how I could make my golems reach this height, I couldn't answer. Zoltan thought up to that point and suddenly looked beyond Number 4. Zack, who had been given a potion and received a heal, was seated and watching the two fight. The bond between a golem and a human? A sudden flash sparked in Zoltan's mind. There was only one way to confirm it. Hey, Zack, did you train this golem? He shouted the question. That's not a question to ask on a battlefield. Zack replied in a small voice, sounding exasperated, but still, he hadn't fully recovered from the blood loss. When you have a question, you resolve it. That's an important attitude when engaging in alchemy. Since vampires have keen hearing, he was able to perfectly catch Zack's voice from a little distance. Why are you, a vampire, speaking like a human alchemist? I don't really understand the definition of alchemists you humans speak of, but isn't the one who created this little golem worthy of being called an alchemist? Since I also created golems, shouldn't I be called an alchemist in the same way? Am I saying anything strange? Rather, Zoltan tilted his head in confusion. That's true, it might be so. It seems I have been too trapped in the confines of humans and vampires. Zack, you have quite a flexible way of thinking. That's annoying to hear from you looking down on me. Zoltan laughed as he said that, while Zack grimaced. However, this little golem doesn't attack on its own. It's protecting me. Number 4 has a much broader perspective than we do and can think and act appropriately. In this vast battlefield, it can think properly about the situation it's in and what actions it should take. It likely judged that the most appropriate action here and now is to protect me. Incredible. It can think and act so autonomously. Is it not smarter than our half-vampire golems? Zoltan shook his head slightly at Zack's answer. The golems on the vampire side that Zoltan created are not technically golems. Inside them, vampires are present, controlling the golems. However, those vampires were ones that Zoltan had cultivated through alchemy. Thus, it is a fact that both together are golems born from alchemy. Yet, those artificially created vampires cannot wield a sword as well as the small golem in front of them. That's why it stands out all the more as a reason to praise number 4's swordsmanship. To make a small golem attack, let's see. Zoltan's murmur went unheard by anyone. Nodding slightly, Zoltan suddenly invaded number 4's range, swinging down his sword with force, resulting in a blade lock. He then switched positions. This placed Zoltan between number 4 and Zack. However, at the same time, it meant that if Zoltan tried to attack Zack, he would be unable to protect him from number 4's position. Now, in this position, I must attack and reclaim Zack. Zoltan, understanding his intention, Zack shouted in frustration. Because of his own inability to fully recover from his injuries, number 4 had no choice but to make a desperate attack. Sorry, Zack. I wanted to see the attack of this little golem. Zoltan's head was severed. What was that just now? Zack was left speechless in shock. Number 4 moved between Zoltan and Zack, taking up a protective stance as always, with Murakumo revision held in a proper position. Just before attacking, you sheathed your sword, right? From there a sword flash? How can you do that? I've seen quick draws before, but not that fast. Yet number 4's sword flash was invisible even to me. Zack muttered. Though it was a murmur, it likely reached number 4. Of course, number 4 didn't respond, because it couldn't speak. The opponent was a vampire, moreover a Grand Duke. Naturally, the decapitated head regenerated. However, the regenerated head bore an expression of surprise. Hey, what was that? Strangely, the words spoken were the same as Zack's. It seemed that there was no difference in surprise between humans and vampires. Hey, Zack. What was that? How should I know? Zoltan yelled, while Zack, still weak due to blood loss, responded weakly. Did you sheathe your sword once before unleashing that technique? Why did you do that? No, how did it attain such speed? Just as Zoltan murmured that, old memories resurfaced. Ah, I once experienced the same technique. The memory came with a sense of humiliation. It was Hal's sword. A vampire he fought once had unleashed it. Back then, I too had my head severed. Upon closer inspection, this golem's sword is also curved, much like Hal's. It's precisely because it's curved that the technique gains speed. Zoltan muttered as he observed number 4's sword, which was held in a proper stance to protect Zack. Interesting in many ways. Why would a small golem unleash a technique identical to Hal's, the creator? Is there a connection to the water attribute Mage? Once again, Zoltan decided to resolve his doubts. Zack, just to confirm, is the creator of this small golem the same person as the water attribute Mage you mentioned earlier? This small golem, first, his name is Swordsmanship Instructor number 4. Kenjutsu Shinin. What, we all call him number 4? I see. Zoltan noticed number 4 give a small nod at Zack's words. It seemed he could understand words. Indeed, the creator is, without a doubt, the water attribute Mage we just talked about. Zack, you said he wields his sword better than a knight and is an incredibly powerful mage. On top of that, he's also an alchemist capable of creating such a golem. Yeah, that's correct. What kind of person is he? An abomination? I don't want to hear that from you, a vampire Grand Duke. Zack shrugged as he said this. Of course, from Zack's perspective, that mage, Rio, was not normal. Did you see this golem behead me? Yeah, I did. It was beautifully done. I'll admit it was a magnificent sword flash. Zoltan nodded appreciatively. Even if the opponent was an enemy, he would highly value excellent skills. Zoltan believed that this was a mark of pride as a vampire noble. That technique, a fast draw from a sheathed position, what is it? I don't know what to tell you, I don't know either. Hey, Zack. Don't hide it now. No, I really don't know. I was surprised too. At least up until now, number 4 has never used it in our mock battles or during practice. Indeed, that golem has. Learned various things while mixing with you. Ah, Zack realized he had revealed too much information and recognized it as a mistake due to Zoltan's comment. It's pointless now, Zack. I understood it was likely. Damn. In other words, that high-speed draw from earlier is not a technique of your Knight Order, but unique to this golem. Why does it resemble Hal's technique? Hal, Zack muttered. There was no one by that name in Zack's memories. No one in the Royal Knight Order can use the technique that number 4 displayed. I haven't encountered anyone like that among adventurers either. Not even Lord Nils or Lord Ammon from Room 10 could do it, despite both being B-class swordsmen with holy swords. Well, maybe Lord Ammon could, but even from Zack's perspective, Ammon's sword skills were exceptional. No, that's not important right now. Anyway, I've seen number 4's technique for the first time. No one around me has used it. But how about Duke Rondo? I don't know. The mock battle on the deck was literally a mock battle. I was serious, but I can't believe they were serious too. At least they weren't serious about attacking. It felt like they had something they wanted to test. That was expected since it was a mock battle, Zack pondered. Anyway, yes, that's right. Number 4's stance has been like that since we started interacting with the Royal Knight Order. This means it's a stance that Duke Rondo imparted or taught. If that's the case, it would make the technique from earlier something that Duke Rondo taught. Just as he contemplated this, he noticed Zoltan's gaze fixed on him. Zack, you've had a revelation. I have no intention of sharing it with you. You're the enemy. Doesn't matter. The technique used by the small golem just now, that was the creator's water attribute mage's technique, right? Wah, Zack froze, having been spot on. He was originally not good at trickery or probing. Isn't this great? It's added to my enjoyment. Zoltan wore a fierce grin that could only be described as savage. Zack's face twisted in distress for having given away information. Zack couldn't hold honest feelings towards Rio because of the matter with Sira. He was aware of that. However, he understood that Rio was a valuable asset to the Natore kingdom, being a minister and friend to his king, Abel. Thus, he didn't want him to die, nor did he want him to be harmed. He felt a sense of guilt. However, number 4, standing in front of Zack, turned to look back at him and nodded slightly. Yes, he nodded. As if to say, don't worry about it. Number 4... Zack didn't know if number 4 had emotions. Generally speaking, golems didn't seem to have much expression, but number 4 was different. Of course, he couldn't speak. But he could understand human words. Zack also knew he had high comprehension. He had picked up etiquette. Come to think of it, he had been doing that from the start. Since the first time they met, he had bowed his head. In Zack's mind, he was a completely trustworthy ally, just like the other members of the Royal Knight Order. There was no doubt about that. Number 4's nod eased Zack's heart. I want to know more about various things, Zoltan declared, invading number 4's range. Number 4 held a stance in the proper position. This, of course, was based on Rio's swordsmanship. His right foot was slightly forward, reflecting Rio's flow. However, there was a difference from Rio's sword. That was, swish, quite a sharp horizontal slash. Zoltan praised as he narrowly avoided it. Number 4 often used horizontal slashes with one hand, particularly with his right hand for body strikes. This wasn't due to Rio's programming. Rather, it seemed to have developed while training alongside the Royal Knight Order. Originally, the reason it was recommended to wield a Japanese sword with both hands was to cut through to the bone in a single strike. If wielded with one hand, most couldn't sever their opponent's bones. For example, Western sabers, which are manipulated with one hand, aren't meant for severing bones in a single blow. That's why they are wielded one-handed. The attribute sought from a weapon, the form of battle aimed for. That changes whether one uses one hand or two, even for swords found around the world. Conversely, number 4 was a golem, stronger than a human body with a strong grip and physical power. To put it simply, he could sever bones with Murakumo revision even while wielding it one-handed. Thus, it seemed he decided there was no need to wield it with both hands. Rio had noticed this change too, but of course, had not made any adjustments. Number 4 had judged and changed it himself, and Rio wanted to respect that decision. A golem evolving by its own judgment. That was, in a sense, a dream scenario for its creator. Number 4 bore the dreams and hopes of many. At the same time, he stood with a sword to protect his companions. Interesting, this golem, or was it called number 4? That's right, Zack? Yeah, that's right. Upon Zoltan's call, Zack responded. If it's number 4, are there others like 1 through 3? I don't know. Hey, I really don't know, so it can't be helped. Zack shrugged slightly. After saying that, he remembered number 3, who went to the eastern provinces, but he didn't feel the need to correct himself. He thought that it wasn't necessary to share everything. However, Zack realized that there was a much larger problem at hand. How can we defeat this guy? Number 4 decapitated him, and yet he regenerated as if it were normal. Of course, Zack knew that the way to eliminate a vampire was to behead it with a blessed weapon and pierce its heart. However, most people don't possess blessed weapons. Before the battle started, they had sprinkled holy water provided by the Western Church on their respective weapons. But number 4 beheaded him, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. Was it because he didn't pierce through to the heart? Even so, the vampires fighting around here stop moving almost completely when their heads are cut off, right? The finishing blow is to pierce the heart. Is Zoltan different from his main body? And then, Zack couldn't help but continue his despairing murmurs. His Majesty King Robert Pirlo was burned. The blazing flame mage was also burned. Do we have to burn it? If that's the case, can neither number 4 nor we defeat it? The B-class party room 10, plus Captain of the Guard Groan, was fighting against 3 vampire counts. Nils, Ammon, and Groan were each engaged in one-on-one battles. Ito was supporting them from the back. Area heal basically, the light attribute magic heal is ineffective unless used at close range. However, getting close to allies during battle is difficult. It would be nice if one could perform feats like an Inquisitor, but that is not normal. Thus, the method of using area heal, which is almost the only long-range healing magic, to heal allies fighting from a distance is sometimes adopted. Of course, it consumes significantly more magical power compared to heal. As the name suggests, area heal is a spell that heals those within a certain range. However, in battlefields, it has been used in this way since ancient times. Since Ito is a priest, it is rare for him to be on the front lines in a vast battlefield. Most of the time, he is healing the injured from the back, but this time is different. There is hardly a back, and many are forced to fight. Even Abel, the king of their country, is clashing swords with a vampire duke. And Ito's party members Nils and Ammon are also engaging in a duel with the vampire counts alongside Captain of the Guard Groan. As expected, other vampires do not interrupt the one-on-one duels between the counts, and neither do the Royal Knight Order, the Imperial Army, or the French Army. Similar to the one-on-one duel Abel is having with the vampire duke, sword flashes Neda, it has become a somewhat orderly battlefield amidst chaos. Ito is a B-class priest. Saying it's B-class means it's arguably the highest rank among adventurers. Currently, there are no active A-class parties in the Natore Kingdom. The only A-class party is the Red Sword, led by Abel, but with the leader being the King Abel, the priest Rhea as the Queen, the shield user Warren as Count Carlo, and the mage Lynn as Countess Carlo, there's no way they can be active. Therefore, according to the guild's regulations, they are classified as inactive. As a result, Ito and the B-class Room 10 have effectively become the highest category. Room 10 has continued to produce results that live up to that status. And in this expedition, they are also holding down the powerful counts among the enemy's main forces. Ammon is doing fine. In fact, he seems to be feeling relaxed, even while facing a vampire count. Nils seems to be getting used to his opponent's sword techniques as well. He's not getting wounded anymore. The one getting injured easily is Captain Groan, though. Ito calmly assesses the situation of the 3. But they're definitely not losing. As expected of the Captain of the Guard trusted by His Majesty King Robert Pirlo, he is on par with a B-class swordsman among adventurers. Ito nods. Unlike adventurers, normal knights have little combat experience against anything other than humans. Apart from border areas like Run, it's likely that even the former King's Captain of the Guard has never engaged in serious combat against non-humans. However, Ito saw that Groan was able to adapt early on. Just like Captain Cool of the Royal Knight Order and Captain Kabuk, those appointed as captains by the king or former king are indeed all exceptional individuals. Holding a high position means taking responsibility for appointing many others to their positions. It's not only about oneself, but also about those who are appointed and even the safety of the individuals involved. For example, the safety of the protected. The higher one goes, the more responsibilities one has to bear. That's why having a good eye for people becomes very important. I once heard from the high priest of the central sanctuary that discerning trustworthy individuals is the hardest task. Considering that, everyone here on this battlefield has been recognized as trustworthy by many. Ito says this while looking at his 2 party members. Of course, I completely trust Nils and Ammon, Ito states clearly. He could entrust his life to them. After a while, the state of battle changed, and Ito could clearly see the changes. It's about time for Groan to make a move. Originally a priest and not a close combat specialist, Ito has nonetheless observed Nils and Ammon for 3 years. He has become attuned to the nuances of the battle more than general adventurers and knights. The sword of the vampire count pierced Groan's left palm. Gotcha! Before anyone could react, Groan pierced the vampire count's heart with the holy sword he held in his right hand. He forcefully pulled it out and with that momentum spun his body. The sword that had been lodged in his left hand was pulled out, and he decapitated the count. "Excellent work, Captain Groan." "Extra heal?" Edo rushed over and immediately began healing Groan. "My opponent was less skilled than the vampire you two are dealing with. However, with such a wound, I can't say anything too grand. A victory is a victory." Over there, Oscar was defeating Zoltan. "I thought I should at least take down a count." Groan chuckled. "The blazing flame mage, do you know Lord Oscar? Long ago, a really long time ago, Oscar was at the mansion of my former master whom I once served." Oh, Edo was surprised by this unexpected information. He would come to train with the knight order from the mansion. He was only about 10 years old, yet most of the knights could no longer win against him with swords. "I've had a few mock battles with Lord Oscar, so I know how incredible his swordsmanship is. He was amazing even as a kid. Yes, he was a genius who never spared any effort." That was Oscar. Groan's expression grew nostalgic. "He came to the Western nations as the acting leader of the Imperial delegation, and it had been over a decade since we last met." "Is that so?" "Of course, I was aware of his activities in the Empire. It was never explicitly stated, but from the information coming in, I could tell with high certainty that he was Oscar from back then." A slight sadness tinged Groan's eyes. He recalled the events that led Oscar to leave the mansion. Edo was curious too, so he decided to ask, "When you reunited, what did you talk about?" "Actually, we never exchanged words." "What?" "Why, Oscar might not remember that tragic event. Yes, it was something truly tragic that I want to erase from everyone's memory, or perhaps he doesn't want to remember and is avoiding me." Groan chuckled wryly. Edo had nothing to say. He knew that the memories of tragic pasts can grip a person tightly. "This holy sword was given to me by my master, the Elder. I'm glad it has been useful." Groan lightly tapped his beloved sword. "I hope one day we can share words while smiling." Though Groan's expression held a hint of loneliness, the sadness had dissipated. The two turned their gaze to the two ongoing battles. "Ammon seems to be smiling and looking like he's having fun." "Ah, indeed," Groan pointed out in surprise, while Edo confirmed with a wry smile. Even from a fair distance, one could see Ammon smiling. "That's impressive facing a vampire. He seems to be in a relaxed state. That might be a little off." Certainly, he's not completely lacking in composure, but judging by his demeanor, I think he's simply enjoying himself irrespective of whether he's relaxed or not." Groan tilted his head in confusion, and Edo explained with another wry smile. "In Ammon's case, just swinging his sword seems to be fun for him. Moreover, facing strong opponents and fighting makes it even more enjoyable. That enjoyment probably isn't tied to whether he has composure or not. Recently, he seems to be smiling against any strong foe. That means—" "Yes, that might be what a true battle maniac looks like." Edo shrugged. Edo had witnessed the exchanges where both Rio and Abel argued about each being a battle maniac, only to deny it. From Edo's perspective, both seemed like battle maniacs, but even compared to them, Ammon felt like an even deeper battle maniac. But since he's an adventurer, I have the impression that being a battle maniac is better than freezing up against strong foes. "Is that so?" Groan wore a puzzled expression at Edo's rather straightforward words. As they looked on, Ammon's sword severed the head of the vampire count and pierced through its heart. In the next moment, the targeted vampire vanished. "Ah, it seems he was defeated. That's good. He looked like he was using his sword far better than the count I fought. As His Majesty King Abel mentioned, Ammon seems to be in a growth phase. He can defeat even strong opponents." "No, that doesn't make sense." Groan honestly voiced his thoughts. "To defeat a vampire count just by being in a growth phase." Having taken down the count, Ammon rushed to assist Nils. "I wish I could have also come to help immediately after being healed by Edo-san." Captain Groan, you were bleeding quite a bit, right? In the end, you were stopping your opponent's sword with your palm. The blood lost outside the body can't be helped by heal. It would be difficult to fight in a state of blood loss. Yes, right after that conversation between Edo and Groan. Ammon's sword pierced through the heart of the vampire, and Nil's sword further decapitated it. The vampire vanished. As several battles come to a close, the fight between sword flashes Neda and Abel continues with intense sword fights. "You're quite something, Abel, as expected of a man wielding X." "Neda, what's that supposed to mean? Whether I have this sword or not, I am still me." Neda admires him, but Abel seems reluctant to accept the praise. "Don't say that. To begin with, X could only be used by Richard. No, I've heard rumors that some have died just by holding it." "Huh! It was said that in an instant, they withered away as if their life force had been drained. So it's because those who weren't acknowledged by the sword held it? That would seem to be the case. Doesn't that sound more like a phenomenon associated with a holy sword than a magic sword? Is there something wrong with that?" Neda tilts his head at Abel's honest impression. "No, this sword, it glows red, so it's a magic sword, right? Is it that all swords that glow red are considered magic swords in Abel's mind?" "Yeah, I thought so, but is that not the case?" Now it's Abel who tilts his head. "In both the central nations and other regions, it is said that magic swords glow red, and that is indeed a fact. Yes, magic swords glow red, and that is true. Right, but Abel, think carefully about what you just said. Magic swords glow red. That is indeed true, but just because it glows red does not automatically make it a magic sword, does it?" Abel is left speechless by Neda's laughing observation. "Is there something that glows red but isn't a magic sword? In other words, could it be a holy sword?" "That might be the case." Abel speaks each word with hesitation, and Neda nods. "Generally speaking, holy swords do not shine. Right, normally, but you know, don't you?" "Yeah. When recognized by its wielder, it shines." "That's right. Have you heard what color it glows?" "I think white." Abel recalls the holy swords possessed by Hugh, Nils, and Edo. They were supposed to shine white. "That X has started to mix in white light recently, hasn't it?" "Yeah, that's true. But," Neda says this while still laughing, while Abel looks confused. Of course, even while exchanging such conversation, they continue their fierce sword fights. To an outside observer, it would seem like an intense battle that no third party could interrupt. But it seems that neither of them is going all out just yet. "My sword isn't a magic sword, but a holy sword. Perhaps it's not a sword that can be easily categorized as either, so it's neither a magic sword nor a holy sword." "Yeah, then what is it?" "X, the sword." Neda states this with a look that implies there's no other way to say it, leaving Abel speechless. At that moment, Abel recalls the earlier conversation. Was there not some unsettling information mixed in with what Neda said? "You mentioned something about them withering away as if their life force had been drained, right?" "Yeah, I did. I can't say for sure since I didn't see it myself, though. Since I started wielding it, nobody has withered away." "Wasn't everyone around you someone?" Abel acknowledged. "If they were such people, wouldn't X have thought, 'I'll allow them to hold it'? What a condescending sword." Abel shakes his head slightly. "We, who live by the sword, entrust our lives to the sword. Naturally, it should be revered. Now that you mention it, that does seem to make sense. What, do humans who live by the sword disrespect the sword? Of course not. Swordsmen protect their own lives and the lives of those dear to them with their swords. That means they recognize that swords hold the same value as life. Then it's only right for the sword to be dignified." "That may be true," Abel mutters, looking at the beloved sword he possesses. "There's no particularly stronger glow than before. If it were to shine brightly in the current situation, it would be easier to understand." "Abel, that's a bit greedy. You're expecting too much from the sword. It's already bearing our lives. Asking for more than that is excessive." "Yeah, I suppose. Sorry." To whom is this last apology directed, Neda or his own sword? "I still think you haven't fully opened your heart to me. That sword has witnessed everything. Your efforts, growth, and the results you obtained. It's been by your side and has grasped them together with you. It is your greatest understanding companion and at the same time the harshest judge." "That's true. Becoming a swordsman who does not bring shame to the sword, that is one of the first vows a swordsman makes. At the same time, it may be both the starting point and the destination." Abel nods appreciatively. Seeing this, Neda nods too. Finally, you've lost your hesitation." "Was I hesitant?" "Yeah, only slightly at the most fundamental level. It's the part related to trust in the sword, something that should never waver for those who live by it." "I see. I wasn't aware of it," Abel admits candidly. Then he continues speaking. "I'm grateful for making me aware of it, but I have no intention of holding back." "Do not hold back. That's not what I'm asking for." "Is that so? Come at me with all your strength. Even with X, you still haven't surpassed me." "What an arrogant attitude." Abel grimaces at Neda's words. However, at the same time, he becomes aware. He can swing his sword more smoothly than before. Could it be because the hesitation I was unaware of has disappeared? This vampire duke, rather than seeking mere victory, desires to defeat me after we both give our all. Is that the pride of a duke? This aspect has nothing to do with being human or vampire. Abel thinks this, and along with that thought another emotion arises. "I want to team up." "Oh wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. I meant..." Abel flusters at the words that slipped out unintentionally. He takes a small backstep to create some distance and shakes off his anxiety. "What are you saying? In a serious duel, especially between incompatible races like humans and vampires, and responsible positions such as a king and a duke?" Neda pushes him away. But the tone isn't filled with anger or contempt. Instead, it's exasperation. Words without strength are unheard by anyone. "Yeah, I understand. If you want your demands to be met, you want me to show my strength, right? As beings who live by the sword, show it with your sword." Neda lunges into Abel's range with lightning speed. A rapid series of thrusts begins. Abel perfectly deflects them all. Not bad, Abel. Thanks. Neda and Abel exchange light banter. However, it's different from before. I certainly don't have the luxury to be relaxed. Even though Abel perfectly deflects Neda's sword, it is still very close. This vampire duke is strong. He acknowledges this honestly. He acknowledges it, but it's not to the point of despair. Abel remembers. There were those who made him feel despair. Of course, that doesn't mean Neda is weak compared to them. I've become stronger. He has that awareness. It is not from arrogance, but he understands it as a recognized fact. Because he has become stronger, he can engage in a fight with someone he would have previously only felt despair against. That becomes confidence, forming the basis of a strong-willed mentality. Successful experiences are the only way to build a mental strength, as Rio said. I completely agree with that. Abel's mentality was not inferior to that of Sword Flash's Neda, a vampire duke. I knew he would be strong since X chose him, but his essence is beyond what I imagined. While continuing to swing his sword, Neda thinks. From an outside perspective, the two appear to be evenly matched. No, perhaps Neda even seems to be pushing Abel back slightly. Because my vampire strength is superior, it may appear that I'm pressing him, but the reality is entirely different. Only because he is fighting does Neda understand. He has that awareness. Comparable to me or perhaps slightly above, he has no choice but to recognize it. Even for someone like Neda, who has lived long, this is the first time he has perceived such a thing against a human. I didn't feel this way even against Richard. This means Abel is stronger than Richard. He can't help but acknowledge the sharp sword flashes, deep insights, and perfect body mechanics. And yet, X still doesn't fully acknowledge Abel. Is that even possible? No matter how high X's pride may be, that's just too selfish. Just when he thought that far, a sudden flash struck Neda's mind. Could it be that X is trying to push Abel to surpass Richard? For Neda himself, this was an idea that flashed without any basis. Is it the same as before, that he doesn't want to be on the same level as Richard? He doesn't want to lose a master again. Is that what he's thinking? When Neda reached that point, he noticed that his sword movements had become faster. Were my thoughts influencing my movements? X thinks Abel can become stronger, and I unconsciously agree. Now, do I understand that this is an important timing in the process of becoming stronger? Do I want to see such a figure? Neda smiles inwardly. Interesting. If you can become stronger, then I want to see you do it. Huh, Neda shouts, and Abel tilts his head in confusion. A clear change appears in Neda. The sword has become overwhelmingly faster, Neda, Abel mutters. Yeah, for various reasons I've gone completely serious. That's a problem. Abel, use all your cards, give it your all. Huh, you have cards to play, right? You're not going all out. No, I am going all out. X doesn't think so. Abel can say nothing to Neda's remark. With a grimace, he mutters, all my cards, huh? I'm more of an adventurer than a king. It doesn't matter. You are you, the one who knows that best is X, right? Understood. I'll use everything with all my strength. The words Abel uttered reached Neda. They reached him, but then he lost sight of Abel. The moment he realized, he was pierced from behind by a sword. Impossible. I win, Neda. Simply piercing the heart won't kill us vampires. Yeah, I guess I have to decapitate you too. But as I said earlier, I want to team up with you. I have shown my strength. Isn't it a fair partnership to join forces with a vampire duke? Abel proposes once more. Neda thinks for a moment, with his heart still pierced. I accept defeat, but there's one thing I want you to teach me. Yeah, what did you just do? It seemed like you vanished for a moment and got behind me. I flew. Huh, this. Abel says this, pulling out his sword, revealing his left wrist. There a bracelet made of jade is fitted. What is that? This is called the flying ring, made in the Eastern nations. From the name, it allows you to fly? Yeah, normally it can only be used in the central yellow region of Darway, but a mage who accompanied me modified it so it could be used elsewhere. Abel says with a wry smile. That guy occasionally does things like that, instantly getting behind the opponent to stab them from behind. I referenced that this time. Interesting. Thinking of Rio's technique, Neda nods several times. I can float using wind attribute magic, but I can't achieve the speed that could be called teleportation like you did earlier, Abel. Well, usually that's the case. Abel was able to do it. I was lucky. Actually, I was improvising. Abel chuckles. Then he continues speaking, because I was told to use all my cards and give it my all. Isn't that good? Look, X is shining. Huh. It's shining more white than before. Yes, the glow is now stronger white rather than red, recognizable to anyone. The party name isn't Red Sword, it should be Red and White Sword. Abel says as he lightly taps the hilt of his beloved sword. I acknowledge my defeat. As Duke Ruminius, I will consider teaming up with King Abel. Oh, thank you. Abel nods with a smile. However, it seems he recalls something for a moment. It's strange for me to ask, but is Zoltan okay? Huh, will he be angry if we team up? I don't know, Neda shrugs. I cooperated because I was requested to, that's all. I'm not obeying him. Is that so? I am a duke and he is also a duke. Neda states this like a slogan or something. Zoltan is a Grand Duke, right? He's just calling himself that. I don't acknowledge him and he likely doesn't seek my recognition either. In the end, strength is everything. Is that how it is? Abel shakes his head slightly. That said, it's a fact that Zoltan is strong. He felt stronger than when I encountered him before, so something must have happened. Did he eat a Grand Duke or something? I don't know, I haven't heard anything. In any case, if you all can't defeat Zoltan, there's no point in teaming up. I don't intend to ally myself with those who can't defeat him. Hey, I lost to Abel, that's a fact and I accept it. However, regarding your offer to team up, I can't answer yet, as I'm still in cooperation with Zoltan. I can't break my word or promise, can I? So it's after we defeat Zoltan, huh? Exactly. Neda nods at Abel's confirmation. Abel understands that part. This Zoltan outside is a clone. He probably made it from some of his own hair or something. He has always been good at such things. The real one is deeper inside, huh? Yeah, I think someone has to go deeper and take him down. A strong one has gone in. Abel knows that Rio and Robert Pirlo have entered. A strong one? Is he stronger than Abel? Yeah, he is strong. Abel nods, recalling Rio. The fight was about to enter its final phase. Rio and Robert Pirlo found themselves in a vast space lined with thousands of golems. Or rather, what looked like their outer armor. After Robert Pirlo incinerated the golems present, and Rio froze the vampire that tried to come out from deeper inside, something else was approaching from further in. This is incredibly suffocating. I can feel it. A tremendous mass of magical power is coming this way. Once Rio and Robert Pirlo exchanged information, a single vampire appeared. What is this? It's the real deal, isn't it? The presence is completely different from the others. Both Rio and Robert Pirlo understood. It's the vampire Grand Duke, Zoltan, Rio couldn't help but murmur. The moment he murmured that, clang, the sound of a fierce sword fight echoed. The clash between Rio's Murakumo and Zoltan's bloody sword rang out. Rio had struck suddenly. Outside, a fire attribute mage suddenly attacked too. Do people just attack without talking? After all, you're the one who abducted Hargsun in the first place. It was originally something we created. I merely reclaimed it. That's not the real Hargsun. The only thing you're allowed to reclaim is Hargsun's ancestors. They're probably no longer here, right? If that's the case, the right to reclaim it is lost forever. That would be troublesome. Rio stated clearly, causing Zoltan to smile wryly. By the way, that fire attribute mage you mentioned, he must be some kind of explosive flames wielder, right? Don't lump me together with such a barbarian. The actions are the same, aren't they? The aspirations are different. Huh, that guy is doing it for work. I do it for friendship. I see. I will not forgive you, Zoltan. Rio directed an angry gaze at Zoltan. Seems that's the case. Zoltan laughed. I will speak plainly. Return Hargsun to me. Wasn't he left outside? That's not the real thing, Rio asserted. Oh, why do you think that? I figured it out from the sonar reflection. It's hollow inside. It was made from Hargsun's hair or something. Impressive. You figured it out well. Zoltan opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then he took a quick glance at someone behind Rio. Ah, the old man in the back. That was the former King Capitone, wasn't it? He must have seen through it at a glance when he fought outside. Of course, Robert Pirlo nodded. At the same time, he continued speaking. Lord Rondo, should I help as well? No, Your Majesty, please allow me to handle this alone. Rio replied immediately. I see. Well then, I truly wanted to see Lord Rondo go all out. Robert Pirlo smiled and stepped back, chanting. Barrier there, that should do. Don't worry about me. Fight with all your might. Thank you very much. Rio expressed his gratitude. Zoltan, who overheard their conversation, nodded in satisfaction for some reason. What's with that expression? I've also wanted to fight you. Yeah, did you say Lord Rondo? I am the Grand Duke. My status is higher. That's just self-proclaimed. You're also a duke equal to me, Duke Rosniark Zoltan. Oh wait, I'm the first Duke of Natore Kingdom. I'm higher than you, just a Duke Zoltan. What did you say? Zoltan's face slightly flushed with anger from Rio's provocative words. However, he didn't explode easily. It seemed there was something he wanted to ask. You're the one who created those small golems outside, Lord Rondo. What if I said no? That would mean Zack was lying. Mr. Zack. Yes, I created number 4. Ah, that's the name. Rio answered honestly, not wanting to call Zack a liar, and Zoltan nodded. In fact, at that moment, the clone of Zoltan that had been facing number 4 had vanished. It merged back into his main body, but Rio and Robert Pirlo were unaware of this. The technique that the small golem you created unleashed was impressive. That's why I became interested in you, the creator. Number 4's technique, after sheathing the sword, gaining momentum and slicing while unsheathing. Ah, that's the sword-drawing technique. Sword-drawing technique, isn't it, Iaido? It's the same. Some people also call it Iaido. Huh, how does a vampire know about such things? Ryo, still frowning from the previous flow, tilted his head. Iaido is a technique that is mostly found only in Japan. In fact, if one is a top-notch swordsman like Abel, their sword unsheathing speed is fast. However, they wouldn't usually perform techniques that purposely involve sheathing the sword to gain momentum. The only time Ryo saw this was through Marie's sword drawing technique, but that Marie was a reincarnator from Japan. Moreover, she had learned from her grandfather back when she was Japanese. I've been cut with Iaido. Was that by a phantom being or something? No, it was by a vampire. What? Zoltan answered plainly, surprising Ryo. Even amidst Zoltan's expression of regret, there was also a nostalgic vibe. It must be a memory from long ago. Ryo's surprise was understandable. The fact that there was someone other than Marie who could perform the sword-drawing technique as a vampire. Wait a minute. A different memory connected within Ryo. Wasn't it that Marie showed me the layered magic circle? And I came to this dark continent to have that vampire teach me swordsmanship? I wasn't told if they could perform the sword-drawing technique, but I was sure they could forge their own sword. A katana, specifically a Japanese sword. That vampire's name is Hal. The words that Ryo uttered quietly were not loud, but Zoltan seemed greatly impacted by them. Did you just say Hal? Zoltan's voice was low. The one who severed your neck with a sword-drawing technique was that Hal, wasn't it? Ah. That person's sword, it surely reflects like my Murakumo, doesn't it? Ah, then it's settled, Ryo nodded. What's your relationship with Hal? I don't know them at all. What? I just found myself wanting to meet that person named Hal very much. With a furrowed brow, Ryo nodded deeply. The fact that he had become more interested in Hal than ever before was true, but for now, first we need to rescue Hargsun. Huh, I want you to release Hargsun. Of course, I wouldn't nod to that. What will you do? It can't be helped, I will use force. All right, give it a try. The confrontation between Ryo and Zoltan began. Icicle lance shower, flame spear consecutive strikes, the clash of ice and flame spears. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Literally countless spears fly through the air. They collide and the light of annihilation colors the surroundings. This is amazing. The words of admiration slipped from the lips of Robert Pirlo, who was watching from a distance. In his position as the former king, and as a mage, he had witnessed many magical cannon fires. He had seen it all, from mock battles to monster subjugations, and even on the battlefield. He had witnessed magical barrages from thousands of mages, yet the power and density of this was beyond anything he had ever experienced. This was just a magical exchange between two people. It was worth coming to the Dark Continent. The emotion on Robert Pirlo's face was joy. Indeed, I came to see this spectacle. Yes, Robert Pirlo had come to witness the magic of the top mages from the Central Nations, Ryo and Oscar. And now he was seeing it. Moreover, the opponent was a Duke vampire whose name he had heard in legends. He claimed to have consumed the Grand Duke and become a vampire Grand Duke himself. A battle between such powerful beings. If I get caught up in it, I might die. Laughing, Robert Pirlo said. He had ascended to the throne of the Kingdom of Capitone at a young age and had long been steering the nation as its king. As king, he would have never been allowed to spectate. The thought of something happening was absolutely unacceptable. That was the position of a king. But now it was different. In fact, perhaps due to the power of the magic being unleashed by both sides, a violent wind blew towards Robert Pirlo. Of course, he was defending with a barrier. If just one of those spears were to come my way, this barrier might be pierced, Robert Pirlo said, clearly delighted. If Alalian Baraha or Arthur Velasquez were there, they would have called him a magic idiot. But, Humph Alalian and Arthur Velasquez, you two are no different from me, Robert Pirlo acknowledged. He knew he was a magic idiot. At the same time, he knew that the elder mages of the kingdom, who had once fought against him as enemies, were the same. They must have wanted to see this spectacle as well. The power and numbers of their magic are nearly equal. There's a need to break the deadlock, but of course, weaving through this annihilation light. Just as Robert Pirlo muttered that, the situation shifted even further. Clang, the high-pitched sound of swords clashing echoed. Can you really handle this? Engaging in close combat while weaving through the light of annihilation? A classic combat technique. Ryo charged in and brought down Murakumo, which Zoltan deflected with his bloody sword. Is that so? Recently? Well, it's been 1,000 years, but mages have started to only cast magic. However, in the past, mages wielded swords and were capable of everything from close combat to long-range battles. More of a battle maniac than a swordsman. Ryo was surprised by Zoltan's revelation of the past tales of mages and their battle mania. Mages are stronger than non-mages, that's obvious, right? Even in close combat? Of course. Zoltan looked at Ryo with pity for his naive question. Then he said, you don't know, perhaps I should show you. Enchant, An unexpected spell was cast, surprising Rio. Zoltan's sword flashes became even sharper. Rio defended himself. Just like Sira's wind attire, Rio understood. Wind attire increases the speed of the sword, but just speeding up the movement of the sword or arm with wind attribute magic doesn't work effectively. For instance, if you push the sword from behind, it only increases the forward speed. In extreme terms, it would pull the body forward. That wouldn't be swinging the sword. The body must remain stationary as an axis around which the sword can be swung in a circular motion. Thus, to prevent the axis from shaking, it must also be corrected with wind attribute magic. Rio knew that Sira's wind attire was established through extremely advanced magical control, and he understood that others, including himself, could not perfectly replicate it. However, with Zoltan's enchant, the whole body's power and speed would increase. It might be easier than wind attire. Rio deflected Zoltan's attack, enhanced by enchant. You're quite good, First Duke. To hold your ground with sword techniques alone without using magic, I'm honestly impressed. Thank you, self-proclaimed Grand Duke. I'm accustomed to such magic. Zoltan praised Rio, who was used to mock battles with Sira. I thought enchant was about imbuing magical attributes onto weapons. That's one way to use it, but I prefer this method. One day I would like to research enchant as well. If you survive, you can do so. In other words, Zoltan, now I have a reason not to get killed by you. Interesting, Zoltan laughed. Can you survive this? Flame spear. Icicle lance. Clang. Zoltan launched a flame spear as a feint, striking down from directly above. Rio defended against the flame spear with an ice spear, but had to take the sword strike head-on. Zoltan's power was greater. Using his body weight and wind attribute magic to apply pressure, Zoltan pushed down on Rio. Rio supported the sword with both hands. I'll slice you down right here. Slice down. What a strange phrase. Rio countered with words. Of course, he also had a sword counter. Consecutive strikes, water. What? From the clash of swords, Rio used Murakumo as a launching pad for a water shockwave. Zoltan was blown away. Naturally, Zoltan would not be slammed against the wall or the ground from such a thing. Rio understood that well. What was necessary was to break Zoltan's stance. Icicle lance shower, he pursued with countless ice spears. Barrier, Zoltan's solid barrier, which he had experienced in the holy capital, stood firm. Even Rio's icicle lance couldn't pierce it. However, Avatar Water Jet Thruster. A clone, speedy charges from 3 clones, slashing with Murakumo. Crack, the barrier shattered. Flame mist. Rio's clones disappeared. Clang, Zoltan intercepted Rio's slash with his bloody sword. Sizzle, Rio could hear the sound of water evaporating from his body. Flame mist, huh? So that's how you eliminate the Avatar. You were wearing the armor of ice. I was going to turn you to ashes. Both Rio and Zoltan understood the techniques the other had deployed. Even so, my course of action doesn't change. That's right, I just need to defeat you. I'll return that sentiment. They parried each other's swords, widening the distance between them. Water Jet 2048. Barrier Dance. Countless streams of water collided with small barriers, generating light of annihilation that caused both to vanish. Water, you tried to cut with streams of water. I impulsively clashed, but is that something that can be done? No, the fact that my barrier was sliced means it is possible. You generated a massive number of barriers and crashed them into the water jets. I faced a similar spell in the past. Not bad, quite impressive. Both Zoltan and Rio acknowledged the strength of their opponent. However, Hargsun is waiting. I will crush you with all my might. I'm looking forward to it. Icicle lance shower. I've seen that before. Barrier, ice wall 50 layers 256 ice path, countless ice spears launched from the front toward Zoltan. He deflected them with his powerful barrier, but he had to reinforce it multiple times. The power was such that even Zoltan could not afford to be careless. You abomination, but in the end you won't pierce through. A wall descended from the sky. A cluster of ice walls created high above. Crushing the roof, the ice walls rained down. Indeed, a sight that one would never encounter in reality where walls rain down. Damn it, Zoltan spat out. Naturally, Zoltan would not die. Still not dead, huh? Of course not. That must have hurt, though. A target that cannot be killed, a target that does not die but seems to feel pain. What happens if you continue to inflict pain on such a target? Aren't you curious? Are you saying that was the case just now? Anger mixed in Zoltan's gaze. That was just the prologue, icicle lance. The moment Rio cast the spell, a thin ice spear generated from the previously created ice path pierced through the back of Zoltan's foot. Moreover, the tip of the pierced ice spear opened up. It bloomed like a flower. An ice flower that had merged with the ice path bloomed from the spear. Zoltan's foot was pierced. He couldn't pull it out. Water jet thruster, charging toward the immobilized Zoltan with Murakumo drawn. I am a vampire. Rio's Murakumo swung horizontally to behead Zoltan. However, there was no head. No, the upper body was gone. Zoltan had severed both knees with his own hands to secure his freedom. At the moment Murakumo attacked, Zoltan had moved behind Ryo. Slash! The bloody sword pierced through Ryo's chest from behind. In that moment Zoltan understood. A clone, from even further behind Zoltan, Ryo severed his head and pierced his heart. Foo, Ryo catches his breath. Did you defeat it? The one who murmured was Robert Pirlo, who was watching from a distance. However, Lord Rondo, something's off, for once, Robert Pirlo yelled. Even Robert himself didn't understand the source of his discomfort. Something was wrong, that was felt in an instant. A second later, he understood. I sense an overwhelming amount of magical power. He couldn't help but murmur. I cut off its head and pierced its heart, but is Murakumo not enough? Ryo shook his head gently, but soon realized. It didn't pierce the heart. Yes, it had certainly pierced through the back to the chest. It should have been where the heart was located, but it wasn't there. Zoltan, who had instantly regenerated and distanced himself from Ryo, spoke. That's unfortunate, Duke Rondo. You moved your heart's position, didn't you? How cowardly. You caught on quickly. The church says to annihilate a vampire, you must sever its head with a sacred weapon and pierce its heart. However, if the heart is in a different position, it cannot be annihilated. It's a simple solution. Normally, you can't move the position of the heart. Ryo frowned and shook his head at Zoltan's explanation. That's a foolish, fixed idea. The heart can be anywhere as long as it can send blood throughout the body. But blood is also sent to the lungs. Just extend the blood vessels. So you applied the technique of accelerating the growth of the vampire itself in that way. Ryo was shocked, almost beyond surprise. At the same time, he understood the difficulty of annihilating it. If, as Zoltan said, the heart is in a different position, piercing it would become surprisingly difficult. To begin with, it's cowardly that simply severing the head isn't enough. Why are there so many species like demons and phantoms? That was the cry of Ryo's soul. It can't be helped. Humans should be that way too. They can't. Is that really so? Have you tried every possible method? Did you conclude that you couldn't? That's not the case, is it? That's not the case, but trying such experiments is ethically wrong. I see, humans are troublesome creatures. If that's the case, you'll once again fall under the control of vampires. Ryo reacted very rationally, and Zoltan shrugged. Now then, what will you do, Duke Rondo? My objective remains unchanged. Zoltan, I will defeat you. You couldn't, could you? That's not a problem. If I cut you to pieces like severing your head, I should be able to slice the heart, which is somewhere by chance. This is human wisdom. I cannot comprehend that. Poor vampire. Zoltan shook his head, and Ryo looked at him as if he were a pitiful being. If Abel were here, he would have silently shaken his head again. Well, good. It's time for us to attack as well. Flame rain. Layered ice wall level 20, flames poured down like rain. Moreover, each one erupted fiercely upon colliding with the ice wall. 2 hits and 20 layers disappear? What incredible power! Naturally, I am the Grand Duke. A self-proclaimed Grand Duke. The first Duke is rather small-minded. The definitions of capacity differ between humans and vampires. Ryo responded clearly to Zoltan's provocation. Right now, this place was also a battleground for the claims of vampires and humans. If he lost the argument, it would permit the vampires to trample the human world. That must be avoided. Ryo thought to himself as he countered. Of course, if Abel were here, he would silently shake his head again. This is a representative battle between humans and vampires, Ryo declared. Interesting, then I must show this to others as well. Saying that, Zoltan cast a spell. Flame destruction? From Zoltan's raised right arm, thousands of lines of flames arced in a semicircle. The castle collapsed. The sky was exposed and the walls crumbled. Vampires and humans battling outside became visible. This meant, of course, that their fight could also be seen from the outside. What utter madness! Isn't it rather bad for things to be decided without witnesses? I can support the stance of denying closed-door politics. Not just the outcome, but the process is important. If it becomes visible to others, misunderstandings are reduced. Of course, a spell capable of destroying a castle can also destroy humans. Flame destruction. Thousands of flame lines from Zoltan's raised right arm shot into the sky and then surged towards Ryo. Layered ice wall level 20. The ice wall thickened automatically, but is it stronger than the previous spell? Of course, that was just rain of flames. It was merely rain. Ryo panicked, while Zoltan maintained a calm demeanor. The speed of erosion from the flames surpassed the multiplication speed of the layered ice wall. Once it became impossible to completely defend, the flames naturally reached Ryo. He was blown away. Blown away. No, it should have incinerated him. Zoltan tilted his head in confusion at the outcome. Then he looked at the object blown far away. A vampire's vision could clearly see events occurring a kilometer away. A chunk of ice? Yes, what had been blown away was a chunk of ice. From within the broken chunk emerged a mage in a white robe. I managed to escape danger by instantly encasing myself in ice with ice coffin. Rio shook his head slightly. You encased yourself in ice? How is it that you are safe from that? All thanks to human wisdom. Just saying it's human wisdom doesn't mean it works every time, First Duke. Even if you say that, I survived like this, so surely that is the result of human wisdom. The self-proclaimed Grand Duke of Vampires is overly fixated on trivial matters, displaying his small-mindedness. Our Majesty the King would nod approvingly and praise me for a job well done. Rio shrugged with an exasperated expression. That king of yours is just foolish, not big-hearted, right? For some reason, King Abel was receiving defamation. How rude. Abel's capacity is undoubtedly great. Whether he's foolish or not is a different matter. Rio retorted clearly. Yes, it's a fact that his capacity is great. As for whether he is foolish, no, of course, Abel isn't foolish. Abel, he's the descendant of Richard who possessed X. He was fighting against Neda, right? Oh, you know Abel. Regardless of whether he is foolish, his capacity was certainly large, wasn't it? He's not foolish either. I would categorize him as wise. That may vary depending on individual perspectives. Rio couldn't irresponsibly say anything since he was the first duke. Well, that's fine. However, from here it's not very visible to many. Even without the roof or walls, fighting in the sky is probably the best option. Yes, Rio tilted his head at Zoltan's sudden words. What, can the human first duke not fly? Can the self-proclaimed Grand Duke of Vampires fly? Of course, Zoltan answered and demonstrated by floating in the air, spouting fire from his feet and back. That's like some kind of rocket or robot. Rio shook his head. The first duke should be able to fly too, right? Zoltan provoked him again. Of course, water jet thruster. Rio accepted the challenge. He floated into the sky. Rio and Zoltan confronted each other in the air. Honestly, I was just stirring things up, but you can really float. Zoltan smiled wryly. This is also human wisdom. Human wisdom is truly omnipotent, Rio said proudly, and Zoltan answered with an exasperated expression. That human wisdom, can it enable you to fight in the air? Just being able to fly is meaningless. I'll return that comment. Icicle lance shower. Straightforward, huh? Thorn of flame. Countless ice spears were released from Rio, while flames that twisted like whips countered them. Then I'll do the same. Flame destruction. I saw that earlier. Layered ice wall level 20. Thousands of lines of flames shot from Zoltan's raised right arm, launched into the sky, and then came crashing down on Rio, colliding with the ice wall. The ice wall shattered, and the light of annihilation danced chaotically. Clang, blood sword and ice sword clashed fiercely. Using the light of annihilation as a distraction, Zoltan attacked Rio from behind with his sword. Rio intercepted it. You've got skills, First Duke. There's no reason to repeat a technique that I know won't break, except as a diversion. You seem to have quite a lot of experience, considering you're one of the younger humans. Being young doesn't mean one lacks experience. Experience is about quality over quantity, Rio stated clearly. For a moment, Zoltan seemed surprised, but then he smirked. A bad premonition struck Rio, but it seems you still have much to learn about aerial combat. What? Duet? The moment Zoltan chanted, Rio was blown away. It seemed he would be slammed to the ground. But just before the impact, he avoided it with all his strength using water jet thruster. Even so, he slid across the ground. He quickly positioned Murakumo. Clang, clang, clang. Zoltan followed up with a series of consecutive strikes. Furthermore, flame rain. Layered ice wall level 20. Apart from the sword fights, flames rained down from a diagonal upper angle. Rio also defended with an ice wall. Naturally, in close combat, swords and magic were exchanged. The battle between Rio and Zoltan was visible to others as well. Abel and Neda stood side by side, watching their fight. That must be the human mage. He's holding his own against Zoltan, so murmured Neda, a vampire duke. That's Rio, our trump card. Abel was crossing his arms. His tone was calm, but he frowned. He could tell Rio was in a difficult situation. Wow, he was a vassal of Abel. No, he's my friend, although he is our first duke. Abel quickly rephrased Neda's words. Abel is the king, and this Rio must be Abel's first duke, right? Yet he's not a vassal. Neda, you're not Zoltan's vassal or subordinate, are you? Of course not. I wouldn't refuse if asked to cooperate, but we are equals. That's quite similar, Neda proudly concluded, and Abel nodded once. Until now, Abel had never viewed Rio as a vassal or subordinate. A friend of Richard's descendant who possessed X, huh? I see. That explains why he can fight so well against Zoltan, but still. Rio is being pushed back. The superiority was clear to both Neda and Abel. The power of each spell is far too different. I've never seen Rio's ice wall break so easily. Zoltan's fire attribute magic is indeed powerful. They say it even surpasses dragons in magical power. Seriously, Neda's words struck Abel hard. Dragons are the strongest species in this world. Of course, they are already legendary beings, surpassing even the strongest species among legends. It would be impossible for a human to confront them. In long-range scenarios, it's impossible. Then what about in close range? What about Zoltan's sword? It's slightly weaker than mine. Just slightly? Yes, even I would struggle if he combined magic with his sword. Come on. That means you can't win. Of course not, right? A human cannot defeat a vampire duke. With a look of exasperation, Neda shrugged. Don't you have any weaknesses? Of course not. Even if there were, I wouldn't tell you. I am a vampire too. Zoltan is arrogant and insufferable, but he is still a fellow vampire. I won't betray him to humans. Well, that makes sense. Abel nodded while still frowning. It's clear to everyone that what Neda is saying is the norm when considering vampires as humans. Of course, Abel does not expect to hear any weaknesses from Neda. Rather, Zoltan should be considered the duke with the fewest flaws among vampires. What do you mean by that? It's just that. For example, I like swords. I can use magic, but I don't like it. I see, so Zoltan can do both sword and magic. Yes, he is astonishingly skilled in alchemy as well. He even created a golem army. Abel looked at the group of vampires still fighting, surrounded by their golems and the Royal Knight Order. Neda continued speaking. Moreover, he claimed, whether truth or falsehood, that he ate a Grand Duke. I heard that too. At the very least, that must have made him stronger. There was indeed a Grand Duke among vampires. No one knew except Graham. That's to be expected. Even was there someone who knew? There seemed to be something in Abel's words that caught Neda's attention. Yes, Graham, the Pope of the Western Church, seemed to know. I didn't inquire further. That's strange. Wait, did you just say Graham? I did, the 101st Pope Graham. No way, the last time I was awake was 1,000 years ago. It must be a namesake. Neda's last mutter was not heard by Abel. The two returned to the battle between Rio and Zoltan. The situation tilted drastically when he was slammed from the sky, Neda murmured. Humans, after all, have little experience fighting in the air, Abel stated, still frowning. Even vampires rarely fight in the sky. But Zoltan, I heard he was researching how to send golems into the air a few days ago, and as a result he became able to fly himself. Zoltan II? Abel shook his head. Zoltan as well? Even that Rio is said to have golems that will eventually fly. I see. For golem developers, it's a natural future for golems to fly. I can't understand that. Neda nodded greatly, while Abel shook his head broadly. The fact that the two who made golems, both of different species, share the same vision for the future must mean something. The sky, I understand the desire to fly. Abel murmured and glanced at the flying ring on his wrist. Thanks to that alchemy tool, Abel could fly. Neda, following that gaze, spoke. That instant teleportation that cornered me earlier was thanks to that alchemy tool. Yes. Having said that, Abel suddenly thought and continued. This one is exclusively mine, so if you steal it, you won't be able to use it. I won't steal it. Neda seemed to see even the slight movement when Abel pulled back his arm. He smiled wryly. Tomorrow, the post titled 877 Rio versus Zoltan III, and will conclude the fourth part. It exceeds 10,000 words, so look forward to it. And for the anime information. Today, a lot of information has been released. New cast members and the OP/ED songs. Of course, there will be broadcasts and streaming. The broadcast start date and streaming dates are also disclosed. Many people will surely learn of the existence of the water attribute Mage. Furthermore, the second PV has also been released. You can see footage from the main story and listen to the OP. Anime Water Attribute Mage. Official HP, Water Attribute Mage. Second PV, UDB/4E6ZDMWB1RW. Ever since I was blown away, I've been at a disadvantage. Rio understood that the situation had worsened. Frowning, he still managed to withstand Zoltan's attacks. I was blown away by the duet. The technique I unleashed earlier was completely turned back at me. It was a zero-distance attack magic from a state of sword meeting sword. Rather than inflicting damage on the opponent, it aimed to blow them away and destabilize their stance. Controlling posture in the air is difficult. Of course, he hadn't sustained any serious damage, but he had lost the initiative. Since then, he had been at a constant disadvantage. Ha, what's wrong, First Duke? Is that all you've got? As Zoltan said this, he continued to unleash fire attribute magic attacks one after another. At times, he would close the distance and engage in melee attacks with his sword. I'm moving forward and backward almost without touching the ground. There was a vampire in an old vampire game that moved like that. Utilizing all the magic he could, Rio defended against Zoltan's attacks while using Murakumo, grumbling to himself. Oh, so there were other vampires floating in the sky besides me. They're vampires depicted in human imagination. How interesting. So among humans, vampires are recognized as beings that float in the sky? That's right. It means there were people who thought that way. While such a conversation passed between Rio and Zoltan, the situation was growing increasingly dire for Rio. This is bad. I understand I'm running out of options, but how do I turn this around? I'm outclassed in magic and swordplay, and my speed and strength aren't enough. There's no difference in technique. Even in alchemy, it seems I'm not superior. I'm really in trouble. Even as he thought this, his body was almost unconsciously defending against Zoltan's attacks. However, it wasn't perfect. Even Rio's wall-like defense was starting to show cracks. His robe was automatically repairing itself as usual, looking clean, but his body and face beneath it were quite battered. I haven't sustained any significant damage that would hinder my ability to continue fighting, but at this rate, I will definitely take such damage. Rio knew that fatigue would lead to mistakes. At that moment, he heard Zoltan's voice. This is about what I expected. Pardon? Rio jumped forward instinctively, but it was too late. Ugh! Zoltan had swiftly maneuvered behind him and slashed Rio's calf with his sword. It was the serious damage he had feared. He could no longer run. I was supposed to slice both your legs off, but you dodged well. Zoltan seemed impressed. It was the composure of an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. The speed, it seems I've become quite accustomed to flying in the sky. I feel like ending this quickly. Rio muttered while Zoltan replied with a laugh. I can't move. To counter with the water jet thruster, unfortunately, they have the upper hand in aerial movement. If I survive, I'll need to practice more. For now, survival is my top priority. Rio steeled himself. He took a deep breath. His empty lungs forced him to inhale, a successful deep breath. At that moment, Rio's atmosphere changed. Naturally, this caught Zoltan's attention. Good, come at me. Zoltan readied his bloody sword. He charged Murakumo at his left hip. Ice began to form around Murakumo. It was as if Murakumo was sheathed in ice while still having its blade exposed. What is that? Zoltan muttered upon seeing Rio's stance. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. Is it the technique of a small golem released by its creator? Yes, it was the sword-drawing technique, but Rio's aim was elsewhere. If only for an instant, I want to stop Zoltan's movement. When will his movement stop? When shocked? When paralyzed? Yes, that sounds good. He quickly devised a plan. Murakumo, I'm counting on you again. Without voicing it, he called out to Murakumo in his heart. However, that was the bond he shared with Murakumo. Murakumo shone slightly, as if to say, I understand. Inside the icy sheath where Murakumo resided, small ice particles collided with each other. It was a reenactment of the friction of ice occurring within a thundercloud. Zoltan's sword was the bloody sword. It was a sword created from Zoltan's blood. Since blood contains electrolytes, it can conduct electricity. Of course, compared to when it's liquid, the coagulated blood is less conductive, but as it is not an insulator, it can still conduct. Secret sword, lightning blade, clang. Zoltan blocked Rio's sword-drawing technique with his bloody sword, just as Rio had intended. Gah! The moment the collision occurred, electricity surged through Zoltan's body. It was an involuntary muscle contraction caused by something that occurred regardless of his will. Zoltan became unable to move. At the same time, Rio intoned. Gravitational singularity. It was a gigantic gravity that he had created to escape Kinmi's gravitational yoke. He named that magic spell. There was no need to refine it as much as he had with Kinmi. A mass the size of a softball, however, it was a huge mass compressed with water and ice, flying towards Zoltan. It struck Zoltan's abdomen. No, it didn't strike. His abdomen vanished. Ugh! Furthermore, it collided with his chest, shoulders, arms, and legs. No, it didn't collide. It all vanished. What the? It was as if his body was being erased by an eraser. Zoltan's head, now separated from his body, rolled to the ground. Not regenerating? Why? Zoltan, now just a head, shouted. The regeneration of his body below the neck had not begun. This was a first for him. Magical power is the gravity of the excess dimension. It's my derived theory of magical power. In other words, to control gravity is to control magical power. You, who have been subjected to immense gravity and had your body erased, are currently in a state where you cannot wield magical power. Eventually, such an unstable state may settle down and allow you to use it again, maybe. I don't understand, Rio attempted to explain, but Zoltan could not grasp it. Anyway, Zoltan, you cannot use magical power. Therefore, your body cannot regenerate either. If you claim to be a vampire Grand Duke, you should accept your defeat for the pride of nobility. The pride of a duke? Zoltan clearly frowned. Rio knew vampires are proud. The pride of a vampire noble is more important than anything. I understand. I will accept my defeat. At last, Rio was able to let out a deep sigh of relief. First Duke, why didn't you erase me? Zoltan questioned. Zoltan understood. If he could erase the magic that had obliterated his body below the neck, he could certainly erase the head too. To conduct a ceasefire negotiation, there must be leaders on both sides. On the vampire side, you are the top Zoltan. That's true, but it seems sword flashes Neda also unilaterally negotiated a ceasefire with your king. Following Zoltan's gaze, Neda stood beside Abel. Abel is a charmer. If he gets serious, he could even ensnare a vampire duke. That's terrifying. Yes, you could say it's a threat to all living beings. Rio responded heavily to Zoltan's words. Of course, he intended it as a joke, but perhaps in Zoltan's mind, Abel had been classified as a dangerous creature. Don't mind it, Abel. I have a question for the self-proclaimed Grand Duke who accepted defeat. You don't need to say it. I'm already accepting my position of defeat. If you have questions, ask them. Is that so? I've actually heard that there are some incredibly strong beings in this dark continent. I want to know the details. Strong beings? Yes. One of them is you, Zoltan. Humph, I see. Zoltan feigned disinterest, but Rio could tell he wasn't entirely uninterested. What I want to know about is the demon, the race known as Spellno. They're likely located in the central part of the continent, and they were the ones who transferred us. That demon is targeting the floating continent. I see, it must be them. Zoltan nodded at Rio's explanation, or rather, as he could only nod his head. Indeed, troublesome Spellno, there is a golden Spellno. A golden demon? Rio frowned, but he remembered the name that the Dragon King Blan had mentioned. Chernabog? Oh, you know of it. Zoltan appeared surprised. Rio recalled. Now that I think about it, Garwin's eyes are also golden, and Kinmi's, as the name suggests, his true eye color is golden. Is gold the essence of the demon? If that's the case, does that mean it's the closest to the primordial demon? Of course, it was a haphazard thought, but it was quite common. In fantasy, being primordial or founder is considered the strongest. Rio frowned further. Leaving aside Garwin, if there are demons stronger than Kinmi, we need to avoid conflict. Don't worry. He has no interest in normal humans. Besides normal humans, what does he have an interest in? Didn't you just say it? The floating continent. Ah, I thought so. And within Rio, various connections started to link together. While connecting, his face still remained grim. It wasn't pleasant information. While the two of them, one and the head, were talking, Abel approached. Next to him was a female vampire. Rio, are you okay? Ah, Abel. If you were watching, you could have helped me, you know? No, I absolutely refuse. Abel shook his head. Zoltan's body seemed to have vanished, Abel said while looking at Zoltan's head, which was still talking as it rolled on the ground. Keeping a safe distance, he didn't want to be pounced on. Yes, I compressed a mass of approximately 1/1,000,000th of this planet's mass into a softball size and struck Zoltan with it. It was able to erase him. Yeah, I don't understand at all. It's just that I used the method I had employed when I fought Kinmi to escape his gravitational yoke, but this time for attack. If I messed it up, it could have caused a terrible explosion, so honestly, I didn't want to use it. I was really on edge this time, too. Yeah, I still don't get it. If that mass were to burst from the compression, it would be a disaster, so I have to properly erase it as magic. It really shouldn't be used in a critical state. Well, I suppose it's good that you won, right? In the end, Abel couldn't understand. He likely realized from their conversation that Zoltan had accepted defeat. Neda spoke up. Zoltan is being quite noble, isn't he? Fool, if you speak of the pride of a vampire noble, I wouldn't act disgracefully. Humph, that's quite admirable. Neda's laughter was not mockery, but rather a bitter smile. It seemed that no negative emotions were arising. The three of them and one head were conversing, and others like Robert Pirlo were approaching. Although Zoltan had not completely vanished, it seemed that the battle had ended. Indeed, Rio and Zoltan's fight was over, but it wasn't the end of everything. It suddenly appeared there, a faintly golden shining person. Rio recognized it. He recognized it but couldn't move, not just Rio. Abel, Robert Pirlo, and even Neda, the vampire duke, couldn't move. They had recognized it, but whether they were conscious of it or not, they couldn't tell, because no one was trying to move their body. The golden shining person walked too naturally and picked up Zoltan's head, which was rolling on the ground. At the moment it grasped it, Zoltan's head became covered in a golden membrane. This is fortunate. The frame of a vampire duke was rolling around here. You, Chernabog, useful for the path to the sky. Zoltan, whose head was grasped, shouted, and the person called Chernabog responded with a laugh. Finally, the others were able to move again. The one called Chernabog looked ambiguous in gender from their appearance. They could be seen as either male or female, perhaps androgynous. Long golden hair flowed in the wind, wearing a robe-like garment, and their entire being sparkled faintly with a golden hue, including their clothing. Intuitively, Rio didn't think they were human. Just lend me your face for about half a year. After 6 months, I'll stabilize and then release you. Chernabog spoke to Zoltan's head again. What do you mean? Just what I said. Zoltan protested in a flustered manner, but the golden person responded nonchalantly. I said I'd return you in half a year. For a vampire, half a year is nothing but a moment, so cooperate with me. Why should I cooperate with you? One reason is because you've consumed a Grand Duke. The other is that you've been rolling your head around in a place like this. Chernobog answered with a laugh, continuing to explain further. The magic circle that uses you has the effect of dispelling all the clouds that they wear. The biggest problem is that it requires an incredibly vast amount of magical power to activate, which has prevented it from being used until now. It has to be a vast amount of magical power, so much that even lining up dragon magic stones wouldn't be enough. For that reason, I sought to use the ancient vampire Grand Duke slumbering in this land, but you consumed him. So I will use you, the one who consumed him. It can't be helped. One should not take what belongs to others without permission. That's not yours. If you put it that way, it might be. No, my apologies. Chernobog laughed again and continued speaking. I've said it many times, but not for eternity, just for the 6 months needed for stabilization. Surely that much help can be given, can't it? We are comrades who live on the ground together. I've never thought of you Spellno as comrades. How lamentable. Zoltan spoke as if outraged, while Chernobog replied with a laugh. The difference in their expressions could be said to reflect the difference in their situation. Chernobog, still smiling, turned to Rio and Abel. Previously, when I invited you to the central part of the continent, why didn't you come to play? Back then, it was indeed you who transferred us, wasn't it? Indeed, descendant of Richard. Chernobog nodded at Abel's confirmation. After slowly scanning Abel from head to toe, their gaze lingered on the sword in their hand. Humph, X has become quite fond of you. You're quite remarkable. I never thought it would be fond of anyone other than Richard. Ah, I've often heard that. Descendant of Richard, the child of the Fairy King, sword flashes Neda, and no, it can't be. Chernobog's gaze finally settled on Graham, who was still a bit further away. However, after tilting their head slightly, they shook it as if to dismiss a familiar face that they thought might be mistaken. Then they spoke to those present. Soon, something interesting is going to happen. Look forward to it. Chernobog said this and vanished, taking Zoltan's head with them. Once Chernobog and Zoltan's head had disappeared, Abel murmured, "The floating continent is coming. This could lead to something serious. Yeah, even if we conquer the seas, we can no longer achieve world domination. That's the crux of it. Is that really the issue?" Abel shook his head, pressing for clarification. "Will that demon Chernobog, was it? Is he going to meddle with the floating continent? Should we have tried to stop him with all our might?" I don't know, but I sensed an unfathomable strength. Yeah, honestly, more than Zoltan, well anyway, it was like a wind that came and left as a storm. That's a peculiar expression, but I can understand what you mean. Abel indicated understanding towards Rio's expression. It's like teleportation, he just disappeared. Probably. Chernobog was able to teleport on his own when Zoltan couldn't. Demons are probably good at that sort of thing, right? Yeah, they are. All demons excel at manipulating gravity. Based on Einstein's words that gravity is a distortion of space, one could deduce that they are adept at something akin to teleportation that connects spaces. Rio nodded. It's naturally expected that different races have strengths and weaknesses. Well, in the case of humans, they are inferior to vampires and demons in every aspect. By the way, does that mean Zoltan was captured? That might be the case, but he said he'd be released in half a year, didn't he? He did say that. Like Harg, I don't want to risk myself for their rescue. That's understandable. Abel agreed with Rio's honest feelings. If I were captured, you'd come to rescue me, right? Abel suddenly posed a hypothetical situation. Of course, Hey, why aren't you saying it clearly? Rio hesitated midway, making a grimace at Abel. Rio was a pacifist. Of course, I will retrieve Abel if he is taken. I will, but, Abel, we fight too much. An ancient sage once said that if someone slaps your right cheek, you should offer your left cheek. What does that mean? It means you should let the other cheek be slapped in the same manner. I see. That's a sensation I can't grasp. It can't be helped, it's the mindset of a great person. A normal king like you, Abel, might not understand. Can you understand it, Rio? Of course not. I thought you might not. Rio shrugged, while Abel had an exasperated expression. It's natural that no one could hold the same thought as the Son of God, Jesus. If one is attacked, they have no choice but to fight back. If you follow the Son of God, I wonder if forcibly retrieving Abel is appropriate. If I were taken, Rio being taken too would balance things out, huh? What are you talking about? I wouldn't want to be taken. If I were slapped on the right cheek, I'd slap the other person's left cheek. Rio became aggressive in response to Abel's counterattack. He thought it was an honest human feeling. F4 now, let's go release Harg. Well, that's fine. That's why we came here after all. Abel played along with Rio's deflection. That's right, Abel is a good guy. Harg was inside the half-destroyed mansion on the northern side of the premises. Half of his body was buried in stone. Harg, Rio-san, Harg responded weakly to Rio's call. I'll free you now. Abrasive jet? It was a water jet designed to cut hard materials like stone, mixed with tiny ice particles. He had used this technique thousands, if not tens of thousands of times until now, but he naturally became cautious when it came to cutting someone out of stone. It took about 5 minutes to carve Harg's body out. By that time, the others had caught up. While Harg was being treated, Neda spoke to Abel. "Abel, I have something to discuss." "What is it, Neda?" "There are comrades who are about to be born inside." "What?" This was Neda's explanation, but Abel tilted his head. He didn't understand its meaning. "Comrades who are about to be born? If they're comrades, they must be vampires, right?" "Ah, being about to be born doesn't mean waking from slumber, does it?" "No, they were created by Zoltan." "Do you understand that?" I somewhat understand." Abel recalled the conversation he had with Rio and the others, "and it seems there are those who have been frozen in ice as well." The golems of ours are moving because vampires enter inside them." I didn't understand at first, but while watching the ones on the battlefield, I came to realize that. Those who enter inside." Abel nodded. He also understood who had frozen them. "Then, perhaps those who are frozen in the ice are still alive." "What?" Neda was taken aback by Abel's words. "I believe there are about 2,000 of them. What about those comrades who are about to be born?" 100, 2,100 in total. That's quite a lot of vampires. While they are vampires, they are mostly in a pristine state. Fundamentally, they were controlled in their actions by Zoltan. Now that Zoltan is gone, they should not be able to act autonomously. Of course, they cannot fight or attack people as long as people do not attack them. "Well, any living being will retaliate if attacked." Abel nodded at Neda's explanation. "Neda, what will you do with them?" "I mentioned they would soon be born, but it will take about a month. Please leave everything to me." "Leave it to you? I want to explore a path that avoids conflict with humans." "Is that even possible?" Abel posed a simple question. "Now that Zoltan is gone, it is possible. Even if they return in half a year, by then they will no longer be able to be reprogrammed," Neda stated. "However, at that moment, I oppose." A voice resonated. Graham. Abel immediately recognized whose voice it was, and he understood that it was, of course, expected. "From the perspective of the church, that's a natural reaction." Neda nodded, showing understanding. It was evident that Graham, clad in ceremonial attire, was a member of the Western Church. However, as if anticipating such a rebuttal, Neda proposed, "Every vampire can use some form of magic." It seems so. The magic I can use is dark attribute magic." "What?" Abel's face involuntarily contorted. It was a nearly reflexive reaction. "Of course, I won't do anything to those present here. I just want to clarify that this will also be effective on other vampires." I see," Abel nodded. What Neda had said earlier about not being able to reprogram made sense. He could dominate the 2,100 vampires from a psychological standpoint. "We will move to the central part of this dark continent. There are no humans." "That's true. We were also teleported to the central area and there were no humans there." Abel recalled and nodded at Neda's suggestion. "If we stay in the southern part, even if not immediately in the future, there is a likelihood of conflict between humans and vampires. No, they will inevitably clash. However, in the central part, in most cases, humans rarely visit. The surroundings are surrounded by steep cliffs." "How about it, Graham?" Graham contemplated Abel's proposal. After thinking, he asked, "Vampires seek human blood. How will you deal with that?" Graham's words were neither loud nor fierce, rather soft, but the content was heavy. That's a fact. It is true, but it is not the only fact." "What do you mean?" Abel tilted his head at Neda's words. "Vampires can live even without human blood." Is that so? Human blood is a kind of delicacy." "I see." Abel nodded at the explanation of delicacy. He liked cake, but he wouldn't die if he didn't eat it. He could live. He didn't know if a water attribute mage who always stayed by his side could live without eating. "Those who are about to be born, as well as those created for the golems, do not know the taste of human blood. If they continue to live away from humans without experiencing that, I believe they won't seek it." "I see, that's interesting." Abel nodded again at Neda's explanation. Graham was also lost in thought. Meanwhile, Baron Hagen-Benda Akaharg was being treated by Ito and Fiona. Both were excellent users of light attribute magic. "Thank you for your cooperation in the release," Oscar bowed to Rio. Rio was slightly surprised by this gesture. "No, I'm just glad Harg is safe," he replied truthfully but safely. Rio wouldn't say something like, "It's not like I helped you for your sake here." He understood that this wasn't the right occasion. In reality, Ito and Fiona, light attribute mages from the Kingdom and Empire, were collaborating in healing. There are positions for everyone. However, apart from that, I believe friendship also exists," Rio said softly while looking at Baron Hagen-Benda, who was being treated. After witnessing the healing and the exchanges between mages, Graham finally spoke up. "I understand. Duke Ruminius Neda, if you can guarantee it, I won't stop you from taking the vampires in the back to the central area." Guarantee? As long as you are alive, the vampires taken from here will not clash with humans. Very well, I will guarantee it. Neda nodded vigorously at Graham's words. It was a promise as a vampire duke. Graham also made a decision as the Pope of the Western Church. Both were not trivial matters. Is that okay, Neda, to guarantee such a thing? Rather, Abel expressed concern. Neda, I'm a duke, you know. Those are barons. No, to be precise, they don't even have the power of barons yet. After they are born, if they gain strength and continue to train, some may rise to Viscount or Earl. Even so, they can never defy a duke, especially one who wields dark attribute magic. I see, that's frightening, Abel nodded, but he quickly realized. Do vampire ranks rise later? Of course, as one's strength increases, their rank also rises. The rank indicates the strength of one's power. Zoltan himself claimed he had risen from duke to grand duke. Rank changes do occur. I didn't know that. Abel repeatedly nodded at Neda's explanation. Harg Rio's voice reached Abel and the others. It seemed Baron Hagen Benda's treatment had concluded and he had awakened. Thank you, Rio, son. Harg, you are an important cake friend. It's only natural to help. Let's go eat cake at Café Romer again. Yes, Harg nodded with a smile just as Rio beamed brightly. This concludes Part 4, Dark Continent Arc. Thank you for reading. After a while, I plan to post the story of the group's return irregularly, titled Part 4.5. Return Arc Tentative. There are various characters like those from the refreshing Five Peaks, the Bardil Principality, Explorer No. 3, and many others. I hope to post in line with the anime and other adaptations. However, I must inform you that the posting of Part 5, Floating Continent Arc, will take quite some time. Since I began posting the Water Attribute Mage 5 years ago, I've become very busy. The development of the story is progressing, but I don't have the time to write it down. I'm sorry. So Part 5 is the Floating Continent Arc, but readers who have been reading the book version must be thinking. In the book version, it has appeared since Part 1, right? Yes, it has appeared. Which means that Part 5, the narrow version and the book version will have quite different content. I have ideas for that, so it's okay. Yes, it's just a matter of time. Someone, please make a day last for 48 hours, no, 72 hours. With the extra time, I will write more novels. Lastly, from July, the anime, The Water Attribute Mage, will be broadcast. Frankly, I am looking forward to it the most. On June 13th, the official HP for the anime, The Water Attribute Mage, was updated. Many pieces of information have been released. If you haven't seen it yet, please do visit. On June 20th and July 15th, novels 3-2 and 3-3 will be released in succession. Both will contain tens of thousands of additional words, so please look forward to them. Moreover, on July 15th, Volume 7 of the comic will also be released. Oh, and the first acrylic stand will be released on that same day. Well then, everyone, see you in Part 4.5, Return Arc Tentative, which should be posted later. The day after departing from the southern Dark Continent. On the deck of the Skizblaznil vessel, Rio was venting his frustration to his superior. We just finally escaped the yoke of the vampires, and yet Hargsun teleported back to the Empire without even a moment's rest. It's such a harsh order. Technically, he did rest for 2 full days, Abel corrected precisely. We should have rested more. After such an exhausting experience, what if he made a mistake and teleported somewhere completely wrong because of the accumulated fatigue? Well, I don't think that kind of mistake would happen. Of course, Abel didn't have detailed information about the teleportation used by Baron Hagen Benda. Not only in the Central Nations, but probably nowhere else in the world could anyone else use this magic. No other country would have such detailed knowledge. So, it was unclear whether teleportation failure was even possible. I suppose the former Emperor Rupert wants him back on the Empire's mainland before any new problems arise. From a ruler's perspective, Abel could understand the former Emperor Rupert's reasoning. He also understood what had to be sacrificed because of this. If he had returned with this fleet, he probably could have teleported to ports on the Dark Continent along the way, but even so, Rupert preferred to have Hargsun back in the Empire as soon as possible, right? Yeah. Certainly, there's a loss of opportunity there. But Your Majesty Rupert wanted Hargsun back on the mainland as quickly as possible, even at the cost of that chance. Although Rio still frowned, he understood it as well. Baron Hagen Benda took pride in his role within the Empire, so if told to return, he'd overcome any obstacle to do so. And it wasn't just for his pride, but also to leave a better country for his children. Using all his power for that purpose, that was the kind of person he was. I just thought it would have been better if they brought the explosive flames or something along with him back to the Empire. Yeah, I can feel Rio's heartfelt wish behind that request. Abel nodded, sensing the deep desire in Rio's heart. Abel also thought that would have been better, because as things stood, nobody knew when Rio and Oscar might clash. For now, Oscar apparently showed gratitude for the cooperation in rescuing Baron Hagen Benda. But that was one thing and this was another. These two were always a potential source of conflict. That was Abel's understanding. There were other pending issues for both of them. There's still no contact from Explorer No. 3, right? No, none at all. Rio nodded in response to Abel's confirmation. Once all preparations were complete, contact was expected to come via Explorer number 3 from Crown Prince Zorn of the Bardil Principality. The preparation meant that Zorn had taken power in Bardil Principality. In other words, Chief Battuzon had lost control, so it was safe to return the country. Of course, both understood this was a complete internal political interference, and they knew it wouldn't be easy. Are you sure it's okay not to send the Shadow Legion to the Bardil Principality? Cage Nagundan? They're the ones who quietly eliminate resistance forces, also known as ninjas. I remember reading about ninjas in a book a long time ago, A Legendary Existence. What? Rio was surprised that Abel knew about ninjas, even though Abel meant it as a casual suggestion. Actually, it's more mysterious to me why Rio knows about ninjas. It seems they used to be in my hometown. I see, that was long ago, huh? They're not around anymore? Abel looked a little disappointed. But then, after tilting his head, Abel asked, "But didn't you say you'd send the Cage Nagundan?" "Yes, my garden watchers are modeled after ninjas." "I see, that explains it. But you can't actually send them." "Well, Explorer No. 3 has already been sent. But Explorer No. 3 wouldn't eliminate quietly, right?" "No, they won't. This time they're not assigned that role." Rio answered clearly to Abel's hesitant question. Explorer No. 3 was entrusted solely as a liaison, not an assassin but a diplomat. However, if Abel wishes, I could arrange it even now. "No, that's not necessary." "I see, so you've already taken measures without making Explorer No. 3 do that." "Impressive, Abel, the fearsome Dark King." "What are you saying, Dark King?" Abel shook his head at Rio's imagination. Of course, Abel hadn't taken any such measures. "I left it to Crown Prince Zorn. It should be fine, right?" "Well, actually, grasping power is difficult. We just have to hope he does well." Rio shrugged. Then he remembered something. The previous power holder of the Bardil Principality. The one entrusted to Duke Blan of the Dragon King's side. That person? Ah, Chief Battuzon? Surely he must be received. Yeah, both Rio and Abel sighed. Rio felt he had almost forced the responsibility onto Blan when he had him teleported. What should we do if, after receiving him and reaching the northern coast, there's still no contact from Explorer No. 3? That's tough. We either go to Bardil Principality or temporarily cross to the western nations. The option of just taking him to Witnesh? No, that's not possible. Abel rejected Rio's deliberately bold option. Taking him all the way to the central nations was just too much. But leaving him here on the Dark Continent? He's originally from the eastern provinces, right? This continent has too many complications. Forget the vampires like Neda, there are golden demons Chernobog, if I recall. And Zoltan will be freed eventually, right? And others. Speaking of which, Garwin and others are also there. Rio had completely forgotten. It's not really our business, but this continent is just too full of troubles. Indeed. Oh, right, Marie-sun and Neil-sun might be traveling there too. It's literally black. You mean mixing all the colors ends up black. Apt for the Dark Continent? That's right, Abel shrugged. Then Rio recalled the people he was responsible for, the refreshing 5 Peaks. Oh, that's Von City. We should stop there too. We'll stop at Dazuru City first. In other words, after receiving Battuzon from Duke Blan in Dazuru, then Von City? Yeah, I don't see a good future there. Both frowned as they imagined it. Still, we can't skip either. When we dock at Von City, we'll keep Battuzon on the ship. That seems the most realistic. The refreshing 5 Peaks will stay in the city a while longer. Both Abel and Rio shook their heads slightly. Even so, Rio hadn't forgotten the most troublesome ones. We flew here thanks to Duke Blan. True. We can't count on that on the way back. There's a possibility we might encounter them before reaching Dazuru City. Them. Ah, when Rio says them, he means them. Yeah, the Kraken. Rio nodded seriously. He hadn't forgotten the sadness and frustration when the Rondo-class first ship Rondo was sunk by them. One-on-one, the current second ship USS Neil Anderson could win, but they often appeared in groups. In fact, while traveling on a warship of the Duchy of Atinjo, they were attacked by multiple Krakens. This time, we have to make sure it isn't them again. Rio frowned and nodded slightly, while Abel sighed softly. Just thinking about the journey back already brought many considerations. For now, a navigator belonging to the Etosha Kingdom was guiding the French fleet heading north. They were supposed to stay aboard until passing through the southern continent. Just getting back to the western nations will be truly difficult. Next chapter is 879, Great Underwater Battle. Yes, we will fight them. It's a nearly 10,000-word long SS. Please wait a moment longer until it's posted. And starting tomorrow, July 3, 2025, the anime Mage of the Water attribute will begin airing. Starting July 2025, the TV anime will air on TBS, B7, and others. On TBS, every Thursday at 1:28 a.m. from July 3, 2025 on B7, every Friday at 11 p.m. from July 4, 2025 broadcast times are subject to change without notice. Even if you can't watch live, it will be streamed shortly after. It will be available on many sites, so please check the anime's official website. Anime Mage of the Water attribute official website. Everyone except the crew had no work to do on the ship. Therefore, the Royal Knight Order and others were swinging their swords around. Rio, as usual, created an ice desk and chair and was fiddling with an ice tablet there. By the way, Abel was relaxing at the same desk after a good while of sword swinging. "Abel, I know you're peeking." "No, I was just a little curious," Rio said in a heavy tone, pointing this out without taking his eyes off the ice tablet, and Abel answered without any shame. "I don't know exactly what you're doing, but this is from the Neil Anderson, right?" Surprised by Abel's remark, Rio looked up. His expression was one of genuine astonishment. "How did you know?" "Just a feeling. You often surprise me, Abel, but this time it's the highest level of surprise." Rio's gaze was almost at the point of seeing something terrifying beyond comprehension. That was natural. Rio's magic formulas were never friendly to others. And yet, Abel, who couldn't even do alchemy, was peering into them and somehow understanding what kind of magic formulas they were. Specifically, the Kasumigeski Network Automatic Defense System program written in Lisp without any explanatory comments. To understand what was going on just by looking at a program like that was an incredibly difficult feat Abel had pulled off. The magic formulas of the Neil Anderson, which should have been puzzlingly complex, were understood by Abel. Actually, the Abel in front of me might not be the real Abel, but someone who swapped places with alchemist Abel somewhere. I don't get it. Because if someone's the king, a swordsman, and also has knowledge about alchemy, that's no longer human. "Right, don't worry, I'm human." "No, you must be an imposter," Abel declared firmly, and Rio did the same. Each declared opposing statements. "Well, anyway, this is about the Neil Anderson, right?" "Yes, that's certain. My intuition was pretty good this time." Abel looked happy. He just had a vague feeling from looking at Rio's magic formulas, but he was pleased that the feeling wasn't wrong. Rio gave up on the imposter Abel theory and decided to explain. "When we came, we had information that Krakens were lurking. Naturally, as we head north, there's a fair chance we'll run into them. Of course, I've heard that the Fundabi Kingdom is making some preparations, but Rio has been saying all along that we need to be able to defeat multiple Krakens. So that's the preparation." Yes, that's exactly why the Neil Anderson has been upgraded." "I see." Abel nodded at Rio's words. He also understood how troublesome Krakens were. One alone was tough enough, but if there were several, it would be a hopeless situation. Facing multiple opponents won't be easy, right? "Of course not, but since we first built the Neil Anderson, I've gained a lot of experience. I'm applying knowledge obtained from the Eastern nations and this dark continent. I have a plan." Rio nodded firmly. The sight of the Rondo-class first ship Rondo sinking was unforgettable. Perhaps it spurred Rio's growth in alchemy, but that doesn't mean I'm thankful to those monsters. "Why, yeah." The concern became reality 2 days later. "The Papal Barge Archangel has changed plans and will anchor off the town of Machan." "Understood. Let me know when you find out why the schedule changed," Captain Paulina reported to Abel. Rio, who was listening nearby, reacted. "Could it be?" "Yeah, the possibility of Krakens is real." Abel agreed with Rio's concern. After a while, Captain Paulina approached. "Your Majesty, Archangel has contacted us. The reason for stopping is the high likelihood of a Kraken group ahead on the route. Just as we thought. They want us to leave dealing with them to France." "Oh, the rumored ones, huh? Understood. Reply that we will observe," Abel answered. Behind him, Rio summoned an ice tablet and began the final checks. The Papal Barge Archangel was close enough to see with the naked eye. 10 holy knights lined up on its deck. They were probably machines dealing with the Krakens. Somehow, these don't feel like the usual holy knights. The joints are a different color. Even the chest and abdomen seem a bit bigger. True. Maybe they are configured for underwater combat. "Are they really going to dive into the sea?" Abel answered Rio's surprised question. "It's not easy to go underwater." "Yeah, I get that." Both knew well how difficult it was underwater. Even on 21st century Earth, robots would short-circuit and break if submerged. Water is a terrifying substance. It mercilessly seeps into the tiniest gaps. "There's a water attribute mage who can manipulate such fearsome water." Rio said this, puffing out his chest in front of Abel. But Abel said nothing. "There's a water attribute mage who can handle such terrifying water." Rio repeated, waving his arms up and down and moving his face left and right in front of Abel, desperately trying to get his attention. Still, Abel said nothing. No way, that's terrifying. All right, Rio, fine, you are that amazing water attribute mage, finally conceding. Abel sighed. You should have said that from the start. Rio nodded with a smug smile. Their eyes turned back to Archangel. At that moment, splash, splash, one golem after another jumped into the sea. They really were made for underwater use. Yeah, I wonder how they move underwater, Rio muttered, and Abel nodded. Shall we follow from behind? Can we? Of course, we can chase with the Neil Anderson, but does that mean there's a chance of fighting Krakens? Yes, it won't be a safe place. Abel expressed concern, and Rio agreed. They were told there were Krakens ahead. The golems were heading there. No problem. If it's impossible, we can retreat. That straightforward mindset is typical of you, Abel, Rio nodded at Abel's words. Come forth, Neil Anderson, Rio chanted, and the Neil Anderson appeared floating in the sea next to the Skizbla's Nil vessel. The crew watching the golems on deck were surprised by the suddenly appearing Neil Anderson. Captain, I'm going to follow Rio and the golems for a bit. Please cover things here. Understood, Captain Paulina nodded. Thus, Rio and Abel boarded Neil Anderson and pursued the underwater holy knights ahead, under the sea. But since it was only a few meters below the surface, sunlight reached down. The view from Neil Anderson is always nice, isn't it? Abel's honest impression made Rio smile happily. The underwater holy knights were ahead of Neil Anderson. They seemed to be propelled by screws. Screw? Abel didn't seem to know what a screw was. It's made by thinning metal. When the axis rotates, it pushes water backward, generating thrust forward. I don't really get it, but it's not complicated. Yes, the principle is simple. But since they rotate submerged in water, they probably have measures to prevent water from entering inside the golem. I see. Underwater is totally different from land. Abel nodded at Rio's explanation. But Rio had a big question. The problem is how those golems fight. How? Don't they shoot something like torpedoes like this Neil Anderson? Maybe, but then they would have to carry torpedoes inside their bodies, right? Seems hard to fit. True. The underwater holy knights were about 3 meters long, same as the land version. Their chests were swollen due to the screw mechanism, but didn't look like they were equipped with torpedo-like weapons. At most, their legs were a bit thicker. Aren't there things attached to the outside of their legs? Yeah, Rio thinks so too. They look like knives. Could it be they attack with those knives? No, that. Just as Rio was about to deny, Abel sharply said. Their arms are coming. Rio reacted sharply, steering Neil Anderson. Ahead, the 10 holy knights also tilted their bodies, dodging the Kraken's arms extending from the front. Golems move smoothly underwater. Yes. Compared to the land version, the colored joints at knees and elbows might have thrusters. Thrusters? A sideways screw. With those, they can move sideways without changing their body's orientation. Wow, that's amazing. Although Abel didn't fully understand, he grasped that moving sideways without turning the body was a big advantage underwater. It's like sidestepping attacks from the front. Yes, that's right, Rio agreed with Abel's analogy. Abel, having mastered swordsmanship on land, might be able to apply his knowledge to something else. Then Abel, sharp-eyed, noticed something. Hey, there were supposed to be 10 golems, right? Yes, that's right. There are only 9. Rio tilted his head at Abel's observation. Ahead, they found out why. Golem. There's one ahead, Rio's sonar detected it. There seem to be 4 Krakens, and that one is being stabbed repeatedly with those knives. Seriously? Maybe those arms? Yeah, when the arms retract, they stab with the knives and get inside their defenses. What a hero. Rio shook his head with mixed admiration and disbelief. If it were a human, it would be impossible, not recommended either. The remaining 9 have also charged in, golems designed for underwater melee. Thinking about it, since they don't have torpedoes like this ship, that's the only way to fight. That's true, but Abel and Rio both agreed but shook their heads slightly. If they were those golems, they'd never want to do that. Aren't they doing pretty well? True, the Krakens are hitting the golems with their arms but don't seem to be causing much damage. Meanwhile, the golems stab with their knives. Why aren't they taking damage? Rio thought a bit and offered a hypothesis. Maybe the Krakens whip their long arms like whips. So it's hard to deal with if they charge into the Kraken's close range? Yes, but they also have short arms, so those, just then, thud. A dull sound echoed through Neil Anderson's wall into the interior. Neil Anderson wasn't being attacked. The sounds of attacks on the golems reached that far, attacks from the Kraken's short arms. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds continued. The golem's been pierced. Abel pointed out the facts, and Rio muttered in frustration. Of course, this wasn't a golem Rio made, but as with the Western nations, seeing golems fall was painful. At the same time, there was a fleeting beauty. Humans are creatures full of contradictions. One was pierced in the chest and sank, but the remaining 9 didn't flinch. They calmly continued stabbing with their knives. The fight went on. 20 minutes later it ended. In the end, 4 Krakens sank into the sea. Rio remembered. Monsters defeated underwater sank to the bottom. The golems did the same. Well, they were made of metal, so that was natural. But one fact remained. There were heavy losses, but they did it. Out of 10 golems, 4 sank, 3 were severely damaged, and the remaining 3 lost arms or legs. Even so, they drove off the Krakens. Rio sincerely praised the fighting golems, both survivors and those sunk, and the engineers who made those golems. The 6 surviving golems helped each other, pulling arms and supporting shoulders as they left the battlefield. It was a beautiful sight. Rio and Abel were captivated by that scene. But, Rio realized, what is it? 3 new Krakens are coming from over there. Seriously, so those 4 we defeated weren't all? Abel frowned at Rio's report. Together they watched the 6 golems retreating. I guess those golems can't fight anymore? Yes, they probably can't. Abel, let's go. Got it. Abel agreed with Rio. Neil Anderson increased speed, passing the retreating golems and heading deeper ahead. They would take on the 3 new Krakens. The golems didn't seem to notice and returned to the ship. Or maybe the French fleet ordered them to return. Neil Anderson and its 2 crew were already in battle stance. Abel, I'm charging. All right, go, Rio called out, and Abel answered. At the same time, Neil Anderson started rolling like a bullet. This was to deflect any Kraken arms that hit it. Abel was surprised the first time he boarded, but not anymore. He had complete trust in Neil Anderson and Rio's alchemy. He was more interested in how they would fight 3 Krakens. Alchemy exterior activated. An additional exterior was generated outside Neil Anderson's outer shell. You did this last time too, right? Because it's made with alchemy, it can't be hijacked. Yes, you remember well, that's why. Since we're charging in, a hijack-proof exterior is essential. Rio praised Abel's memory. Neil Anderson was a decisive weapon. It charges in and determines the battle's outcome. Taking damage is expected. But this time it wasn't just the alchemy exterior. Facing multiple Krakens meant many more attacks. Even with automatic repairs, if the attacks exceeded repair speed, it would be tough. In any battle, numerical superiority and overwhelming attacks were fearsome. Neil Anderson has evolved further. Alchemy floating reactive armor activated. Armor made of ice was generated floating about 10 centimeters outside Neil Anderson's exterior. It rotated synchronously with Neil Anderson's rolling. Because this is alchemy armor defined by magic formulas, it can't be hijacked either. Last time we tried making it with magic first, but it got hijacked. Don't remember unpleasant things, Abel? Rio puffed his cheek in displeasure. Underwater, moving quickly to dodge attacks is difficult. I kind of get that. On land, Abel might elegantly dodge attacks with fancy steps, but underwater, especially in the sea, it's impossible. Yeah, that's true, Rio stated firmly, and Abel didn't argue. So we have to build submarines and armor assuming we'll be hit, and alchemically so we won't lose control. That explains the alchemy exterior and the floating armor. Yes, and the floating armor is reactive armor. Reactive armor. What's that? That's, their attacks are coming. 6 long arms, 3 for each Kraken, attacked Neil Anderson. When their arms hit the alchemy floating reactive armor. Jujiaa, Jajua. The Kraken's screams could be heard inside Neil Anderson. The screams vary slightly by individual. Is now the right time to say that? As expected, the first attack was from the Kraken's long arms, called tentacles, just as planned. When those tentacles touched the armor, did spikes come out? Yes, yes. Great eyes, Abel. Rio praised Abel's keen observation. The alchemy floating reactive armor uses reactions from the dynamic steam mine II. What does that mean? The dynamic steam mine II freezes enemies automatically on contact. This armor doesn't freeze, but instead generates spikes. So that scream just now was from that? Sounds painful. Probably they were yelling. Abel nodded and Rio agreed. It was war after all. The Krakens attacked first. With this, long arm attacks are sealed off. There are also 8 short arms each, right? Yes, but Neil Anderson's main weapon isn't the old Mark 256 torpedo anymore. It's been replaced by the Mark 256 torpedo Type E. Type E, Rio said confidently, and Abel tilted his head. Seeing is believing. Open front turrets. Fire 32 Mark 256 torpedo Type E. At Rio's command, torpedoes launched from Neil Anderson's front turrets. They spun at high speed as they moved forward. The first torpedo reached the Kraken's short arms, knocking them aside and hitting the main body. ZZZZT, ZZZZT, ZZZZT. Electricity ran along the torpedo. That triggered electricity to flow through the surrounding torpedoes as well. Here we go! Neil Anderson accelerated swiftly and rammed the immobilized Kraken. Capture arms activated. 6 manipulators emerged from Neil Anderson and grasped the Kraken's body. Stealing arm activated. Attack! A seventh arm stretched from Neil Anderson's tip and pierced the Kraken, Zewberry. The stealing arm pulled out a blue magic stone from the Kraken. Releasing the capture arms, the Kraken retreated. Similarly, the other two were drained of their magic stones. Neil Anderson won the 3-on-1 battle. "We did it!" Rio was slightly trembling, savoring the joy. In his mind, the image of the sunken Rondo-class first ship Rondo resurfaced. A complex mix of happiness, sadness, and accomplishment. "With this, we can say we've fully avenged Rondo," Rio declared. "That was amazing." Abel sincerely praised the decisive victory. Though he didn't fully understand what had happened, he could guess. "Did those torpedoes send electric shocks from that type E thing?" "Yes, you got it right." Rio was a bit surprised Abel was correct. "I once explained we reproduced the phenomenon happening in thunderclouds. I thought that was it." "Wonderful, exactly. That tingling in winter, right?" "Yes, static electricity. The principle is the same." Rio nodded and began explaining. "The torpedoes generate static electricity by rubbing tiny ice particles inside. As you remember, it's a phenomenon in thunderclouds. It's like creating lightning inside the torpedo. Is that even possible? Not easy. By using light and heavy ice particles separately, charge separation happens. Light positively charged particles stay near the center, heavy negative ones gather outside. The Mark 256 torpedo type E spins fast, acting like a centrifuge." "Still don't get it," Abel answered honestly. "In air, bullets spin due to the gyroscopic effect to stabilize. But underwater, it's unsuitable due to water's density and viscosity, causing too much resistance. We realized improvements are needed. Maybe dividing inner and outer shells and spinning only the inner one fast like a centrifuge would help." "I still don't get it," Abel was honest. "I can do a lot with magic rather roughly, but the torpedoes launched by Neil Anderson are all alchemy. Everything has to be described in magic formulas, which is quite troublesome. Even with your magic, I don't think I'd understand. Generating continuous electricity and discharge triggers are easier with alchemy. But charge separation is the hardest part. It can be improved." Still, overall, Rio was satisfied and had a great smile. Abel didn't understand at all, but just shrugged. He had realized he didn't need to understand everything. "So, can we say we're able to fight multiple Krakens now?" "Yes, mostly." "Mostly?" Abel tilted his head at Rio's cautious answer. "The Mark 256 torpedo type E hits the target, and finally releases a spark of electricity. But that electricity obviously flows into the seawater." "Seawater conducts electricity better than fresh water, so if there's another torpedo nearby before the spark, it might explode prematurely." "Ah, so those that exploded before reaching the Kraken became useless?" "Yes, that's right," Rio nodded with a grim expression. "Torpedoes close to the Kraken discharge electricity as a follow-up, but that might not be necessary. We need to verify that." Rio adjusted his glasses like a researcher. To Rio, researchers always wore glasses. "In any case, it's certain we can fight multiple Krakens now." "That's right. Well done, Rio," Rio declared, and Abel praised him. "Everyone, the anime Water Attribute Mage started airing on July 3. Have you watched it?" "Since I live in Kyushu, I subscribed to D-Anime Store to watch it. From July 7, it was distributed on many other streaming sites, so even those without D-Anime Store subscriptions could watch it. It was good, wasn't it? The colors including backgrounds unique to anime, the battle scenes. Also, the special program commemorating streaming start was fun. The talk with Muroran-san, Yura-san, and Honda-san was lively and enjoyable. Their camaraderie showed well. Yura-san is a junior from Muroran-san's previous agency, and Honda-san has co-starred with Muroran-san many times. Such relationships exist. It was a lot of fun. By the way, the anime ranked well on D-Anime Store charts. I wrote about it in my activity report, so please take a look. D-Anime Store Weekly View Rankings. Now tomorrow, July 15, 2025, Water Attribute Mage Part 3 Volume 3 will be released. At the same time, Water Attribute Mage A Comic Volume 7 will also be released. Furthermore, Water Attribute Mage acrylic stands of Rio and Abel will be released, our first acrylic stands. I got samples and they're great. I want you to place the two together on your desk. The narrow version will post 880 Chief Battuzon on July 23, 2025, so please wait a little longer. Thank you for your continued support. The French fleet entered Dazuru City. Cardinal Graham and other French leaders went to greet the administrative officials of Dazuru. As for Rio and Abel, we have to take custody of Chief Battuzon. That's not wrong, but saying take custody makes it sound like he's some kind of cargo. Wouldn't something like take responsibility be better? True, we did freeze him once. Is that so? Well, if Abel says so, then we must take responsibility. Abel insisted on correcting the wording, and Rio accepted it. Rio deliberately spoke the words aloud as a sign of his resolve. Chief Battuzon was entrusted to Dragon King Blan, but even Rio had to steel himself before meeting him. As Abel said, this was someone they had once frozen in ice. If anyone blames us for freezing him, I'll say it was under Abel's orders. Yeah, that's a clear lie. Ah, Abel, don't you want to help your vassals when they're in trouble? Remember, Rio. The Duchy of Rondo declared independence from the Natore Kingdom. Ah, and it's still independent, Abel shrugged as he spoke. We should restore it right away. Restoring the country isn't that simple. We need to consult with the Chancellor. Rio was anxious while Abel remained calm. We are allies, right? That's right, we are allies. As part of my exclusive authority, we have a temporary alliance. So you think we should help our ally? You expect me to say, yes, help them, it was my order. No way, Rio pretended to cry. Phew. The pretend crying ended. Rio straightened his back. Have you made up your mind? Yes, let's go, Abel asked, and Rio answered. Thus the two headed to the ruins of Dragon King Blan in the suburbs. Just a few dozen meters from the ruins, they met a man, an old acquaintance. Of course, they came to take responsibility for this very person. Long time no see, Your Majesty Abel, His Grace Duke Rondo. Ah, Battuzon, long time no see. Chief Battuzon greeted them with a bright and lively expression they had never seen before, and Abel returned the greeting, somewhat awkwardly. Naturally, an exchange of information about their surprise at Battuzon's change began between Rio and Abel. Battuzon's impression is completely different. Yeah, his expression is brighter now. He usually looked grim or unhealthy, but now he's lively and healthy. Right. Has his demeanor softened too? Through the echo of the soul, Abel and Rio communicated. They thought it best not to let Chief Battuzon hear this directly. Your Majesty Abel, I seem to have been mistaken in many things. Why strengthen the country? For whom must the country be strengthened? I lost sight of that. Everything is for the people. Thinking that way, I could easily accept the words you once told me. I see. Chief Battuzon said this decisively and without any worry, his brightness and energy pushing Abel. Well then, I'll head into town for a bit. Excuse me. With that, Chief Battuzon left. At the same time, Dragon King Blan arrived before the two. You've come properly this time, quite well. Blan nodded solemnly. Lord Blan, it's been a while. Child of the Fairy King? No, Rio, it has been a long time. Rio greeted politely. Blan nodded solemnly, but looking closely, he seemed happy. Abel, bowing behind Rio, sensed this. Rio spoke about what happened after he was teleported. Blan nodded repeatedly while listening. It was clear even without a close look that he was pleased. After Rio's report, Blan asked, I heard you met Chief Battuzon earlier. Indeed, he has been living here. His impression was quite different from before. Did you do something, Lord Blan? No, I did nothing. But such a change is unusual. Did you perhaps alter his memories or spirit? Even I cannot do such things. Blan chuckled wryly. Blan had also become more expressive than when they first met. Perhaps it meant he trusted Rio more. Abel, listening behind Rio, thought so too. After some thought, Blan spoke again. By the way, he has been going into the city daily to interact with the people. That's all, as far as I know, yes. Did Lord Blan address any of Chief Battuzon's worries or such? I don't recall, probably not. Blan shook his head. When they departed 5 days later, Rio and Abel informed Blan they would take custody of Battuzon. They decided Blan would convey the message to Battuzon. If Battuzon wanted to say anything, they would be in the city and could come to them. Walking toward the city, Rio said, I can't quite believe Battuzon has turned over a new leaf. Rio looked skeptically toward the city. He's just returned to his old self. Returned to his old self? When he first became a ruler, or even before that, he thought of ruling for the people. Abel said with a half-smile, as if acknowledging it could happen. Over time, people lose that initial feeling. I think many involved in politics experience that, Abel explained. After thinking for a while, Rio spoke. Half of the reason rulers and officials lose their way is being too busy. Too busy. When they stop interacting with the people, they lose their way. The tricky part is that they often don't realize it themselves. I see, that makes sense. After a moment, Abel agreed. When I was still at the royal castle, elder brother told me, if you're lost in politics, go out into the city and engage with the people. Your elder brother, Crown Prince Cain, Abel said with a mix of nostalgia and sadness. Rio looked in that direction. Crown Prince Cain was said to become a rare king upon ascension, but Crown Prince Cain's health was. Ah yes, elder brother was weak, so he rarely went out, couldn't go out much, so that advice was directed at me. From what I saw, elder brother rarely hesitated in politics. Impressive. Yes, elder brother had a clear guiding principle within himself. If only his health had been better, Abel said, shaking his head several times. Enough about elder brother. The point is, politics should be for the people. The country exists for the people. That's obvious, but if you lose interaction with them, even such obvious truths can disappear from your heart. Because you're too busy. Exactly. If you're too busy to go out and see the people, you lose that connection. Abel smiled wryly, acknowledging the drawbacks of being too busy. Then he recalled, you said half the reason rulers lose their way is being too busy. What about the other half? Of course, it's greed being swallowed by desire for money and such. Ah, that's obvious. Abel laughed and nodded. Everyone understands that. The other side is aware of their faults. We just need to catch and execute them. Execute? Rio frowned at this extreme suggestion. The best crime deterrence is making people think it's not worth it. Ultimately, that's the only way. You don't want people thinking, the punishment isn't severe, so let's do it. If death is certain, people won't commit crimes unless absolutely necessary. Fewer crimes improve security. This lets guards focus properly on each case, further enhancing safety. But execution is harsh, isn't it? I see. You want life imprisonment without parole, no death penalty. Live with guilt as long as you live. Abel, you're merciless. Yeah, that's nothing like what I want. Rio kept nodding repeatedly with a merciless expression and murmured it couldn't be adopted in the kingdom, while Abel shook his head. Abel, as a government official responsible for laws, enforcement, and the safety of both citizens and suspects, spoke from experience. Rio, who had never done such things and freely spoke for the serious common folk like a Roman tribune, had a different perspective. Their different positions shaped their words. 5 days later, Chief Battuzon bid farewell to the townsfolk and boarded the Skizblaznil vessel. He wore the same bright and lively expression as when Rio and Abel had met him. When I return to the country, I must apologize to Zorn and the people. Soon after, I intend to hand over the chiefdom and travel to the Dark Continent or, if possible, the Western nations. Travel? Abel was surprised by Battuzon's words. Yes, the main reason is that Zorn's power structure will be more stable without me here, but equally I want to see many places. In Dazuru City, I met an alchemist traveling the Dark Continent. Hearing various stories made me want to visit someday. An alchemist? Rio interjected. He's from the Central Nations, worked for a while in the Western Nations, then came to the Dark Continent. His stories about golems were fascinating. Could it be Neil? Yes, Neil Anderson. His Grace Duke Rondo, do you know Neil? Rio was surprised, and Battuzon's eyes widened in amazement. The world does seem small. Rio had met Neil Anderson eating curry at a restaurant in Von City. Afterward, Neil said he would continue traveling the Dark Continent and left. Rio recalled this with a nostalgic expression. Yes, he helped me greatly in the Western nations. That was Neil indeed. He told me to return to my origins when I was lost. To remember why I became a ruler, what I wanted to protect, and the scenery I wished to see. Oh, I see. Battuzon spoke with a mix of kindness and nostalgia, and Rio nodded, recalling Neil Anderson as well. So I decided to go out into the city, of course with Lord Bland's permission, and then, it was fun. Battuzon answered with a radiant smile. Not only Rio, but Abel was quite surprised. It was a smile unimaginable from the previous Battuzon. Anyone could tell he was different now. The smile showed the biggest change. At that moment, Abel was certain of Battuzon's great transformation. Interacting with the people is enjoyable. I had long forgotten something so obvious. Before inheriting the chiefdom from my father, or even just after inheriting it, I ruled thinking of the people. But somewhere along the way, it changed. I thought strengthening the country would protect the people by preventing attacks. But that... Yes, it's not wrong, but at that time, did I truly do it for the people, or was it driven by greed? I can't answer confidently. Rio couldn't reply to Battuzon's confession. Of course, Battuzon wasn't seeking an answer. He already had it within himself. I may have been wrong, that's fine. Mistakes can't be undone, and sins must be accepted as sins. Right. Abel, who had been silently listening, nodded. As a ruler, he understood judgment, responsibility, and sin. Battuzon looked at Abel and silently nodded. As I said, when I return, I will apologize to Zorn and the people. If Zorn or other chiefs accuse me of my sins, I will accept it. If not, I will formally hand over the chiefdom to Zorn and set out on my journey. You mentioned the Dark Continent and Western nations. Neil Anderson's words must have inspired you, but underneath, it's about what you said earlier. Yes, I want to visit the people of the world. Ah, that's why you want to go to the Western nations and such. Rio nodded with understanding at Battuzon's words. Everything will depend on what happens after returning. Battuzon spoke with a bright, even-kind smile. The next chapter on the Naru version will be about Crown Prince Zorn, what happened to Zorn, and Explorer number 3. It will be posted not too far in the future. Please wait a little longer. By the way, the anime Water Attribute Mage is broadcasting. Everyone, have you been watching? Episode 4 will be aired tomorrow, the 24th, late night on TBS, and on the 25th evening on B. Sullivan. It will also be available on various streaming sites. I post updates frequently in activity reports, so I won't go into too much detail. But I think it's quite good. It seems to be watched by many people. Based on view counts, streaming rankings show it as number 1 or 2 the day after release. Thank you all. The anime creators have put their hearts into making something wonderful. Please do watch episode 4, Solar Eclipse and the Demon. Yes, a demon, I won't say more, but please look forward to it. Although we're in the middle of the main story, please allow me to insert a special short story. This is because a wonderful collaboration has been announced. By the way, tomorrow I will post the Aomori arc. Rio and Abel were eating skewers on the deck of the moving Skizblaznil vessel. This is chicken, but in the world there are skewers called yakitori that aren't made from grilled chicken meat. Not chicken. What kind of meat then? Pork. Oh, that actually sounds delicious too. Yes, it really is delicious. Abel imagined it while Rio answered from memory. In my hometown, also up north, there's a place like that, and it's considered a local comfort food there. Local comfort food? Yes, literally translated it means soul food. Impressive. Well, it's basically food that's deeply rooted in the people of that region, representing the land itself. That's right, it's food engraved upon the soul. Rio proposed a deeper interpretation to Abel's soft explanation. Whether it truly was profound or not, no one could say. Abel, there are many kinds of food in the world. Of course. Sometimes combining two very delicious foods creates something even more delicious. Also obvious, right? Rio spoke passionately, while Abel tilted his head in confusion. We know curry. Ah, curry, it's tasty. Yes, yes, some even call it the king of foods worldwide because of its flavor and aroma. I see. Abel's expression showed no objection to Rio's exaggeration, but he wasn't entirely convinced. By the way, Abel, do you know ramen? If I remember correctly, it's the dish Rio ate in Twilight Land. He said it was really delicious. Yes, that too is considered a king of foods worldwide. There are a lot of kings, huh? Of course. Even in this world, there are many kings, like King Abel or Emperor Rupert. Emperor Rupert is an emperor. Details don't matter, Rio sharply interrupted. In my hometown's region, there's a terrifying dish that combines those two. Curry and ramen? Yes, curry ramen, Rio nodded seriously. In that northern land, many shops offer a specialty called Muroran curry ramen. You said the pork yakitori was also from the northern region, right? Yes, exactly the same place. Nice, that place, Abel nodded. Everyone loves delicious food. This curry ramen, it's delicious, isn't it? That's a foolish question. A dish loved by locals for decades cannot be anything but delicious. Right, I want to try it too. I understand. I want to try it as well, but, Rio shook his head. They had no idea how to return not only to Japan, but even to Earth. But then he had a sudden idea. Shall we ask Lord Ancestor of Twilight Land? Maybe he can make curry ramen for us. Will he make it? Surpassing the original Muroran curry ramen might be impossible. Still, I'm sure he'll try. That person is such a gourmet that he'd even build a country for ramen. There's even a chance he's tried it locally before. Not zero, at least. Nice. All right, once we return to the kingdom, let's send a letter requesting cooperation for making curry ramen in the name of King Abel. This is getting serious. Abel was enthusiastic, while Rio shook his head, surprised by how far it spiraled, but he seemed happy. Talking about delicious food makes people happy. Maybe that's proof of it. Today, July 28, the collaboration between the newly built ship Blue Grace and the anime water attribute Mage was announced. The Blue Grace is a new ship set to be launched on August 8, 2025. Operated by Tsugaru Strait Ferry, it will sail between Aomori City in Aomori Prefecture and Muroran City in Hokkaido. Yes, this special story was written because of that. Apparently, Rio's voiced by Ayumu Mure's announcements will also be heard on board. For details, please check the official announcement below. TV Anime, Water Attribute Mage, Collaboration Special Page, Tsugaru Strait Ferry. As I mentioned yesterday, this is the Aomori arc. The Tsugaru Strait Ferry's Blue Grace connects Aomori City and Muroran City. Abel, do you remember the curry ramen we talked about yesterday? Oh, curry ramen, right? The one Shinso is going to make. I'll send an official letter. Why, yes, it's become quite a big deal. Abel, who is eager, is the king of the Neitore kingdom, while Rio, who caused this big fuss but is secretly delighted, is the first duke. Actually, in my northern homeland, there is a dish called Miso curry milk ramen. The northern homeland you're talking about, is that different from the place you mentioned yesterday? Yes, it's a different place from Muroran, which I mentioned yesterday. But they are connected by ferry. Ferry? Abel tilted his head in confusion. It seems he doesn't know what a ferry is, which is understandable, but Rio decided to let that slide. Aomori Miso curry milk ramen is also a soul food of that region. The food imprinted on the soul, right? Yes, yes, it's curry ramen with miso and milk added. Honestly, I can't even imagine what it tastes like. But since it's called soul food, Exactly, it must be delicious without a doubt. Abel said this, and Rio nodded emphatically. Soul food that has been loved by people for a long time, it's naturally delicious. But what exactly is this miso? Milk, I understand, is milk. Yes, it's milk. Right, I guess you don't know what miso is. Rio sympathized with Abel's question. He had never seen miso in the Natore kingdom. Back when he was in the forest of Rondo, Rio once wanted to make and drink miso soup. However, he gave up because it was difficult to obtain the soybeans needed. After being sent to the eastern nations, specifically Darway, which is at its center, he thinks he ate dishes that probably used miso. So it's not that miso doesn't exist in this world. I think the dishes I ate in Darway probably used it. I see, so in other places it can't be found. Abel looked a bit disappointed. He's just as passionate about food as Rio. The name Hungry Swordsman is no joke. Did you say something? No, nothing, Rio recalled from memory. Miso can be made at home, that much I'm sure of. Ho ho. Rio, do you know how to make it? Sort of, because he knew he had tried to make it in the forest of Rondo. Basically, you soak a lot of soybeans in water, boil them, and meanwhile mix rice malt and salt. Rice malt is necessary. Rice malt? Since Abel didn't know that term, it means rice malt isn't common in the Natore kingdom. We might need to go on a journey to find rice malt. Isn't that even bigger than asking for help with curry ramen? Can't be helped. The path of food is long and far-reaching. Continuing down that path is naturally a big deal. There's a better way. What is it? Rio leaned in earnestly, his face close. Let Marquis Heinlein gather the information. The Heinlein family's information-gathering ability is the best in the Central Nations. It's far better than us wandering aimlessly on a journey, don't you think? What a blatant mixing of public and private interests. Rio muttered, eyes wide with surprise. I see, then should we give up, take years and make it ourselves? No, let's ask Your Excellency the Chancellor. If we succeed in developing it, it might become a new food culture of the kingdom. We are definitely not acting out of selfish desires. Rio added a new interpretation. Yes, if it's for the people's benefit, they shouldn't be impeached for manipulating the information agency out of selfishness. We must find rice malt at all costs and make it one of the kingdom's new food cultures. Wasn't the very first plan to make that thing called miso? It seems the path of food goes on endlessly. Will Rio and Abel be able to create miso? If there's a chance someday, I'd like to write such a story too. This time, the author got so excited about the collaboration that I wrote this short story. During the aftertalk of the anime Water Attribute Mage by Muroran and the other two, the word elegant was brought up regarding this work. The fairy Blue Grace has a meaning of elegant among its definitions. So personally, I think it's a perfect collaboration. Since it's between Aomori and Muroran, it's not easy to just say, please write it. It's difficult for me, but my family is willing to go, yes. They also said they'll get the limited fairy stamp, Water Attribute Mage times Tsugaru Straight Fairy. There's a lot written on the tie-up page below. I'm very grateful. TV Anime, Water Attribute Mage, tie-up special page Tsugaru Straight Fairy official site. The anime Water Attribute Magic will air episode 6 not tomorrow, but next week. This week, TBS has a special program lineup. Instead, I will post 881 Crown Prince Zorn and Explorer No. 3. The morning of Crown Prince Zorn of the Bardel Principality begins early. It starts before the sun rises. He quietly gets out of bed so as not to wake his wife sleeping beside him. He moves almost silently to the adjacent room and reviews the pile of documents he left there the night before. He doesn't call his attendance and progresses with his work alone. I am inexperienced compared to my father, and I cannot say I have a deep understanding of administration. I want to close the gap with my father even just a little, Zorn answered when one of the administrative chiefs asked about his early morning government work. It is very like Zorn to prepare everything the night before to avoid troubling others. However, Zorn knows. Beyond the door in the hallway, a figure already stands, or rather, an ice golem stands. That golem somehow senses when Zorn wakes up and quietly appears in the hallway. It doesn't do anything special just by standing there. It simply waits for Zorn to come out. Later, many others awaken, breakfast is served, Zorn gives several instructions, reviews more documents, and then leaves the room. It is for one of today's major tasks, attending the Chief's Council. Of course, the ice golem is outside the room. Its name is Assault Explorer Number 3. When I attend the Chief's Council, Number 3, will you come along? Zorn asks. Number 3 silently nods. Naturally, Number 3 doesn't speak. The ice tablet it holds never displays any characters. The ice tablet given by Duke Rondo isn't meant to show Number 3's will, but to inform Duke Rondo that preparations are complete. Therefore, no. 3 basically carries it on its back at all times. Along the way, when Zorn looks back, Number 3 is following behind his attendants. At first, the attendants were uneasy, but now they even seemed to feel camaraderie. Honestly, Zorn himself felt uncomfortable at first, as if he were being watched. That was true. But now it is completely different. Even those who are rebellious recall who stands behind Zorn when they see the ice golem. Who is backing him? A fearsome water attribute magician. Recently, the War of Kingdom Liberation song has spread in the Bardale Principality, sung by wandering bards, and almost all the people have heard it. It seems the first to sing it was a bard active in the eastern region, but good things spread. Other bards eagerly sang and spread the song. The water attribute magician praised there is Duke Rondo. The ice golem created by Duke Rondo himself stands behind Crown Prince Zorn. Duke Rondo defeated Kinmi of the refreshing 5 Peaks in a duel and took Chief Battuzon captive. To defy such a terrifying magician. Unthinkable. When Zorn returned to the Bardale Principality and began consolidating power, there was an assassination attempt. When a deadly blade nearly reached Zorn, slipping past his attendant's defense, Number 3 intervened. Even after receiving the assassin's sword strike, Number 3 remained unharmed. With a swing of its right arm, Number 3 knocked the attacker unconscious. In the end, the attack failed. That incident strengthened Zorn's power. Powerful nobles who had opposed Zorn in the Bardale Principality were investigated as suspects and had their properties confiscated. Loss of property in a chiefdom means loss of power and status. Because of this, no one in the Bardale Principality can oppose Zorn anymore. Furthermore, the strength of the ice golem protecting Zorn spread throughout the nation. It spread at a strangely rapid pace, almost as if someone trying to consolidate power purposely spread the word. Of course, Zorn has never revealed details. The fearsome ice golem. Its reputation spread not only within the Bardale Principality, but also among the countries forming the Eastern Provinces. The Eastern Provinces is both a regional and political term. It is a union of dozens of small and medium states, a kind of federation. Among those countries, 8 ancient chiefdoms have maintained special ties with the Bardale Principality. The Chiefs' Council is where the 9 leaders, the leaders of those 8 chiefdoms and Bardale Principality, gather. Although the combined national power of the other 8 chiefdoms does not match the Bardale Principality alone, due to historical relations, Bardale has never treated the other 8 chiefdoms harshly. Until now, Crown Prince Zorn, this is the Chiefs' Council. Sorry, but you are not a chief, said Chief Zan of the Russian chiefdom. Russian chiefdom is the second most powerful country after Bardale. Chief Zan is known for his strong thirst for power, but had been quiet before Chief Battuzon. But now, Chief Battuzon is not present. It is obvious to all that this is a chance to rise to the center of the eastern provinces. I understand what you are saying, Chief Zan. I see. Then please leave. I only understand your words. I do not intend to accept them. Huh, Zorn said firmly, surprising Chief Zan with an unexpected response. My father, Chief Battuzon, cannot currently participate in national politics, as you all know, and I am the Crown Prince with the authority to act as the chief's proxy. I officially hold that position. By precedent, when a chief cannot perform their duties, the Crown Prince may act with full authority. Therefore, I have the right to participate in the Chief's Council as the representative of Bardale Principality, Zorn said calmly but decisively. Though his tone was calm, no one could resist. Chief Zan, of course, and the other 7 chiefs said nothing. They have known Zorn since childhood. Though he is intelligent, he lacks the courage and decisiveness of Chief Battuzon. That was their perception. More than that, they even thought him fragile. But now, seeing this before them, standing without change in expression, they realized that perception was mistaken. Crown Prince Zorn entered the room without changing expression and sat in the seat of the Bardale Principality. The other 8 chiefs watched silently and were drawn to the figure standing behind Zorn. "Ice Golem," Chief Zan muttered. But those words spread silently through the conference room, with surprise and awe. "The water attribute magician, right?" "That is," the chief said nothing. Those words came from the bureaucrats of each chiefdom present. They know. Why Chief Battuzon cannot attend the Chief's Council. Why the Ice Golem stands here. They are forced to understand. The entire eastern provinces are in a crisis. The Ice Golem says nothing. But its presence alone is a silent demand to the chiefs. Do you really have time to bicker over power struggles? Well then, everyone, let us begin the Chief's Council. No one opposed Crown Prince Zorn's words anymore. "Thank you, Number 3, Zorn bowed as he returned to his office. Number 3 said nothing as usual, only nodding slightly, as if to say, "Don't mention it." "We safely passed the agenda at the Chief's Council," Zorn explained. "In 1 week, the Eastern Provinces' General Meeting will be held. My appointment as the representative of the Eastern Provinces will be the main agenda. The groundwork feels solid. I should become the representative without issue. Once that happens, I plan to contact Duke Rondo. Number 3 nodded at Zorn's explanation and lightly tapped the ice tablet on his shoulder. This will be the signal to communicate. Yes. Please take care of it then, Zorn said with a smile, nodding in return. From August 8th to 10th, the Kanda Myojin Summer Festival will be held. Water Attribute Magic will have a booth in collaboration with SNPIT. For details, please visit the official site below. Actually, since it's a collaboration, I thought about writing a special short story. From Summer Festival, summer coolness, maybe some inspiration would come. But I thought of this too late. Hopefully I can write it someday somewhere. So this is a normal return arc post. But of course, it is an important episode. I quite like the episode about the cool golems. Addendum August 8, ABEMA and Nikoniko Live will stream the Water Attribute Magic TV anime episodes 1 to 5 all at once. Details below. ABEMA TV anime, Water Attribute Magic. Number 1-58/10 Sun 13 o'clock, 1538/10 Sun 21 o'clock, 23:30 Nikoniko Live, Water Attribute Magic Episodes 1-5 Review Screening. 8/11 Moan 2050 23 o'clock. That is all from the official Water Attribute Magic anime website. You are amazing for listening to chapters 891 to 930 of Water Magician. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.